Is ready, and I'm going to launch the Overwatch. Hachi, 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 ho. 1, 2, 3, ready, and get the coaching form pulled up here, so we are truly good to go, and we indeed are. Greetings.
Hello.
How's it going?
Good, I'm excited.
I am too. So is this code that you just sent me yesterday still up to date?
Yes.
Okay. Getting this pulled up here. What hero is it, and what is the official rank?
So it is, I think 50% Sojourn, 50% Widow. I tried to make sure the VOD was
Perfect.
half and half. And
Sure.
The official rank is GM5.
GM5, okay.
Which I think it was like Diamond 3 or something on the form, or like Masters 5 or something.
Okay, so GM as of now, good. We'll put in hit scan here, and then we're gonna get to the real juice of the form in just a moment. So let's start off with this. Like, why did you get coaching? What do you hope to get out of this session?
Well, I know a while back I saw, this was like maybe the last day of Overwatch 1. I saw an old video of yours. It was the like warrior mentality video.
Oh, that's an old one.
Yeah, but I found it extremely helpful because at that point, at least the last 2 seasons of Overwatch 1, I came back to the game and really like hardcore focused on really improving my game sense, because I'd been hard stuck diamond for so many seasons, and I'd been kind of hyper focused on just the aim part of it. That's it's kind of an usual trope, but I kind of realized I'm not getting anywhere if I'm not putting myself in better situations to actually use my aim. So that's kind of been where I've been at. But I noticed when I started doing the pick 1 or 2 things that you need to be focused on and stop caring about winning and losing. I noticed that just the quality of my sessions began to improve drastically.
Good.
Especially the last session of Overwatch 1 that I had was just like a very happy one, because I was not hyper fixated on winning or losing, and that was really what I was focused on at the end. Like, how do I
good for
force win? Which is just
good for you. What were those things that you focused on?
At the time with Widow, it was timing my peaks with my team engage.
It's a funny one though.
Mine down too.
Well, it's funny because especially with a hero like Widow, it feels like you should and can and will always be peaking, but that's one that often gets kind of swept under the rug, but it's actually super important. What other heroes did you play at the time? So you obviously are Sojourn now, but what other heroes did you play at the time?
Well, I played Widow at the time. Let me actually just look at the profile real quick.
Sure.
Yeah, I was playing Cass a lot. That was my like kind of main character. I was learning the most in that amount of time, because I had reached 3.6 at some point. That was my Overwatch 1 peak, just playing Widow, and I kind of realized coming back, like, okay, I don't think that's really viable anymore.
Makes sense. Makes sense.
Maybe a bit more now, but at least at the time, the brawl comps and like dive in certain map geometry just doesn't really allow for the like Widow play 100% of the time. So
yeah, makes sense. You said in your form, you hope to get a very concrete idea of what I need to work on in order to carry my way out of losing situations consistently. So what do you mean of losing situations?
Losing situations as in maybe we've lost multiple fights in a row, and kind of having the ability to adapt to these situations and just know, okay, this is really what I need to be doing here. Like, this is what I have to do. At least this is knowing what my team needs at any point in time and being able to supplement that.
Okay, sounds good. And then right now you are Sojourn, Widow, Ashe currently with your hero pool?
Yeah, Sojourn, Widow, Ashe. I haven't been playing Ashe that much. Probably closer to Sojourn, Widow, Reaper.
Ooh, why Reaper?
A bit more, certain situations, like if I'm really getting hard dove, like solo, because maybe I carried a bit too hard at the beginning of the game. That'll start happening, and yeah, monkeys don't like jumping on reapers for some reason.
Gotcha.
So I found
That's strange. Okay.
Yeah.
Interesting. Would you not go Sojourn in those situations, or do you just feel that the Reaper is more?
Typically, that is my first choice to go
Okay.
Sojourn. But if it's really bad to where maybe I'm finding I can't get out of the situation as a Sojourn, which
Okay, fair enough. Fair enough. Yeah, I'm not picking it yet, so that seems reasonable enough to me. Okay, let's keep looking through your form here. So, what does your typical training week look like? I've been only able to manage 4-hour sessions, including break times each day. Doing these sessions consistently, generally 4 games before break, 10 minutes clearing my head and stretching. And then I assume you do like another 4 or 5 games after the break.
Yeah, I typically do that in like a cycle of 3, so maybe about 12 games per total session.
So 4 break, 4 break.
Gets, yeah.
Okay. So 4 break, 4 break, 4. Require a longer term break after 3 hours or developing bad tilt. Okay, so this seems good. So you feel like you're able to give yourself bursts of intensity, bursts of focus, and then you get yourself a little bit of rest and relaxation, some movement, some stepping away, clearing your head. Like to see it. This seems, I would say, I'm sure that there are some details that you could be cleaning up, but this seems like the textbook way of training, right? And how long have you been doing this kind of a structure?
Probably about 2.5 to 3 weeks, I would say. It took a bit of tinkering, especially with the kind of there's not the 10 minutes of break time between every single game now. It's just like 1 or 2 minute queue.
Yeah.
So I had to fix it up a little bit, but it didn't take me very long to find that this is what works for me.
Okay. And this has been working for you then?
It has. Yeah.
Okay. Good. I mean, it should work. At least on paper, it looks good. Obviously, everybody's situation is different, but that's good then. Good. And you said that you are now GM5.
Yeah.
How's it feel?
A little like surreal for me, just because I was the hard stuck diamond for so long.
You played up against any pros yet?
It's
streamers or
not that I've seen. Just I mean, I had a game with Cody on my team. That was a little while back, though. I've had more games with people in like Masters when I was with pros, like when I was in Masters.
Gotcha. Okay.
Not that I know of, at least.
Gotcha. Okay. How are you dealing with those situations, with those games?
Just fine. I don't think I really get starstruck anymore.
That's good.
I thought I would, but
that's good.
Kind of just like
my first game was rough. I remember it was a Blizzard World game ages ago, and I don't even remember who it was. That tells you how important it was at the time. I don't even remember who it was, but I was in a game with a couple of streamers, and I was so nervous. I was like, I had to fight the urge to like heal bot Azana like the entire game. And then a couple weeks later, I was in one with Defran, and it just felt like supernatural. There was one versus J3. I ruined his day. But especially the first couple, it's rough. Okay, so do you feel comfortable talking a little bit about your sleep apnea, or because I'm actually I'm completely ignorant about sleep apnea, so please share.
Okay. Well, for people who don't know what sleep apnea is, it's basically when you're sleeping, whether it be due to like just a general airway issue, maybe you're a bit like overweight, you'll have trouble like getting in oxygen when you're asleep. So if I pass out, there are chances I'll go hypoxic or have like I think it's just like called having apneas, where there are like maybe minute-long periods where you won't breathe or something like that, and it for certain severe cases it can be very dangerous, because then you kind of die if you don't sleep. I have had like a sleep study done. I have a CPAP machine for it now, so I'm totally good. But the symptoms are kind of just like waking up really foggy and not having not in the morning. You just like don't have that full clarity or a feeling of waking up refreshed.
Right.
don't get into the deeper stages of sleep very efficiently if you're not breathing for some reason.
Okay. Shocking.
You know,
really. Interesting. So is it more like a quantity over quality because you don't have the ability to go into that deep sleep?
Yeah, so it's sleep efficiency. So it'll
Got
take
it.
me a bit longer to reach the amount of sleep I need to
Gotcha.
get to that.
That sounds
state.
rough. That sounds rough.
Hasn't been as bad recently because
That's
I've been
good.
working on it, but
Good luck with that. I mean, obviously, I don't even need to tell you how important sleep is. You probably know more about it than I do. But good luck with that. And obviously, kudos to you for pushing through that sort of a difficulty. I'm sure, like, we take a lot of things for granted, you know, until it's like, oh, I can't do normal things anymore. That sucks. So good luck with that. Kudos to that. Does that affect your training much at all? Your ability to focus or the fog, like you said?
I generally try and wait a couple hours before hopping on. I'm not a morning person for that
Fair
reason.
enough.
So I think 3 or 4 hours after I'm awake, I make sure, you know, I've eaten and whatnot.
Sure.
Then I'll go through my kind of warm up thing, and then I'll be good to go after that.
Got it. Okay. Well, sounds good. Last thing I want to talk about. We talked about your goal seems reasonable. Achieve and maintain GM1 top 500. Nothing special there, considering you're already at GM5. Then the big question, which for you is so remarkably succinct, understanding. And we talked a little bit about what do you have to get out of the session to better to deal with these losing situations, right? A little bit, but understanding is a lot bigger than just that. Can you explain to me what you mean by improving your understanding?
Well, it kind of goes back to what I was talking about with knowing what I need to do in order to adapt to a situation, which I think comes down to like general awareness. And I find a lot of the time, my perspective isn't as like, or maybe isn't where it needs to be. Maybe I'm not going into it with the right mindset from the right angle.
Interesting. So give me an example. Give me an example of like something recently that you can remember, or maybe a theoretical circumstance where your understanding might limit you in a situation.
So at least the kind of, it's kind of weird for me because it's just like, the only situations where I really face adversity. Actually, no, I have a good one. Say I'm playing against a kind of less cut and dry team composition. That's not, you know, your average like Zarya Brawl or whatever.
Right.
Maybe there's fucking Zebra on the other team or something,
right.
like that.
Right.
And then you have the rest of the enemy team. Everyone's sprawled out now. It's not the same kind of vibe. So on Sojourn, maybe if I'm trying to get a good disruptor shot placement, it's not very clear where I'm supposed to put that. And so that makes me think maybe Sojourn's not good here, but I don't think that's the case in many situations at all.
Interesting. Okay.
So it's just like, okay, I don't understand what's the most efficient use of this cooldown, and if I'm not getting an efficient use of this cooldown, I'm not getting my value.
Okay. So maybe more hero specific, at least in that particular instance. Okay.
In that particular instance, yeah.
If it's not being, at least with that instance, if it's not being spoon fed the obvious answer, then maybe you struggle to kind of figure it out. Okay. So what we'll do is you talked a little bit about, what was it? Not tunnel vision, but you said awareness. Okay. So what we'll do is I want to test your knowledge. And because it's both Widowmaker and Sojourn, it's really quite a perfect vibe because we're going to be able to test your knowledge on both of those heroes in both the situations. Now, I don't know how many of my VOD reviews you've seen, but I like to ask a lot of questions. So I'm going to test your knowledge, and then what we'll do is we'll decide if the problem was knowledge, it probably is, or if the problem is awareness, it probably is. Most people, I think, could use a little bit of improvement in both. So what we'll do is we'll take a look at both as my cat is attacking the other cat. I have two cats. One of them is a kitten and is very rambunctious, and the other one is teaching it discipline. So anyway, long story short, so probably understanding and probably awareness are both things that need to be improved upon at the same time.
Sure.
But we'll take a look at both. So do you have any other questions before we get started?
I don't think so. I think
Okay.
I'm ready to go.
Let's do this. And okay, so we start off with Widow. So let's just start off with what you know about the hero fundamentally. What is Widow good at compared to other DPS heroes? What's her strength?
She's good at obviously kind of holding down angles, especially at range. For it kind of forces enemies to play in a certain way that's very conservative. They don't. Nobody wants to poke their head out too much against the Widow, who can knock it off.
Sure. Okay. What about? Well, let's just stop there. Let's just stop there. So, what is your priority with Widow right now? Like, what are you thinking about before the round even starts?
I mean, I'm kind of focused on setting up. She generally. Oh God, I just remembered how hard you go on non-mine users.
We'll see. We'll see.
Obviously, putting myself generally in like like 2 cooldown distances of like a Winston, so he can't just instant dive on me. I have to be kind of far away.
Okay. Okay.
Which I mentioned range already.
Okay, sounds good. And just because you brought up Venom Mine, how would you use your Venom Mine?
Generally, I know that the way to use it is either in a very tactical defensive position where, say, Genji dives you, it's going to go on him without him like being able to preemptively break it, or in a way that will cover a flank that you're not actively watching.
Yeah, I mean, that's perfect. Okay. You look at the enemy comp. Which one of them, where would you put your Venom Mine versus the enemy comp? Or just even to start the round. You don't know what they're on. Where are you going to put your Venom Mine?
A couple options. I could throw it somewhere in their spawn and not really get value out of it, but it might hit someone. I could throw it where Bun might be, where if they dive up top, someone's like it gets triggered on somebody.
What about like here?
A little bit further than that. I was gonna say, well, that's not a bad idea either. Yeah.
Yeah. What about like
I guess
here? You know, too.
Yep.
Yeah, something to consider. And then as you rotate, like let's say if you were to rotate back to this position here, where would you throw it on your screen?
Probably around somewhere on the left.
At least until you have further information, you could like throw it here, you know?
Yeah.
This general vicinity. Because again, if it's destroyed, as long as you get information, that's what you're aiming for. That is very hot, 40 Celsius. It's like 104, I think. That's crazy. Okay, let's get started. Do you have any other questions with Widow before we get started? Or are we good to go?
No, not particularly.
Okay, let's see what we do. So you seem at least the base knowledge. You're not an idiot. You kind of know what you're talking about, right? I should hope not. You're GM5. So let's take a look. Why are you not GM0? Let's find out.
True.
Widowmaker. Now, this is the great thing about Widowmaker. I was just having this conversation with somebody in my DMs recently who had a question about Circuit Royale second attack. And their question was, should I prio Widow duel? Should I not prio Widow duel? How do I position around that? Like, so you think about the situation right now. Is Widow duel a priority for you?
No, because I'm kind of zoning her here.
Right. What kind of a sightline do you have here?
Well, just kind of one on their like front line.
Right. Anybody that rotates here is going to get punched in the head. So consider her sightline. What kind of a sightline does she have right now?
Really closed off, not a lot of space.
Right, not a lot of space. So it's not really in your interests to hard pursue the duel unless you have to, when you can simply just hold a position and make it impossible for her team to walk forward. So we will say Venomine still. That's especially this early in the map. There's no reason for you not to use it. Nice. Oh dear. So, what's the problem here?
I kind of pushed up into space that we didn't really have control over.
Okay. Let me give you another hint here. I assume you have the stream audio on? Or the Discord stream audio on?
Yeah.
Listen. Did you hear that?
Yeah.
You heard your footsteps, didn't you?
Yeah.
Gave you away your position. Look at her camera. She hears that and then turns her camera towards you. Listen again.
Yeah.
And you didn't know where she was, right?
Mm.
Now, the problem with this is not just that you gave away your position, because sometimes it's just inevitable, right? The problem is that did you have any advantage in this duel whatsoever?
No.
No.
It's kind of just a blind peek.
Right. It was just not only the blind peek, but also you grappled up here just for no particular reason, right? Because I look at this here and I'm like, okay, this is okay. But then please don't actively pursue the duel unless you actually have information. And here, it would have been fine for you to take a conservative peek here, or to just simply to hold this angle until you have full information. But as soon as that Widow is resurrected, your entire mindset shifts to, can this Widow threaten the duel? If so, what do I need to do about it? Because the problem here is, look at the enemy team's positioning here. You see how that they've created space, that controls space now? They've walked forward. So you now actually have to respect that duel. That Widow actually has space to peek you. So it's usually such a simple thing that costs Widow duels. And for you, it's just she knew where you were, you didn't know where she was, and that's it right there.
Yeah, I probably kind of, if I was pursuing the same idea, I probably could have wrapped all the way around left.
Sure,
I feel like
sure.
It would have been a much better option.
Sure, that would have kept things free too. And again here, this is again where Venomine is a possibility here. I know you're concerned about the duel, but as you run away, you can throw a Venomine in here. You can throw a Venomine really wherever. It's free damage. But, okay. Well, actually, it's not always free damage. What is the one downside that you would say about Venomine? Very important that you understand this.
If you fire it, like, it makes noise, so you can give away your position.
Okay. Perfect. That's an advantage, right? Think about it. What, you heard a shot, right? Mm-hmm. So you know where she is, right? So does she know where you are?
No.
Okay, let's listen. Let's make sure. I'm not sure how easy it is for you to hear, but I'm going to be listening.
I can hear.
Yeah, no, she had no idea. Okay, so there we go. Good, right? Why?
It's not easily predictable here.
No, it's not predictable. Are you going to need that grapple anytime soon?
Probably not.
No. Gives away position. Take a shot. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Who are the two people that you have to track in this composition?
Winston, Widow.
Yep, that's it. What if it was Tracer?
Probably have to track her.
Yeah, it gets a little harder, no? Yeah? So.
Yeah.
But
if you notice, once it gets to 3, that's when I find it's harder to play Widow.
Oh, yes. Oh, yeah,
so
absolutely.
Like Winston, Genji plus Widow, then it's like, okay, I don't know. I need to
absolutely
for my team.
And I will say this, that this particular point is not great for Widow now, given the sightlines, right?
Sure.
So this is where I wouldn't be against you swapping to a Sojourn in a situation like this and playing a Sojourn on a point like this.
I think that's my next swap.
Okay.
Actually.
Yeah. I mean, even a Reaper here would probably feel better than a Widowmaker in some aspects. Widow is not bad here, but I would not describe her as being a good hero. And keep in mind,
not terribly many long sightlines.
Right. And the thing with long sightlines is you talk about, I have to track too many people. Well, imagine if you're playing Widowmaker here, you don't really have to worry as much about Winston or Genji, do you?
Yeah, you can see all of them.
It's really easy to track them. A Tracer might be trickier, a Sombra might be trickier, a Widow might be tricky, but those heroes are a lot worse. Same thing with like a Junkerton situation. So the tighter the sightline, right. And then all of a sudden, if you're talking about like, okay, it's a really tight sightline map, well now you got to track everybody and it gets hard. So, okay. That wasn't the greatest grapple we've ever seen, but yeah. It's always great when my coaching boils down to have advantage in Widow duel and run away from Monkey. Overwatch League coach. Get out of dodge. Do not peek that son of a gun. So this is ballsy enough as it is, right? You're just like, ah, what the heck, take the shot, you know? But please do not peek this. Please do not peek this. You see what I'm saying? Like, this should be, turn your head in the floor and start doing 360s, you know what I'm saying? Press your EDPI switch button to go 15,000 and just run, right?
Wait, hold on just a second. I need to turn on hardware acceleration because the...
You're good.
Stream quality is weird.
It's Discord stream, so if it's poor, don't worry about it. It's more likely than not, it's not your computer, it's just Discord being stupid.
I'm just trying to see what character you're talking about me peeking.
Watch this, here. It's this character. Use your ears instead of your eyes, because apparently the Discord sucks.
Sure.
You hear that? This hero. The hero with hair like this, if that wasn't clear. So, yeah. That because what happens is then right here you're like, oh, peek it. Yeah, I'm gonna take this kill. Nah. She's got the advantage on you. You need to have no ego here, no ego. And you see, you're so busy scoping that this is a situation where if you just simply turn and ran, potentially, probably don't get out, but potentially.
Yeah.
Okay.
The plot thickens. No one can hide from
What do you think?
sight.
Of the Q?
Yep.
I think it was decent in terms of the idea. I think I was trying to do something with it, but I think it's what, 3v5 now?
Watch this. Watch this.
Okay, never mind.
You see this? You have information on the battlefield, right?
Yeah.
You should have had information on the battlefield, because if you're sitting in spawn waiting to respawn, what are you doing in the meantime? What should you be doing?
Paying attention to the...
Right. So if you look at this here, can your team do something with this?
Probably.
Yeah, I think so. It's the middle of a team fight. Gives information on Widow. Gives information for you on peeking. Seems good to me. I like it. Nice. Now you know the status of Winston jump too. He doesn't know where you are. So what does this mean for your grapple?
I still wouldn't say it's like safe at a certain point, because I think Winston jump comes back a lot faster than my grapple.
It does. It does.
And I'm way too close. Like if I'm
Sure.
grappling up here, I might still do it.
I wouldn't necessarily grapple up here, but this is where you could grapple. What if you were to walk? I don't know this map near well enough. At least
It's
on the
not
left
that
side.
good.
Jeez, you know what? Actually, I don't know. You're right. I don't know if there is another option here besides here. Because you
I
can't
can actually go backwards, like kind of far back.
Well, here's the obvious
doesn't really
solution.
help the fight.
Grapple to here and just get like point blank and just there you go, perfect range.
She just has pocket like the entire time.
Yeah,
so
yeah.
That's still a weird one.
Yeah, I don't know what your option is here. Maybe it's just to control the sight lane. We can see and feel the weaknesses of the hero. That grapple sucks. Mercy! Disappointing. Here he goes in to save the day. There's the grapple. And the monkey dies. So, I would best describe your Widow play in the appropriate English term as meh so far. I don't think it's particularly bad at anything we've seen so far. You don't really do a great job being intelligent with your duels. You're not really using your Venomine. You're not particularly good at handling being dove or managing your grapple. Meh.
Did try to send you not the best one.
That's great. That's great. That shows a real self-confidence in your abilities. You don't have to show off. I have had people who have sent in VODs where they clearly popped off the whole VOD. So there's it's a little bit of fragility there. But you can even see in these situations here. Now, you are being sneaky with your duel, correct?
Yeah.
So, kind of a goofy grapple there, to be frank, but sure enough. Okay, so here's the problem.
This is pretty deep into the session, so my brain's melting.
Yeah, I got you. So now my first thought was, oh, we should Venomine this flank, but then I'm like, oh no, right? Because then everyone's and their mother's gonna know that this idiot's peeking out this window here. But I had another realization, very important realization. Let's look who's the right target to be paying attention to. I think it might be Sojourn. Let's listen really fast here. maybe? Okay, so she can't hear you. So I was thinking maybe she could have heard your boots, but she didn't. So we're good. Be very cautious. I would go as far as to test this in a custom game with a friend or something. Sure. Because I swear her boots are louder in Overwatch 2. I don't know if there's just less noise because there's one fewer player in each team. But
the geometry of certain maps I find are it's very touchy. I find the spot that you can just hear for miles is King's Row, like right after you capped first point. There's a right before you go into the arch, the top left high.
Yes. I know what you're talking about.
You can just hear that so easily. It doesn't matter.
Somber decloak as well is another big one with the little noise when she bumps into somebody. It sounds like she's 5 meters away from you, but she's 20. It's so disorienting. Yeah. Okay, so let's see here. Take a shot. Urgency and out. Okay, so you just heard Widow shot, right? So you know, I'm gonna go as far as actually turn a session up. It's the first time I've ever had to turn a session up. So you know she's over here. Okay, so. So the only thing
I think where I decided to go Sojourn.
Yeah, fair enough. But I will say this. He has primal, correct?
Sure.
So maybe this is something that you think about pre-fight, where you were like, right
something I'm tracking
here. Okay, so he has primal. So then I'm wondering if you can possibly do something like this. You see? Where maybe you have to position in a way to where you can save grapple to reposition if he has primal. Do you see? Getting pretty detailed to the micro here, but I think it's at least worth pointing out. Does that kind of make sense?
Yeah, I think a couple issues. I don't think I heard the Widow in this instance because I was kind of focused on not dying to the Winston.
Right.
And so I immediately start rotating out to the right, but if I had known, I think previously, I probably could have held the left side a little bit more. Yeah.
Okay, so let's stick with the Widow for now. Sound good? Yeah, well that makes things easy for you, doesn't it? Now, see, this is the funny thing. What does this position allow you to do?
Not much.
Well, think about it. What did this position allow you to do?
Have a long sight line.
Right.
Be able to track where everyone is.
And contribute, right?
Sure.
Did you have to take the Widow duel necessarily from this position early on in the fight?
No.
Okay, what is the advantage of this position? I ask you again.
It allows me to zone out the Widow.
Right, you know where she is. You know she's not going to peek you here. So theoretically, you can hit a little bit of shots and maybe contribute to some damage here. So that's going to be the key thing for you. Is are you actively pursuing Widow duel? Are you not actively pursuing Widow duel? And then adjusting your strategy accordingly.
Yeah.
And now you just don't care.
A lot of.
What were you saying?
I was gonna say a lot of Widows are like super hyper focused on just finding you.
Yeah.
So if I'm in a spot where I can keep her out of keep out of her LOS and shoot her team, I'm almost always going to opt for that because I know I'm getting more value than she is, at least from my side.
Sure. Seems fair enough. And then you want to take the duel when you have an advantage. You kind of see what I'm saying? Now, she might know where you are, but it's like, okay, I've seen where she's set up. I don't think she's ready for this. I'm going to take a peek here. Or maybe I can reposition. Like here, this would be a perfect example of where if you've seen her taking a shot here, you're popping shots to her team, you have grapple, you don't need it. You go for a grapple shot right here. And you're pre-aiming right there. So you keep her on her toes.
I think I'm saving my grapple just so I have the opportunity to deepen my angle if we get a bit more space.
I mean, right, their Widow's dead, so I mean, it doesn't really particularly matter, but yeah. Why are you grappling up?
Deepen my angle.
What has told you or shown you that you can do this? What have you seen?
My tank and like the rest of my team are shoving the diva back into this little cubby.
Is this the best spot for you to go?
Probably not. It's a bit aggressive.
Where would you go instead?
Probably under.
Okay, yeah, I'd agree. A little bit more indirect, a little bit sneakier. Nice shot. Nice shot. And you see how you're pursuing the duel now? Why? Besides the fact that basically everybody's dead. Why?
Yeah, I mean, now I have kind of.
Does she know where you are?
I mean, here. No.
Do you know where she is?
Yeah.
Does she have somebody in front of her face?
Yeah.
Yeah. Right? You've got basically every advantage in the book.
Yeah.
She doesn't know where you are. You know where she is. She's got a Winston in front of her. It's over.
I think here, the reason I peek her is just like it's numbers. There's nobody else I can peek, so I might as well just kill her.
Yep, I'd agree.
Oh god.
Ha 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 ha. I don't know how to read this, to be honest with you.
Didn't know where she was.
Yeah,
probably the best way to.
Yeah. Well, here, let's put it this way. I would say this was almost a neutral peak because if you consider her point of view, she also isn't 100% certain where you are. She can predict it easier, right? But you could just as easily have peeked out here, or just as easily peeked out from cart too, right? So theoretically, this you can say this was a little. Did she hear you? Let me listen again.
Yeah, just a second ago.
Oh. Oh yeah, I see. Right. Oh, your boots. There it is. You hear the boots. Okay, so that's problem number one. What is problem number two? There's an advantage that you should be leveraging here, but you timed it wrong.
On like my side.
Yeah, think about it for a second. Took me a second as well, but then I was like, I'm an idiot.
Well, we've just capped points, so it's like I'm not really losing any time. Like I don't feel like I'm losing any time dying here, just because.
5.
Like my respawn's right here. But...
I'm having a dramatic countdown. 3, 2, 1. Watch this. You see this?
Yeah, my team's encroaching on her.
You have a Winston, and not only that, but you can see your Winston through walls. You will know and hear and see, and he's under now. And even if he's not jumping the Widow, if he's jumping like that, he's not actively jumping the Widow here necessarily. But do you see how that Widow like kind of was like, oh shoot, I gotta leave. That's it right there. There's your window. You know what I'm saying?
I think this kind of thing kind of might come down to a bit of map knowledge with Paraiso, because I have not played.
It could be
nearly enough.
It could be.
Like I didn't really expect there to even be anywhere on the left, even if
right. I mean, it absolutely could be, right? And this is something that you're clearly aware of because that was what you told me before we even started the review. Was you were like paying attention to your team's timing. And I think this is something that you need to continue to remind yourself of, though. The audio was definitely the big one here, but then you could have also had your tank's timing here. There was basically, it was a relatively neutral duel outside of the audio, but it didn't have to be. It didn't have to be. You could have given yourself a 5-10% advantage here, and then obviously you don't take it. The big one is the noise. The big one is the boots. The boots give you away. Primal is deep. Primal is dead.
My ultimate is charging.
And you are extremely aggressive. And this is my concern. You see what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Like, how are you supposed to hold the space even with infocytes? They have a tank. You don't. They're just gonna run you over, right? I don't think you die here, but you're not gonna be able to stay here. Yeah.
I mean,
You're gonna die here for sure. Oh my gosh, you lived. Okay, so reasonable duel there, right? But you just wasted your infocytes.
Yeah.
There's no team fight happening. There can be no team fight. Bun feeds and then Hachidori feeds. So that's a unfortunate sequence of events.
I think of by awareness when I say a lot of the time, I'm not fully paid attention to. Oh, their widow's dead already. Like there was a point in time in this. I think it was like the first fight when their widow died first or something. Before she had gotten res, where I was just like, call their widow, and I think he goes, she's dead, dude.
Yeah.
I'm just like, oh.
Yeah, 100%.
Didn't realize my monkey had gone in and
100%,
died,
100%.
happening in my face.
Okay. So something to keep in mind here. Keep watching. Ah! This is your window to peek. So even if we tie into what we're talking about with the tank thing, right? You better not peek the Sojourn right now, right? You better not. You better not. But watch this. This is too early, right? But you should be peeking her now. Why? Besides the beat HP, obviously.
I kind of know where she is.
And what else do you see? Master Lord Bun Bun is in. Okay, right? She's gonna move. This makes it harder. Yeah. She has to focus on you, but she's also getting zapped. So, gee, look at that. And then even here, right? Do you see the chaos that's happening right now? Yeah. This is your window. Okay, now I will say this is again. We're gonna blame map. We're gonna blame map again here. Obviously, the optimal one would have been to grapple up here and to go here. Yeah. But see, the funny thing is, here's a little funny thing here. Do you know where that widow is?
No, I don't think so.
Close your eyes and listen. This is the enemy widow's point of view. Listen. You hear that? Clompity clomp. You're a freaking Clydesdale out here, right? Yeah, and so that's her advantage to take the duel here. You can see it now. So like where you didn't know where she was, she knew where you were because she got a little lucky. But also you clompity clomped and grappled right into here, and then now she's in real trouble, right? So, and not only that, but you're gonna die because no grapple. So
yeah,
we need to do a better job taking intelligent duels. Like, I feel really gross saying this, but I don't know. Okay. Basically, like I said earlier, there's just a lot of little things that are going wrong here. I wouldn't say it's just grapple mismanagement. I wouldn't just say it's boots mismanagement, noise cancellation. Like, I don't know if you need to go bows in these guys or what, but like, I'm not really sure how to phrase that, but that needs to be done better. And then even like your infra site hasn't, at least the last one was like disgusting. So, and then even like utilizing your tank, right, to take advantage of duels. So like it's a little bit of everything here. We get more widow, no?
Still charging up.
So I think we have a little bit more to make a decision off of.
That's why it's hard to for me to really pick out like, okay, what am I gonna focus on today?
Well,
everything.
Okay, well that should encourage you though. Because the nice thing about being kind of meh at everything is you're not actively trash at everything. So then you can have the spice, variety is the spice of life. So you can...
I can kind of focus on specific things and everything else doesn't go down the
drain. Sure, exactly. Exactly. And you could do things on a freaking 2 or 3 day basis. Right?
Yeah.
Focus on following your tank. It's following your tank Wednesday. You know, it's please don't clompity clomp Monday.
I feel like Monkey Monday is probably.
Yeah, Monkey Monday. What's the thing for noise?
Infrasight Friday.
Tread lightly Tuesday, or Infrasight Friday. Yeah, exactly.
Soundcore Saturday.
Yeah, exactly. So there's variety here. Which makes it annoying for me because I like to be single-minded and I'm a little bit like tunnel vision like that. But it's better for you because there's not a massive weakness with your play so far anyway. And does this line up with your experience, or is this
as in like?
Because this is one game, right?
Yeah.
Is this something? Do you think that this is something more, or do you think there are more consistent problems that you generally have?
Generally, it's the I don't really lose what I do that often. It's kind of has not been my experience this season.
Okay, fair enough.
But Other than that, yeah, I think a lot of this stuff is kind of spot on. Like I don't use mine. I'll mess up a bunch of grapples. Maybe
Sure.
my sights are a bit
Sure.
odd.
Okay. Okay.
But in general, dude, I've been winning a lot of games. I haven't been
Hey,
losing that
you know
often.
what?
It was hard to find losses.
Then this is the
That
best
was good.
time to get coaching, unironically. It's like to ground you a little bit, and also to make sure that like we don't get complacent. You know what I'm saying? Because you're not a Grandmaster 1 player yet. So you might hit a loss streak, hit Masters 2, and you're gonna be like tilted or whatever. But you're gonna know what you need to be doing, right?
Mm-hmm.
So like we caught you at a good time. Was this a loss?
This game, yeah.
Okay. You don't have to send in losses, just so you know. Just as long as it's a close
I
game.
know that. It's just like this is a game where I struggled a bit.
Got you.
I think.
Gotcha.
And
Perfect.
also a game where I had both Sojourn and Rein.
Got you.
My Sojourn is a lot worse than my Widow.
Now, here's the funny thing about this. The funny thing about this is that it just doesn't make any sense.
It's a terrible play.
I don't understand why you're here. You know what I'm saying? Like, it makes zero sense for you to be here. There's 2 spots that you can play. One is the sightline here. 2 is the sightline here. You took a pot shot here, you got spammed out, and then you just like completely abandoned it. Now, what's the nice thing about the battlefield right now? Look at the enemy team. What are they running? Or what are they no longer running right now?
Widow.
Right, so what does that open up for you?
Long sight lines.
Right, you could do whatever. You have to be a lot less strategic about where you position it. Just I need a sight line.
Conservative.
Right, I need a sight line. I can be I need to be more careful because I can be jump dove pressure smacked in the face, but also I control the sight lines. They are mine. As long as that Sojourn has a shot, those sight lines are mine, and then that is your opportunity to sit on cart. No. Like right here, it's not even like the mistake there. The mistake is now. Right now, you see, as you're walking forward, just sit back here. Just sit back here. You could literally go to spawn and CCTV or like control the sight line on the flank, right? Make sure nobody in your team, the enemy team, flanks around. You could control the sight line here. Actually, this position is really nice.
Oh my god, yeah.
You see this?
I haven't looked at this before.
Yeah, and you could get value without even hitting a shot. Just provide the scouting information, and
then
okay,
that Sojourn can't peek that left side.
They can't peek left side. They can't push right. They can't push top, and then rotate to here as the enemy team walks forward, or your team walks forward, and then rotate to here, right? So there's options here. So, I feel like we're gonna give you a shopping list when we're done here. I mean, no comment. You know what I'm saying? No comment.
Oh yeah, that's probably the absolute worst.
To be honest with you, I think I see a little bit of ego in here as well, where you're making more mistakes than you normally do just because you think that I'm going to hit the shot. I respect the confidence, to be honest with you. So I'm not really teaching you here. What I am going to do is give you something that's more grounded. I love the confidence there. So I don't even have to say, I'm not going to blame you for using the grapple here, but I am going to blame you for not taking the best sight lane for your hero.
No one can hide.
Decent. Maybe a little early.
Yeah.
Decent.
I think it does help my team get a more like precise dive.
Yeah.
Just because it's like, oh, we know where everyone is now. Go.
Agreed. I would say as soon as your team has gotten to like this position 3, 2,
Like
1
ready
here,
to dive
now would be a good time to press Q. I think you're about 2 seconds early. You kind of see what I'm saying? But look at the what it does provide though. Watch. Even this position here. Look at the soldier. Look at the Sojourn. Look at the Kiriko. Look at the Mercy, and then look at the Diva. She's a little dense, right? But look what it gets.
Yeah.
Right there. You see? Nice. Now she's gonna come after you.
Yep.
She's gonna come after you. You're crazy. You're crazy. This is Overwatch. By the way, this is also a little bit of Overwatch 2 as well, where you're like, oh, I can double headshot and SMG maybe. No. This is Overwatch 2 Diva, okay? All right, we're talking about like a panker tank. Like you could.
She's scary now.
She doesn't. She's just unkillable. So, I think overall, like this response is pretty good. Like waiting for her to boost her, then grappling. But yeah, not gonna happen. All right, get off the floor. Beautiful. I would not be moving, by the way, here. This is a bad habit to break. When there is no reason for you to move, do not move.
That is a place where I wait, no, oh my god. My friends are here. Okay. Oh god. No, I don't really agree with the not moving part.
Okay.
Say he comes back out as Widow, that brings a little bit of chance like that he'll miss the
do they have Widowmaker right now?
They don't.
Okay. Can you consistently tell whether they're going to have a one-shot threat in here?
No.
I mean, you have a tab, right?
I mean, yeah. I can tell team comp wise. I mean, the Sojourn though. I don't know if he's full charge.
Fair enough. Something to consider though.
Not ready to overclock just yet.
She does not make a big enough footstep sound while ADS strafing.
No. Yeah, the footsteps with 80 strafing down scope are irrelevant essentially. Woo! Ego. Oh, you get saved. You definitely struggle with anticipating you being under pressure. So like right here, yes, you've killed the Sojourn, but that's still
just a bit of tunnel.
Yeah, that's still a Kiriko. And remember we talked about 2 cooldown distances with Monkey. Well, this is their space now, and that guy, he's gonna come after you. You know what I'm saying? Yeah. And so it's like the mistake again is not like you were saying here. It's now. Now's the mistake. You should already have started to rotate to this position or even this position here in preparation. Especially once that shot's done, you know that Monkey's coming. Here it comes. And you're just slow.
Yeah.
That has to be better. Oh, there's the infamous Reaper. I don't know if I can handle the infamous Reaper, sadly. Okay, so you tell me, what if you could give yourself a laundry list of a handful of things that you're going to alternate working on a day-to-day basis, a bi-weekly, 2-day, 3-day, 4-day, 1 hour this, 2 hours that. What
Monday? Yeah.
What do we got so far?
So I would say, obviously there's like the timing with my tank, grapple management.
Timing with the tank, grapple management. What do you mean grapple management? Timing with the tank is obvious, everybody understands. But what does grapple management mean?
Grapple maybe more so like anticipating dive and having grapple up for that.
Sure.
Wasting grapple.
Can I give you a little tip?
Sure.
Before every fight starts, ask yourself what should I be using grapple for. Just make that a habit. Try and build that habit for the day that you're practicing it. Look at the comp. Okay, I need to be using grapple for this. Okay, I don't need to be using grapple at all for defensive purposes, so I can use it exclusively for grapple shots.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
That's one thing that you can, and that is something actionable you can do before every single team fight, right?
Okay.
We want to avoid the vague. Okay, so that's 2. Is there more?
Venomine.
Okay. Is there more?
Yeah. Sorry, I want to be writing some of these.
That's fine.
I need to write my shopping list. Establish. Uses. I mean, advantageous Widow duels.
Yeah, that's a big one right there. And that one is one where you can be a little vague, like avoiding going off of your tank's timing, because I think, well, let's put it this way. Advantageous Widow duels, let's dig a little deeper into that one, okay? What do you mean advantageous Widow duels?
I want to be very very evasive, not give away my position.
Okay.
So manage my own sound that I'm making and pay more attention.
I want to be sneakier on that Widow, in Widow duels, essentially. Right? Because that can be adjusting your sightline. That could be being more aware of your boot noises. That could be paying more attention to her sound cues, right? Like you could hide on a flank, wait for her to take a shot, and then scope in around the corner, right? You see what I'm saying? So it goes both ways. You are more evasive, but also more attentive to her noises as well. That sounds good. Okay, is there anything else, or is our laundry list complete? I mean, we could throw Infrasight in there as well if you'd like to as well.
I'll do that.
Okay, so we've got 5 things to work on. 5. And hopefully you understand all of them. Do you feel that's the case?
Yeah, I think I
Okay.
certainly do.
And the goal for you is to try and tunnel vision on one of those things at a time so that it's actually practiced properly. We would really hate for you to be thinking about not making noise and then you just forget to think about your grapple before the fight starts, right?
Yeah.
That we need to start building these things into your internal clock or internal operations, right? And that's going to take a little bit of extra conscious practice. Let's get to Sojourn and see what we can find. Do you have any questions?
On Widow?
Yeah, sure.
Not
Okay,
really. It's kind of
we
all-
continue.
That's pretty cut and dry.
We continue. How do you enjoy this hero? Do you like her?
I didn't enjoy her at the beginning, and it became a bit more fun. One thing I'm noticing on her, I feel like how I'm playing her currently is I'm not doing the Loster's method of killing 4 or 5 each fight.
Well, that needs to be
John Cena
addressed.
FPS, but I'm doing the kind of like more consistent, safe, maybe 1 pick, 2 pick per fight. Doing just enough, not really sticking my neck out for that really aggressive play. But sometimes I'll just make the dumbest aggressive mistake.
Okay. I can relate. I'm finding relative success in Sojourn when I play her, but I can't hit a railgun headshot to save my life. But I get all the good E's.
Yeah.
So yeah. Okay. Let's
Certainly been hyper focused on better E's.
Got it.
I did mention I've found situations where it's like, what even do I need here?
Right. This one's an interesting one, but seems relatively decent.
You definitely tell when they're good E's.
Yeah, you can.
That's bad.
I can tell that's not a good E. I love egoing Widow's Sojourn. I'm pretty sure they love it too, because I lose most of them, but man, it feels good when it works. Okay, that's a little bit bad.
Just all this stuff that sticks out from the
I
building.
know, man. Shame. All right.
God.
All right. Nothing particularly relevant, to be honest.
Well, give me just a second.
What is it? You need a second? I think he said wait a second. I need to turn on the game audio.
All right, I'm good.
Okay, you're good? Alright, I had the game audio so loud I couldn't hear what you said, and I was pretty sure I heard what you said, but okay, we're good. Alright, look at that, you made the jump. Kudos to you. Why are we going this direction? This is too close. Oh, I see why. Okay. Probably a little early. I know it feels like it's timed well, but obviously the riskier the flank, and this is unbelievably risky, the later you want to be.
Survive, though. Maybe.
I believe it. I believe it. You are playing Sojourn. Nice. That must be very disappointing for her.
Yeah. And
I will say as well that these situations, like right here, you could pop a shot and then throw an E at the floor, right here. Pop a shot and throw an E right here. You know what I'm saying? That's probably what I would have done.
yeah, I think I find I do forget to E while in my ult.
Yeah,
I've been
yeah.
trying a little bit more
Yeah.
actively to be shooting my
Yeah,
left click
yeah.
while I'm right clicking.
Yeah.
But
I noticed that you forgot that here, but I wasn't going to say anything, but I'm glad you brought it up.
I am thinking about it. It's just like I kind of want to clear
How many
shots
hours
here.
do you have in Sojourn?
Not terribly many.
Yeah, I can see
I
that.
have my game.
Most of the errors we're seeing right now are mostly just you don't know how to, you haven't plugged this hero enough, to be frank with you.
Yeah, it's a mechanical comfort thing.
Yeah, like even like a lot of your like your jumps, the map stuff, like your E usage,
New character, new map. Don't fit.
Yeah, not a good combo, right? You look very uncomfortable with her, but that's okay. That means that that makes me happy because I don't have to give you almost any feedback outside of play the hero more, and it also makes you happy because you don't have to worry about anything. Just play the hero, right? Play the hero. I think thinking about your E's is always going to be helpful. That will never be a bad thing. I'm sorry. I shouldn't do that. That is just delightful. Okay.
I did send you this game.
Yeah, that is true. That is true. I will say, you did give away your position very, very loudly by walking this direction after taking a shot, smashing some railings into a Widowmaker, and they're like, "What the heck, man?" Good E though. That E saves your life. Watch it.
I think that's why I feel the comfort, or like comfortable enough to like walk up to them because I know if you E them, then it messes.
No,
up
I
everything.
agree. I agree. I think like that's obviously the range you want to play at versus Widowmaker, but just do your best to not let her know that you're there ahead of time. Yeah. Nice. She doesn't know where you are. She's just used grapple. Okay, that's my best Tom Hanks impression. Yeah, just
Just give up. Right here.
to be honest with you, like I look at this and my best description is what are you doing? So whenever I say that, I could just tell that you're like so focused on like playing the hero, you're just like literally not paying attention at all what's going on around you. You don't know whether you're up, you don't know whether you're down, you don't know the status of cooldowns, you don't know anything right now. You are just living your best life right now. So
I'm just trying to like maximize APMs. And just not care
yeah. That's okay. That's okay. Let's just keep working on those.
You know, I do find when I really slowed down, I noticed I can't remember who I was watching. So like one of the best Sojourn players. There's just a lot less going on. When they're playing her, because it's just like, okay, they've slowed everything down. They're playing at range even, you know, just getting the high value rails out.
There was like a really famous quote from Kai. Do you know Kai from Atlanta Rein?
Yeah, I know.
Okay, and he was talking about how love, like in his typical deadpan British humor, says this hero is so fun. All I do is I never shift in aggressively and we just win. And I think like that's a little bit of an exaggeration for certain, especially after watching Proper play it recently, right? But I think the philosophy is not a bad one, to where if you can kind of settle down, control off angles, and just play aggressive positions, but just abuse the shift by using it defensively rather than always thinking about in, flying, bouncing around from place to place, you'll calm the chaos just a little bit. And especially coming from somebody who plays the Widowmaker, the Ashe. You will feel less like you're playing a Genji and more like you're playing an actual hit scan. You gotta see what I'm saying?
Yeah. Sure.
Okay. To be honest with you, I don't have any feedback in your Sojourn. Outside of, I would settle just a little bit and see if you could kind of get a better read of how the battlefields are going, because it just looks, you just don't play the hero enough. Do you have any questions generally? Widow, Sojourn, or anything else that we spoke on?
Yeah, at least with Sojourn, because I find
okay, shoot,
there's some difficulties here, and I think this is a very specific one.
Okay,
against maybe hypermobile or like very spread out team comps, getting ample rail charge and getting like value out of rail, I feel like is a lot harder, because you're not really just spamming down a choke into a team. You're not really able to build charge off of Doomfist that well because he's just so mobile. So some part of me almost feels like Sojourn's not as like great in that situation, but I also feel like I'm not adapting the play against that correctly.
Let me give you the solution, and it might not be the solution that you're anticipating. So
sure.
Sojourn is against the diver, more mobile, more spread out comp. Sojourn is actually excellent, but she's boring. I wouldn't say boring, but she's more boring. So let me put it this way. When Genji in Overwatch 2, there's a lot of people that initially were like, oh, he's not very good because you can't like really farm your blade really well. Like you're not getting like a lot of right clicks. You're like, it's harder. But then it turns out that he's really good because yes, you're not getting that dopamine rush of just clickety, 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 clickety blade, right? But when you're actually forced to duel a little more, you find out that, dang, this hero is really good at dueling. Even though I'm not getting that dopamine rush, I'm still performing well. That's the thing with Sojourn. You're against the Doomfist Genji Tracer comps. Yeah, you're not going to be farming up a railgun every 3.5 seconds. Yeah, you're not going to be getting the tickety from placing the E in the middle of 7 squishies. But your E's flipping amazing in 1v1s. Right? It's excellent if you get dove or get pressured, or you need to survive or beat a 1v1 against a flanker. It's amazing. Amazing. Your railgun might be charged once every 60 seconds against a comp like that, but it's terrifying for Genji Tracers to deal with, right? It's a fight-winning shot, even on a body shot, right? You might not be bouncing around the enemy backline, but the fact that you are constantly having your shift just makes it nearly impossible for a Genji Tracer to assassinate you. Same thing with the Doomfist. So what ends up going to be happening is you'll still be playing the best hit scan possible for the role, but you're just not going to be getting the dopamine rush from hitting the shots as often. You kind of see what I'm saying?
Okay.
I
think a lot of it does come out of the this disruptor shot not being able to like get full like very good value out of it. I almost feel like I'm wasting it if I'm using it on one person.
Right, but that's
unless it's tank. But...
but it's fine if it wins you the duel or like makes them leave, like screw off. That's just the play style of the compositional matchup. You know what I'm saying? That's not the hero not being good. Now you could go Cassidy and it'd be easier to hit shots because you don't have to charge up your shots. But then you get dove, you die. Same thing with Ashe. Same thing with Widowmaker. Even same thing with Soldier to a lesser extent too, right? Where your perceived value is going to be a lot lower than it actually is playing the hero because no hero can play with as much impunity versus dive like Sojourn can. Like, we really, truly have never seen a hit scan that can play versus dive like Sojourn.
Yeah, it's just like,
you can do whatever you want. You can get away with anything. And so...
Not quite everything, but...
So I would... Yeah, right. Not quite everything. So I would obviously pay attention to your actual play and make sure that there's no holes in how you're using your E. Are you actually using them to win duels? Could you be doing a better job, like, taking these 1v1s or charging your railgun faster? But also... it doesn't necessarily mean that you're doing anything wrong when you're playing against Kiriko, Lucio, Doomfist, Genji, Tracer. Yeah, you're gonna have a real hard time charging a railgun, but it's gonna be absolutely super hyper impactful when you do hit it.
Yeah,
you know what I'm saying?
Yeah, and I definitely think this is one of my worst Sojourn VODs.
That's
maybe
okay.
Perhaps too bad to coach.
Yeah, maybe. That's a good point. I mean, that's why we don't just say automatically losses are good. But, I mean, I think the Widowmaker one was impactful. And then, obviously, you know the rule. If you do have questions, or more importantly, if you have a replay code of a specific fight in Sojourn, maybe a Sojourn VOD later on versus that dive where you're like, was this the proper use of E here? Like, what could I have done? Could I have done something better in this team fight?
I see myself sending you just like a timestamp of, okay, this is my more like conservative like play style.
Yes, that would be good. That would be good, especially against those comps that you mentioned as well, because I hear a lot of like I hear there's a lot more like monkey dive stuff that's showing up in ranked. But I don't know if that's the case. But yeah, okay.
Oh yeah, there is so much Winston right now. That's
it's funny. Nothing's changed. Nothing's changed.
Oh yeah,
it's just the finals.
He's just been good.
It's the finals, right? Everyone's like, oh, I'm fearless. Yeah. All right. If you do have any other questions, don't hesitate to DM me. And like I said, the replay code offer stands. But keep in touch. Good luck. And enjoy your laundry list of work. Let me know how that stuff goes.
Thanks, yeah.
Cheers, mate. Have a good rest of your day.
I'll see you.
See you. All right. So that was Hachi. We are ready to move on. The hit scan extraordinaire. Let's do this. Getting the next code here.
Now traveling to Busan.
Okay. Hello.
Hello.
How's it going?
Going great.
All right, so you are big brain boy in game, is that correct?
Yep.
And you are playing monkey.
Yes, I am.
No aim, no brain. You must be a Winston main. Ironic, isn't it, considering the hero is a scientist? What rank are you at?
I am at Masters 2 right now.
Brilliant, brilliant. All right. We were just speaking seconds ago about how everybody's on the Winston train. Is this a recent development for you, or have you been a long time Winston enjoyer?
So I'm actually an off-tank player, and Epic Z-Ray, who was the Kiriko player, was actually the main tank player for my university team, which is this. And he ended up having a really good Kiriko, and I have fairly good Winston, so we just kind of did a role swap.
Got it. Okay. So you are officially on the Winston train now. How are you liking Winston as an off-tank player?
I was initially a main tank player whenever I originally started out scrimming in like Plat.
Mm-hmm.
So I kind of have like that kind of mentality when it comes to playing Winston.
That's good.
And he's just fun.
Yeah. Okay. How do you like Overwatch 2?
I like 6v6. I don't know.
Haha. Especially as an off-tank player, I assume. Have you played much of your off-tank heroes in Overwatch 2 since then, or have you just been mostly focusing on the main tank stuff?
I mainly play comp on off tanks because that's like the only way to win.
Got it.
But whenever I can, I bust out the main tank.
Got it. How do you feel like off-tank players or off-tank heroes are doing in Overwatch 2?
I mean, I heard from some like high-level player that off tanks are always going to be overtuned, so they're always going to be really good.
Got it. Sure. Gotcha. Which ones are your favorite to play right now?
Mainly just D.Va and Zarya. Those are my highest win rates. I have like 80 on both.
Yeah, yep, they're both quite strong right now as well. Okay, let's take a look at your form here. So, looking through here, what do you hope to get out of the session? And it says something to focus on in the upcoming scrims comp game matches. So, is this a scrim? This code?
Yeah, this is a scrim.
Okay, so tell me about your team situation, your role, where you play, how often you scrim, and anything else that might be relevant here.
So we scrim like I think 2 times a week usually, and collegiate matches are on like Fridays. Mm-hmm. We don't play together. The university just got an esports room, but we don't have a time slot where we can scrim. Like it's literally from 5 to 8, and usually everyone scrims from like 7 to 9.
Okay.
And since it's a uni team, a
what
couple
university,
people have work.
By the way?
Texas Tech.
Cool. Okay, continue, sir.
Like a lot of us are really busy sometimes with work, so it's kind of hard to get scrims together, and like sometimes the mental is a little interesting. But we're all good players, and we all try to win.
Please share the details. What do you mean interesting?
So there's one particular member who has kind of a paper mache mental.
That
kind of
be
brings
you,
down the team mental. No, it's NVK.
Okay. So paper mental brings down the team. Okay. And how would you describe your mental, your position within the team?
I try to just keep everyone's mental up. I have a vibranium mental.
Oh, I see.
Unfortunately,
I see. Unfortunately, or did you say fortunately?
I said I meant fortunately.
Okay. So you're the tough guy, smart, intelligent, tank player, and also super PMA or super strong. And when you say you keep everybody up, how do you do that? What are your strategies?
Basically just like try to shut down any like doomer kind of takes, like, oh, we're gonna fucking lose, like, oh no, come on, we win this, everything's winnable, like stuff like that.
Okay. I mean, I assume NVK is the Reaper player, so I assume they struggle with that's kind of role fitting. Let's see here. How are you liking team play, by the way?
I love it. I honestly enjoy the scrim settings so much more than like any other setting.
Why is that?
Because it's just a different level of competition.
And what specifically do you like about it? You said different level of competition. It just feels like everyone's on the same page, or what specifically?
Yeah, like everyone's on the same page. Everyone's trying to win. Everyone's just like full focus.
Okay. And I talked a little bit about your role within the team, about being, like you said, the vibranium mental guy. In terms of communication, like actually in game, is that usually delegated? You guys, a shot caller team, is it more like spread out, delegated between everybody? How does that usually work?
Usually I'm the fight planner and usually mobilized, or main support is the owl tracker, and mid fight calls are usually up to me. Okay.
What kind of mid fight calls are up to you? Engage timings, targets?
Engage timing, yeah, both of those.
Okay.
Like ults used in the mid fight.
Gotcha. Okay, so you do tend to you are kind of the big shot caller then.
Yeah.
Managing everything. Okay. How does that usually go?
Usually goes pretty well, honestly. Like,
Is that something you enjoy and want to continue to do?
it's pretty stressful having like all of that on your shoulders, but
Mhm.
like, it's kind of just something you kind of got to put up with.
Have you considered delegating?
I don't trust anybody else. That's also kind of a reason.
Okay. What about, so when you say that you handle all the fight planning, how does that usually go? Talking about like between the fights, you're telling what ults you want to use or how you want to set them up, or what? How detailed do you go?
Yeah. That's actually I think I have a problem with. I'm very like broad when it comes to my calls. Like I say, oh, I just want to use this ult this fight, but I don't like specify when I want to use it or what circumstances we should use it in.
Should you be specifying and narrowing down those circumstances?
I definitely should.
I would agree and disagree. Here's my take on it, all right? Prepare yourself. I think that somebody has to make that call with the details and with the specifics. But you might not always be the best person to make the call, because that person often, you might not always have the full information of when is the best time for each given circumstance.
Yeah, definitely. I think overclock is one of the hardest ults to like say you want to use in a fight because it's very situational.
Yeah. So what I'm gonna do is when we go through this review, if you'd like, we can make this more of a macro review where we definitely look at your gameplay, but also about like what would have been the correct ult for each situation. Would you like that?
Yeah, sure.
Okay, let's do that, and then we'll talk about a little bit what you can be doing to enable your teammates to help you more when it comes to the shot calling and planning. Okay. Looking through the rest of your review. 10 hours of sleep. Giga Chad. All right. Love it. All tanks. Okay. Does that include Roadhog?
I do tend to bust out the hog sometimes.
Shame on you.
So yeah.
Does that include Orisa?
Yeah.
Good. Now we can do more.
I'm an Outlaws fan, so I gotta rep the Dante.
That's
you know?
right. More Orisa, less Roadhog, and we're gonna be happy. Let's see here. What are your long-term goals? Long-term pro contenders, but I need connections for that. Short-term play out collegiate and get a good placement. What rank are you at, if you don't mind me asking right now, and as of recently?
Masters 2.
Okay.
Recently.
Do you think connections are lacking your contenders experience?
Definitely not.
Okay, just something to consider. Short-term play out collegiate and get a good placement. Okay, sounds good. I mean, be honest with you, playing in collegiate and scrims is going to be a good experience for if that's something that you really, really want to pursue later on. Even just a couple of scrims a week and dealing with toxic teammates and dealing with shot calling and having to study macro, all of these things are going to help you. But their contenders teams are not going to even look at somebody who's Masters 2. So keep that in mind. Coach your collegiate team is only 4.k peak and he wants to get better individual coaching, so we recommend you. Okay. And then we get to the real doozy. Okay. The question that is always the real question. What do you feel is holding you back? Motivation. The previous review was understanding. This one is motivation. What do you mean motivation?
I really don't know. I just I just don't have the drive really to play like the game outside of a scrim setting, and you kind of need to. And if you want to like really climb and really want to learn and grind out the things that you have doing wrong.
So that explains the Masters too. So you are the type of person who's been exposed to the scrim environment, and you also said that you ring a lot as well, and you really enjoy the scrim environment. And then you're like, all right, we got to go play ranked. And you see, this is why I ask all these questions, because then you say you bust up the Roadhog. Now it all makes sense, right? Are you struggling playing ranked right now, as of recently? Do you enjoy it?
No. I mean, I enjoy ranked because I'm pretty much always winning. I went from Plat 2 to Masters 2 in like 8 hours.
Got it. But when was that?
So yeah, like a week ago, I think.
Okay. So if I go to your training structure, you said you talk a little bit about scrims every other day. If you don't have a scrim, then you usually ring, but you don't talk about your ranked. So fill me in on what that looks like.
I play ranked usually when like I'm just kind of feeling it.
Okay.
And or when I want to like rage queue after like a really tough scrim or a really tough match.
Okay. How does that usually go?
I mean, it usually goes fairly well, but like if it's like really tilting, then I I just stop after like a couple of games if I'm just losing hard.
Got it. See, all right. Full moment of honesty with you. There's some dissonance with what you're struggling with, what your goals are. We got a bit of a mess. So you talk about you want to be the best player that you can possibly be for your uni, right? Understand the macro, be better mechanically, and so on, I assume. Yeah? Okay.
Yeah.
Are you the best player in your university team right now? Be honest with me.
Probably.
Okay. What rank are your teammates?
They're all masters.
Okay, but you feel like right now you're the best player for your team. Okay, so you feel like you're probably the best player for your university team. You feel like you want to get to a contenders level maybe eventually. Okay.
Yeah.
And then I asked you when you play rank, and you said, "Oh, you went from plat 2 to masters 2." Okay, but then you're talking about the first question about like what your ranked is, and you're like, "Oh, I just whenever I feel like it or after a particularly bad scrim, I rage queue." Do you see what I'm saying? Do you see the potential problems here?
Yeah.
Okay. Because the thing is it's like you're like, oh well, I'm a good player right now. Okay, like let's say Masters 2 isn't where you belong. Did you play much ranked in Overwatch 1 recently?
Yeah, I played a lot in like the last season to like get all my accounts high.
Okay.
To like see where I was.
What is high?
I mean like for my Overwatch 1 standards like 3.6.
Right.
That's where I was at whenever the season ended.
Gotcha. Okay. So that's high comparatively, but to where you want to go, it's not high. No?
Absolutely not.
So we need to figure that out. So you need to ask yourself, and then when you combine that with motivation, what is hurting your motivation right now? We need to kind of narrow that out. We need to dig that one out. So let me ask you another question. If I were to tell you right now, we're going to finish the review and then you're going to go play, I'm going to ask you to play 2 or 3, 4 hours of ring, and this is done. What is your initial gut response? Is it, ugh, or okay, or is it excitement? What is it?
I mean, after this review, I'm gonna have a lot to work on. So hell yeah, I'd love to play comp to solidify what I've learned.
But what stops you on the average day? Why don't you play ranked on the average day? Why is it relegated to when I feel like it or after a particularly bad scrim?
It's really a good question. I don't know. I guess it's like for some reason like gear fear, like from Tarkov, it's just SR fear.
Oh really?
I'm just like scared of like having like bad people placed on my team and like have me doing my absolute best but still losing you regardless.
Okay. Right. So you're scared of the situation where you feel like you perform, but then in the actual game, you're not able to carry each situation, carry every game. So I have a question for you. Is for you to climb and for you to improve as a player, is it required for you to be able to carry games?
Definitely depends. I mean,
if you
there are definitely some situations where you need to carry.
This is an exaggeration, okay? When Kevster logs into a diamond account, do you think Kevster is thinking about carrying, or do you think Kevster is just playing the game?
Kevster's just playing.
He's just playing the game. Now, you see this sometimes in the unranked GM where you get these really, really high-ranked players and they play in like the plat lobbies and they're like, oh, I'm going to play really aggressively to try and carry the fight. That's just a life hack to win those crappy lobbies faster. But that's not necessarily that's not really what's needed, you know? You just play the game. And so for you, I don't have to break down the statistics to tell you that if you're the better tank in most games, you'll have a 55% win rate. And if you win enough games, you will be in GM 5 and 4 and 3 and 2 and 1 and so on, correct? So your goal isn't to worry about, oh, the games where I get somebody in my team that I have to deadlift, or if I do all I can't win. Well, the goal, Brian, is that your name, or what is your actual name? What should I call you?
Just call me Brady.
All right, Brady. Your goal, Brady, is you need to stop sucking. You need to get good. And that's not just at the macro in terms of your shot calling for your university, but you need to learn how to play the game, whether that's your Zarya, whether that's your Diva. If you're going to tilt swap Roadhog, okay, fine. You're going to be a jack off with that too. Fine. Then get good at Roadhog. Stop sucking. Because there are so many, I wouldn't say red flags, but there are so many yellow flags that are popping up right now. It's like you ever go to like one of those arcades, like Chuck E. Cheese, you're like 9 years old. It's like one of those games you get like smash the little gophers that come out of the holes. You try and smash them down as fast as you can. Like there's
Whack-a-mole,
so many,
yeah.
yeah, whack-a-mole. We're playing like a game of whack-a-mole with the yellow flags going up right now. Nothing super bad, but a lot of concerning things that are either in your form or things that you've said, right? I doubt you. It's not like crack cocaine addiction level of problems here, but like there's a lot of problems. Motivation. The first thing I say is like, what frustrates you with the rank thing? And the first thing that you say is you start talking about like, oh, like I do the best I can, but then the games that are just unwinnable because of teammates. Like I feel like I'm speaking to a silver player at this point.
Yeah, I really like. It's really childish of me to think that because like really that old Seagull clip where he just says, "How do I climb? Just get good." I do believe in that. Like really,
Right. And
Like,
everybody
I
believes
take every
in it.
loss. Yeah.
Everybody believes in it, right? Like a bronze player doesn't really think that they're top 500, right? Otherwise they wouldn't be stuck in bronze. They just overestimate their own skills, and there's like an internal, like there's a sense of self-preservation to where your ego is so tied around like my ability at the game that any loss couldn't possibly have had anything to do with me, at least this particular loss, right? Like I can sit here in a voice channel and you're going to be honest with me and you're going to be like, yeah, I need to get good 100%. Yeah. But then you're going to go rage queue a couple hours from now or this week or next week. And then all of this, you're not going to be thinking about this. It's going to be defensive. It's going to be, I should have won this game. I was doing everything I can. But the problem is it's not, the whole mindset here isn't that you need to be trying harder. You need to try harder, Brady. That you're trying. You just need to get better. If you put me on a track versus Usain Bolt. Now, I'm a pretty fast guy, but if I try my hardest, I'm not going to beat Usain Bolt. Now, there's just, obviously genetics have a hand in that, but if I'm not training for a long period of time to be like an Olympic sprinter, I can't be surprised when I get put into a situation and try my hardest. If you put a bronze player in a plat lobby and they tried their hardest, would they do well or would they do poorly?
They probably do poorly.
They do poorly. So your problem isn't you don't try hard enough or I try really hard and I still lose the game. That doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. You weren't good enough to win the game or you got unlucky, in which case either way, it doesn't matter. Either you were unlucky, okay, go next, or you weren't good enough and then you need to get better and so you need to go next. So we got a lot to consider here. You see what I'm saying?
Definitely. Yeah.
So, and obviously we're not going to be looking at Diva and Zarya and Roadhog VODs, so I don't know what you need to be get better at those. But I can at least focus on your monkey. I can at least focus on your macro. And to be honest, you need to go out and figure out what the heck is wrong with your Diva and what's wrong with your Zarya and what's wrong with your Roadhog and find out why you come out of Overwatch 1 at 3.6 and you said that that's a finishing high. That's not high. That's not high. And I'm being tough on you, but you need to hear this.
I need it, honestly.
You need this, to be honest with you. Okay, so do you have any other questions?
No, I think you really hit the nail on the head.
Okay, so I need you to go figure this out. What's holding you back? What's your play? What do you need to improve at? Whether it's awareness, game sense, mechanics, cooldown usage, knowledge of matchups, whatever, or attitude, right? Maybe you're ruining every situation that you get into ranked because your mental just goes down the toilet. That needs to be worked on as well. That's not a switch you can flip, but that's something that you can actively work on. If you have any questions, just holler, and I will pause. I'm going to stream, and let's go.
Ready.
So everyone's playing this comp because it's what Overwatch League is playing, and it's easy. What are your priorities in this composition? Let's make this as simple as we possibly can so that we can focus on the planning as well. You're playing Monkey.
So my base like knowledge of this comp is basically just the new Overwatch 2 6-man.
Okay. I would agree with that.
Comp.
I would agree with that. Okay. So then what are your priorities?
My priorities are to four CDs, and then whenever they use the CDs, we can get the good trades.
How do you force CDs?
Yeah.
It's like the old Genji example. You need to, force this and then you can use your blade, right? But nobody knows how to force this.
Exactly.
Okay? So think about it. Now, a lot of that can be outside of your hands. If your Reaper hits a shot, your Sojourn hits a shot, your Sojourn places E-wall, your Kiriko takes a good angle, hits a headshot, and the Reaper forces Wraith. Okay, we're banging good. Okay, so then How do you force CDs?
Bubble, cleave, get a bunch of ult charge.
Isn't
maybe
bubble your
force
CD though?
CZ. It is.
So you're gonna need to
And-
use a CD to force a CD.
Yeah.
Okay,
When my Reaper plays with me, I bubble, and then since my Reaper is absolutely dogging on the enemy Winston, their force bubble, and then their Reaper has to come in and shoot me.
Got it.
to trade.
So you're saying use CDs to force CDs. So how can you make sure that your CDs force more CDs from the enemy team? That's the real question.
Exactly.
That's an honest question for you. What do you got? How do you use your CDs, monkey bubble, whatever, to force more cooldowns from the enemy composition? What does using your cooldowns? What does using your cooldowns better mean?
Like, use them smart. Use them in a way that, like, you can get max value out of them.
How would that look in the neutral? It's a tough question, by the way.
Yeah.
Okay, let me give you a little hint. Thank you for the 5 gifted subs. If you jump in 1v5 in the middle of the enemy composition, you're going to get your bubble and your jump forced, obviously, and then you may or may not die. You probably will get Suzu'd, and you're probably going to barely get out for your life. If you jump in 1v5 in the middle of the enemy team, are you going to force mini cooldowns?
1v5, no.
No, okay. So what about 5v5?
Yes.
Okay, so we've already established the stupidest, but also the lowest hanging fruit of making sure that you force the most cooldowns is making sure that you go in at the same time as your team, right?
Yeah.
Okay. What about target priority? If you jump and pressure the enemy monkey, will you, as Winston, force anything?
No.
Okay.
Most likely not.
What about Lucio?
You'll probably force him to speed away or force him to use amp. Or
Maybe,
force him to
right,
peel.
right. Kiriko?
TP, Suzu,
Sure. Sojourn?
shift,
Reaper?
make her use right click on you, Wraith.
Okay, so we would like to not shoot monkey. We would like to force as many cooldowns as we can. But what's the risk of you jumping one of these heroes? Is you do force the cooldowns, but then what's the risk?
Everybody else turns on you.
Right, and do you have an escape cooldown?
You have jump.
Well, what if you use jump to jump onto one of those targets?
Then you're fucked.
Right, so we need to find a way of accessing a squishy on the same timing as our team without having to use jump. Got it?
Got it.
Okay. Are you doing that right now?
No.
Are you accessing a squishy?
Yes, I am accessing.
Are you
Squishy,
on
but
your
I'm
team's
not
timing? Is
No.
your team well, first off, is your team doing something
from
right now?
America.
Is your team
Yes,
doing
they
something?
are doing something.
Who are they? What are they doing?
They're dealing with the monkey.
Okay. Do you still have your jump?
I do still have my jump.
So is this a good engage? Is this a good cooldown trade?
It seems so.
Yeah, it does, doesn't it? We've come to the result inevitably. Okay, now, what's the only problem that you could see about this cooldown trade right now?
They use disruptor shot.
They use
and
disruptor
it
shot.
Kind of forces my team back.
Okay, look at your HP.
I have no armor.
Did you need to take that damage?
No, I did not.
You did not. So we look at this engage, and I think this engage is exceptional. I think this is really quite good. But I do not know why you have 232 armor gone. That seemed unnecessary. Right? So really bad and really good. Okay. What would have been better for you to focus there instead of the monkey? You could not access the Sojourn. You could not access the Lucio, right? Or was it the Kiriko? I don't know. You couldn't access one of the... Oh, no, I'm looking at the wrong team. I'm an idiot. Okay, so you could not access the Lucio. You could not access the Sojourn, right? Too far. So, but who can you focus here instead?
I could probably go for the Reaper.
Yep. Go for the Reaper. Now, you didn't have vision on him, so I think what you're doing here is fine. But just be attentive to that. You kind of see what I'm saying?
Yeah.
And that's very important for you to know as well, because that is also generally the better person to focus down when you're calling targets mid-fight. Winston can kill people, Reaper can kill more people. Especially in Overwatch 2. Winston does less damage and is harder to burn down. Reaper is just as easy to focus down as he was in Overwatch 1. Nice. Alrighty. You have any questions so far?
Nope, everything's going.
Okay,
all right.
no ults to talk about, so there's nothing fancy. We just want to see another nice cooldown trade. Now, was this a good cooldown trade?
Yeah, he forces them basically just a lot of cooldowns just to walk out of the choke.
Okay. I'm gonna ask you a question. Did this monkey need to bubble?
Absolutely not. He had 3 people with him.
Okay, right. Where is your Reaper? Where is your Sojourn? Did they have a good sightline to punish this monkey?
Absolutely not. No.
Okay, so then was this a good cooldown trade? Or should this have been a good cooldown trade?
It should have been.
Should not have been.
Yeah.
No. As soon
Should
as that
not have been,
Reaper,
no.
as soon as that Reaper TP's on top of you, you need to leave.
Okay.
Because where is your Reaper right now?
In the back line.
Right. Is this a 5v5 or is this a 3 or 4v or 3v2 essentially?
3v2.
Right. So then this is not a cooldown trade you want to take. So then you should leave. Now, this beloved sweet fried chickenator on the enemy team uses his bubble. I don't know why he uses his bubble. We appreciate that, but I do not want to rely on that in the future. It's that simple. If your Reaper Sojourn can't help you, even if it's not on the same target, if they can't do anything at the same time, it is not a good cooldown trade. You see what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Okay. So I appreciate you holding high ground, but then as soon as that Reaper comes up and your Reaper isn't with you, you don't want to take that fight. That's not going to be a favorable cooldown trade.
Gotta get the hell out of dodge.
Yeah, exactly. You can also even look at your HP here. Like, they misplayed it, but they still won the HP trade. You see this?
Yeah.
So that's the Reaper diff right there. That's all it is. He wasn't there, and theirs was. And then now you have to give up space, and now they win that. And now you've got your bubble, but it's too late at this point. So what could you be calling at this point in time if you're the macro shot caller?
To regroup on point.
Okay, what are you waiting for your next cooldown trade?
I'm waiting for my bubble.
Mhm.
You know.
Little life hack. Yeah, I mean, really both, right? Little life hack. Everything in this composition revolves around Monkey Bubble. Every single cooldown trade generally revolves around the timing of that bubble. So when you don't have bubble, your team needs to play very safe. When you do have bubble, your team needs to be looking for an engage. Make sense?
Yeah.
Okay, so like right now it needs to be chill. Bubble's coming up soon. We can go find our target soon. Make sense?
Yeah.
All right.
I've been subbed for almost as long as your Grand Finals analysis stream.
Because this is all fine, right? Like, look at the bubble placement. Is it good?
Yeah.
Yeah. Is the target priority good?
Yeah, a little bit.
Yeah, I think it's all right. I think this is good, but it's too late at this point.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, so like, looked okay, but really bad start. Probably not great communication from you afterwards. And as we said when I was reviewing the grand finals here, when you dig yourself a hole in this composition because you messed up your cooldowns or you didn't communicate well, it's really hard to get out without fully disengaging. You put yourself in a really bad spot, it's already over. Okay. What's the fight plan here? Shot caller. What's the fight plan? Look at the ults.
I can literally count the pixels on one hand right now. So
Okay,
let me go to your actual stream.
Okay.
So we currently have the Kiriko ult advantage here, so I think we would go in with Kiriko ult, basically base, and since they don't have beat, it's pretty free.
Sounds good. I love it. Now, here's how you use your Kiriko ult, alright? You're gonna say, guys, we should use Kiriko ultimate first, that's the priority. They don't have any ults just yet. Kiriko, you call it, we push it off of them. That's it. Let your Kiriko player call it. That should be the goal. And what does that free up space for you to do?
Frees up space for me to like whenever we're here going like actual gauge on somebody.
Sure. It frees up space just inside your brain to be thinking about what we're talking about right now, which is your bubble placement, your target priority. You know what I'm saying? It allows you don't have to think for your Kiriko, you can just think for yourself now and trust that your Kiriko will make the call. Alright, now what do you see here?
They're holding the high ground.
Okay, brilliant. What's the problem?
Reaper's going in alone.
Right. Is this a good play from your Reaper? In theory, if your monkey is here.
Yes, it is a good play if the monkey's there.
Yeah, I think so too. You could even do something like TP up here with the Suzu and go for a boot play. Could probably win a cooldown trade here. But, yeah, that's a problem. So, is that necessarily your fault? No. But I'm going to blame you anyway because it's easy. No, I kid. But really, though, like, that needs to be something that your team has to be playing off of. Is your bubble timing, your bubble timing, your bubble timing. Because what happens is you're late. So then now what do you think is going to happen with this cooldown trade? There's the Suzu. There's your jump. There's the boop. And you're not going to win this cooldown trade, are you?
Absolutely not, no.
No way. There's no chance to. Cooldown trade, HP trade, either way you look at it, you're not going to be able to win it. Can't win this one either. Oh, maybe not. I lied. 2 OP. There it is. Looks pretty good so far, right?
Yeah, 3 people looking at me.
Yeah, we love it. And their Kiriko ultimate was just horrible. And that's not gonna work. I don't know what they're doing, but this is a one fight. Very nice. So you throw the kitchen sink at him, but it works very nicely. Hey, look at that. Now your Reaper was a little late, but 2 is stronger than 1. And if your Reaper could get up here just a little bit earlier, you might have even one-shot this guy. Okay. Okay. At least this time, though, you kept your bubble. Huh. So, what should be the fight plan here?
Yeah, I'll tab real quick. So, we really only have overclock and really no mid-fight ults, and if we're tracking the Reaper ults, then honestly I can't really, I mean, I would plan to use overclock here, but it's kind of an ult that's up to the Sojourn player to use.
Okay, so what would you call mid-fight then, or before the fight starts?
I would call, let's see here, and it's a lot harder spectating than it is actually in game.
Mm-hmm. This isn't super hard, by the way. You don't even.
Yeah, I know.
I'm trying too hard.
I really am trying too hard right now.
That's okay. That's not a terrible thing. What I would just say is just basically be like, hey, let's use Sojourn ult. Just call it when you want it, and we'll push.
All right.
Just give me like a 2-second heads up if you can, and then that way you can try and play aggressively with it. You know what I'm saying? You may not even have bubble, but if you can try and play aggressively with it, banger. You know what I'm saying? I think given the positioning of this map, I think I'd 10 times rather have Sojourn ult than Death Blossom. Like, look how open this is.
Yeah.
But again, you can let them call the timing. Now, what did you just see right here? You see that?
Wow, he used bubble.
Yeah, so who's winning the cooldown trade right now?
Us so far.
So what does that mean for you?
We can play aggressive.
You can play aggressive. Is there anything to play aggressively on right now?
The Kiriko, who's in Narnia.
Yeah, kind of. She probably will TP out again.
Yeah, she probably has TP.
But the nice thing about bubble is that you don't even necessarily need to go now. 10 seconds left on his bubble right now. So if you see any sort of aggression from his team, you can push. This is fine. Uh-oh. If I turn around, what am I going to see?
Nobody there, probably.
Oh!
Oh, never mind.
Oh, uh-oh. But not great, right? Not great.
Yeah.
I hope this was at least communicated ahead of time, because is pushing this far into their spawn always a bad play?
Not really. Not
but it
always.
needs to be communicated, right? If you need to make sure that you're like, guys, I'm literally gonna push. Come stack with me, stack with me. Let's go. You know what I'm saying? So that has to be communicated. Otherwise, this is going to be a bad cooldown trade because they're going to force bubble by using basically nothing.
Yep.
Okay, but not horrible. Not horrible.
It's really hard for them because they don't have a Reaper.
Yeah, it sure is. Okay. Bubble advantage. Not particularly earned, but okay.
Yeah, that was an interesting play by myself.
Yeah, I would agree with that. I will say that the chaos of this fight is making it difficult for you to make the right call. So I'm going to cut you a little bit of slack. It is a little bit chaotic. Our job is when it's really easy for you to make the right play and the right timing, that you do it. When it's hard, we don't care. It's the easy ones that we're concerned about, right? It's the ones when you're up here and then you're just by yourself and the Reaper TPs on you and then you have to be able to use bubble and jump. We hate that. That one, we'll cut you some slack. Nice. Got a little bit of the right click in there as well. Easiest fight win in the world. Do you have any questions?
Nope, no questions.
Let's continue. Okay. And surely, there it is. Okay. Let's continue. These fools are using TP.
Is it actually a good play to use TP? Like, actual
Usually
question.
not in this meta because you lose your frontline pressure from your Reaper, which means you give up space early anyway. You're like, guys, we get there early, but then your Reaper is late because he has to TP, right? So if you guys were pushing this hard, see this?
Yep. He has no CDs.
No CDs, and their Lucio is late. You guys can walk actually just frontline them, and even though you get there a second later, you guys are 5 way before they're 5, and it doesn't cost you your Reaper Wraith. Your Reaper has, in fact, your Reaper can Wraith out of spawn, then TP, and then he'll have Wraith by the time he gets here. Yeah, so you are gonna push this aggressively. Now, I don't think you know the TP or whatever. Like, you're just gonna push aggressively because you want to push aggressively. But for this to be a good play, what does this aggression have to look like? If you are Fearless and Sparkle, the dynamic duo here, how does this look?
We really got to play together, and we really got to like
3, 2, 1, bang! Right? And that has to go for your backline as well. Even if they're not necessarily stacked with you, we want to see Bravo taking an angle at the same time, or Kiriko pushing up and maybe even taking an angle at the same time. Your Lucio up with you. Let's see how it looks if I turn around. You see?
Yeah.
Now, I am bleeding macro into your micro review because you are taking responsibility for shot calling, and your team needs to know exactly when you're pushing, and needs to know that they can also play and should play aggressively off of it. I don't want you to micro these guys, but you can say, guys, when I'm pushing in aggressively with bubble, especially in neutrals, you guys can play aggressively. And I will make sure I always give you guys like a second heads up before I go. They need to trust you. Okay? So this is, in theory, a fine play. Because if your Reaper plays a little bit more aggressively off of this, if your Lucio plays a little bit more aggressively, Kiriko plays a little more aggressively, Sojourn plays a little bit more aggressively, you hit your Sojourn E, you're not only going to force this monkey bubble, but you're going to chunk their HP super, super down, and you're going to win the cooldown trade, which means then you could maybe even get point cap first. But this is not a good cooldown trade because it's 1v5. Well, I wouldn't say 1v5, but 2v5, right? You see? It's not hard to see why they won that trade. Do you see?
Yeah.
And now your Reaper's in by himself. That's going to force his Wraith. They didn't have to use their Wraith. Now you're bubbling him out. And you see how this starts to snowball out of control now?
Yeah.
That's not a good monkey bubble from them. So that works nicely for you guys. What should you be screaming right now? Not screaming.
Guys, they don't have bubble. We can play aggressive.
Right. Or do you really want to push inside at this point in time?
No.
But what do you have cooldown wise right now?
I have bubble.
Right. So if they push out, how should your team play this?
You should play to split them and then kill the people who
Yeah,
are split.
you should be brave. You should not back off. If they walk out of this choke, you do not kite. You smack them in the face. You have bubble. You were fine. You just kind of see what I'm saying? So basically, you're saying, guys, I have bubble. If they walk out, smash these guys. Now, I have a question. Is your team positioned to push this aggressively? We've got 3 out of 5 here. But, you see?
Not really, no.
Not really. Not bad. Better than your first engage, but not good enough. And the problem with pushing like this so aggressively is they've got 5 and you don't. So feels like a cooldown trade that you guys should have absolutely crushed. Like, it felt juicy, but it just wasn't quite there. And that's all it takes, right? That's all it takes. It just needed to be a little bit cleaner. It was not, and so therefore this feels not nearly as good as it should. You see that?
Yeah.
Now you're gonna have the better angle for your Sojourn, so you might win it anyway. You got way better cleave, so you might win anyway. But I don't want to win like that. This should have been hands down, smoke them easy, 5-man wipe instantly. Instead, this feels super sweaty, and you're gonna get traded too. Oh dear. I mean, I know why you bubbled there, right? Again, it's snowball effect, right? You're trying to help your Reaper out, but at this point, now it's tough.
Yeah.
Don't peek around this corner. The Sojourn can't shoot inside, right? Not where she's positioned right now. You're dead.
That's asking for that.
Right, exactly. Just play the corner hard. Just play the corner. Make them walk into your team's sightlines and then beat the crap out of them. Okay. I mean, that's why you lose cap there. It's a 1-for-1 trade, right? Surely you guys are okay. But you mess up your push, you mistime it with your team, you lose that cooldown trade. And now we're seeing the timing of things, not even necessarily how you're engaging. I think how you're engaging is okay, but it's consistently the timing of that engagement means that you're losing cooldown trade after cooldown trade after cooldown trade when you should be winning them. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
And by the way, life hack, this is a lot harder to apply in ranked because you're not always communicating these cycles necessarily, but having the awareness of this principle is unbelievably important on every tank hero in ranked, down to Roadhog. So, not just for ranked, or not just for scrims rather. Bit of a mess, but is there anything egregiously bad going on your end right now, or does this look okay?
Definitely. I mean, it's just a lot.
Right. You're focusing down the squishy targets as best as you can. You go to Sojourn, then you see Kiriko ultimate inside Sojourn ult, so you switch to Kiriko, and then Kiriko TP's out. I think this is okay. We want to focus on the low-hanging fruit. Death Blossom incoming. Okay. So, they hit their ult spike a little before you did, and they got that Death Blossom. Alrighty, let's continue. Do you have any questions so far?
I just had a thought in my mind that
Sure.
if I jumped and bubbled that Reaper ult, would that fight have gone any differently?
Would have been better than what you did.
Alrighty.
What's the fight plan here? You're gonna have to swap to the 7+ pixel stream now.
Yeah. Alright, so we have Overclock, Reaper ult, and Primal here. And we probably checked they have Primal and Overclock, so I think the plan is maybe Reaper TP in, and then I'll jump in, I'll bubble his Reaper ult, and we go with that.
Okay, seems fair enough. You see it?
Yep.
Yep. You could jump monkey here. It's kind of a weird thing to say, but that would be okay. You could also do what you're doing here. It's totally fine. But not on this timing. Not on this timing. Again, you could be doing this right now, and what could your Reaper, Sojourn, Kiriko be doing at this point in time? If they can't reach these guys, what could they be doing?
Fighting the monkey on point.
They could be fighting the monkey on point. You could be zoning 4, playing your life, and they could be shooting the monkey wide out in the open. Force his bubble too. But right now, this isn't looking very good, is it? You see this cooldown trade?
Yeah.
They don't have to be in the same target, but they do have to be doing something. I respect it. But obviously, no bubbles, so that's awkward. Nice, very nice. You see? Even just a little bit here. What had to be communicated? Right. 3, 2, 1. Now, what needs to be communicated?
Go on the Reaper, yes.
Go. I've got bubble, right? I'll go. Why is my Reaper backing off? Why is my Reaper backing off? You know what I'm saying? And especially with a hero like this, if this hero isn't up your butt and utilizing your bubble, that's the difference between that Reaper dying or that Reaper living. And now your bubble's broken. You know, that the window's gone, right? It's a very tight window. It has to be executed on. Good. Ha, TP.
Got my ankles broken.
That's fine, that's fine. You'll get used to it eventually. What do you think?
The Lucio seems to be turbo-insing.
Yeah? What's happening behind you right now?
We're Kitsuneing.
Right? On what?
Kitsuneing onto point.
You see this? Do you see
There's a
on your back?
Winton.
Yeah, so if you're able to zone off these guys without dying, what can your team theoretically do to this Winton? Huh.
Explode him.
Yeah. What do you think about this timing then?
I think it's a relatively good
I
time.
think this is a good cooldown trade. I think he had to use jump to engage too, so...
He's SOL.
Ha, you're trolling the lobby. You said this Lucio.
I knew you'd make fun of that.
This Lucio is feeding and as you actively feed. I mean, you guys looked all good here. This is not a bad fight. I think you guys had a real good chance to win this one, but you know, big brain boy pulled a boo boo, and
Bit of a bro moment.
Yeah, certainly. Okay, what are you screaming at this point in time, right now?
I literally can't see anything. Hold on.
Discord is killing me, mate.
Gotta love it. Okay, so it seems to see that we have beat and they're down Reaper. We actually traded Reapers.
Yep. You're overthinking
So
it
we
just a wee little bit here. Just a wee little bit. What are you about to do? Everybody and their mother knows this one.
Jump on the free squishies.
So what should your team be doing at the same time?
Push in.
Push in. It doesn't matter if they're pushing in on these targets or if they're pushing in the monkey that's zoning the backline. Now the monkey is conspicuously not here. So they should be pushing in with you at the same time. But the reason this is important is if, as we saw with the Reaper, if there's any hesitancy because they're not 100% sure when you're going in, you're screwed. It's like right now. All in, all in, all in, all in. Go, 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 go. Right? That's your time.
Yeah.
Whack. Nice. All the mechanics in the world. Reaper, 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 Reaper. Surely you win. Reaper, 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 Reaper. No. Okay, you got him. Nice, nice. Surely you guys win. And you do. Well done. Okay. You have any questions?
Nope. I think we're getting really good.
I've got somebody in my chat that says, I just realized that timing is probably the most important factor in all of this. What do you think? What do you think?
That's really true. Me and the uni coach voted this map, and they definitely pointed out that me and NVK, or Andrew was his name, we're definitely really out of sync when it comes to like engages like that. And honestly, I think me and him probably need to play comp more to.
Yeah.
And honestly, my calls are really like spur of the moment, and I really don't give like my team any time to react. So that's a big problem that I have with my shot calling.
Right, and that's going to mess up your timing too, because if your team doesn't have time to react, then they are visually reacting to you at the same time the enemy team is, where they should have had a heads up to be able to push up ahead of time. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, I mean, that's when I was reviewing the grand finals, that was the difference between Dallas and Shock. Whether it was going in or whether it was going out, Dallas was just hive mind, and that they were winning off of that, right? They had their proper was just unbelievable, but it didn't matter. Dallas was just better with ins and outs, always winning the Reaper trades, always winning the bubble trades, always kiting ultimates, always pushing with ultimates. They just were better. Now, we could look at more of this, but I actually want to stop, and before we finish the review, I want to ask you a couple of questions. So you talked about all of this here. You said you were primarily Zarya, Diva, and ranked. Is that the case?
Yeah.
Okay, so with what we talked about here, number one, how do you apply that on an entirely different set of heroes with Zarya and Diva? And then how do you apply that when there's just probably significantly less communication in the ranked environment? What can you apply from this? It's a tough couple of questions.
Very, yeah. So communication is definitely a little bit harder in comp, but I can definitely kind of read situations a little bit more.
What do you mean by that? Because you're on the right
Like-
track, but I want to make sure that you're on the perfect track.
Like make sure my team is ready if I'm going on anything, like
How do you
super
do that?
aggressive if I'm going into a play. Look around.
Right.
Like try
when?
tracks my own team CDs, like before I go in.
Okay. That's important, right? Because once you're in, you're focused on mechanics and hitting your shots. You don't have time to look around, correct? So
Yeah.
it becomes a priority when you do have that downtime that you're looking around. Okay, so then how would you describe a quote-unquote engage to look like with Zarya? Because you're not going to be always engaging with these heroes like you would with like a monkey, right? It's not very clear. Yeah. So how does timing apply with those heroes?
So depending on my DPS and comp, like if I like a Reaper or Genji, like if we want to go for an engage, I can bubble like my Genji in or my Reaper in for a play, and then we can follow up on that.
Yeah, exactly. Remember that we talked about the split push principle, where they don't necessarily need to be on the same target as you, but as long as they're pushing something. So if you're bubbling in your Genji and you are also then taking that time to shoot the enemy frontline or shoot the enemy backline, or if you are double bubbling yourself with greed, but you know at the same time that your snipers are taking an angle, then they're going to be able to capitalize off that space, won't they? Or that attention that you're taking. Okay. What about a diva?
You can coordinate a dive with like a DPS. Like if you want to go for like a specific target in the backline, and the Genji's diving, like you can both like converge on them at the same time.
What if you can't coordinate a dive? What if they're not in voice? What if you're not even running dive DPS?
Then we can probably we can probably go for a frontline play if we have any frontline DPS. Like if they want to do something, I can like DM them in or something like
what
that.
What if you're running snipers?
Then I can play for their LOS and try to maybe force something to walk into it and get a pick.
Sure. I mean, you saw this with Sojourn, even on the previous. As long as you were playing like within her sightlines and timing your pressure around where she was positioned or when she was pushing up, you were going to win HP trades. You know what I'm saying? Even if she didn't hit even if she didn't hit the headshot, the body shot, the threat of the shot is still really uncomfortable for the enemy team.
Yeah, definitely. I kind of neglect to realize that fear factor is kind of a it's definitely noticeable.
Okay, so let's keep digging. You're gonna go tilt swap hog. How do you
I do not play hog like pretty much at all, but whenever I do, I don't like.
Okay. Well, okay. So if you said Diva Zarya, what other tank do you play? If you were to say third place.
Third place, probably Sigma.
Okay, so Sigma. How does this timing apply with Sigma?
So basically, I've basically been taught everything around Sigma, especially or like in a duel is just like CD cycling and CD trading.
Right. When should you be utilizing your shield?
On in rotations and pushes.
Right. And obviously on rotations and pushes, the timing is very important. I reviewed a Sigma not long ago on Circuit Royale. Shockingly, that map, who would have thought? And
exactly.
On first defense, they were basically turning the corner and trying to like get scouting info and spawn. And basically their shield was broken by the time the enemy team turned the first corner, down the long sight line. And that's a timing issue. It's a cooldown management within a timing issue. Because they had the shield available. They used the shield. But the question is, when did they use the shield? Do you see what I'm saying?
Yeah.
So it's fine to use your cooldowns early, but then if you do not have your bubble, Winston, your bubble, Zarya, your booster, matrix, Sigma shield, shift, and so on, by the time the enemy team is trying to push you take space, or by the time you are trying to push the enemy team, then those resources were wasted. Because when you're turning down the first choke as Sigma for scouting or throwing a rocket to spawn door, you're often 1v5ing or 2v5ing, right? That's not a favorable resource trade. So then by the time the enemy turns the corner, if you're on 100 shield, when you really need to be holding space aggressively because the enemy team is pushing, that's a timing issue. Do you see what I'm saying?
Yeah.
And that's something that you can apply to, again, every hero. We talk about timing a lot, especially as a shot caller and especially as a solo tank in Overwatch 2. You have to know. You have to understand. You have to understand it. Does that make sense?
Definitely. Yes, it does.
Okay. Do you have any other questions? We have 5 more minutes, so we can watch a little bit more if you'd like.
Boy. This is a lot. I really should have bust out the notepad for this.
That's okay. That's okay. That's why we have it on stream. Get 1.25 it, 1.5 it later, and skip around.
Yeah. I think we could just keep watching. We'll see.
Okay. Let's keep going. Timing is very obvious with a hero like Winston or a hero like Wrecking Ball, but it is a lot less obvious, but equally important with other heroes as well. So that is, talk about grinding rank, playing rank with some goals to work on. That could be something that you can take from this review and apply it to rank.
Yeah, definitely. I think I turbo feed here. Oh no, never mind.
If I turn around, what do I see?
Hopefully my team is with me, but realistically I probably didn't communicate it and they're not on the same page.
Because this is the thing, we can look at this two ways. I could be the nerdy little coach guy and be like, you shouldn't push past a choke, you should hold your corners and hold your angles because your Sojourn has a better cover and your Reaper, right? But there are times where this is fine. You out-tempo them, they're not ready for this, right? But then if that's the case, then this needs to be, everybody is stacked all together as one. You kind of see what I'm saying? Turn the corner, 3, 2, 1, bam, explode. And again, that is a very reasonable play that you could go for if it's time block. If it's time block. Now, like you said, if I turn around here, what am I going to see? That's the question. And, you see?
Yeah.
Reaper isn't horrible, right? He's doing a little bit, but your Sojourn, Kiriko, Lucio, no. You're giving yourself way too much, like, this is gonna be a bad cooldown for it, right? There's the bubble, but what did your bubble actually do? Kind of annoyed a Reaper?
Literally nothing.
But very little, very little. Give me 1 second. I believe my cat is trapped in the closet. Give me 2 seconds. Okay. Sorry about that. He's a rather nosy cat, and I think he got trapped in the closet.
All good. I back home we have 5 animals in our house.
Okay. Okay. So yeah, I mean this fight was lost before it even was lost. Oh, the timing here is so important. Because it's really hard to get out of this choke. You have to be like, bam! You know? Otherwise, you're going to have a really hard time.
It's my least favorite attacking map.
You could, oh, by the way, little tip here, little bit of a life hack. You can turn the corner here with your Reaper and just like S key out really hard. And you can oftentimes bait a bubble without having to use yours. Because it's like this monkey is not thinking. This monkey just goes, oh, press bubble, oh, right? And
Booga off cooldown.
Right. He's just like, oh, they're pushing, we're going to pop bubble, right? But I think you guys could have kited this one out. But obviously, like, timing here is not super great.
It's actually a sick ass tip. I'm gonna use that.
Yeah, you can also use a lot of fake rotates here as well. So you can like jump, and then just like double back. And even if you just cause a little bit of uncertainty, that's going to help you get out of the choke. Because remember that Reaper, he's not a ranged hero. He can be here or he can be here. He can't be both. So if you fake rotate here, he's going to have to clomp, clomp. And what will end up happening is the Reaper will end up being like positioned here as you walk out of the choke, or like here as you walk out of the choke. And that's a huge advantage. You kind of see what I'm saying?
Yeah.
And because your Reaper will be on top of you, their Reaper will probably be lagging behind. All right. Okay. I'm no comment. Okay. No comment.
It's a bit of a prep moment.
I would not even take this fight, honestly. I would just bubble and get out. Well, wait. Okay, maybe. Hindsight coaching. Never mind. That was the play. Wait. No, that was definitely not the play. Wait, that was definitely the play. That was the play. Yeah, see, I knew it. No, that wasn't the play. No, you're trolling the lobby.
Yeah, right. This entire last map was a bit interesting.
Yeah, so this is what happens when you win the map and you're just like, people just kind of like fall asleep at the wheel. You're like, oh, we won the map, guys, right?
Yeah.
Oh my goodness gracious. What are my eyes? What are my eyes? This is just target focus, to be honest with you, so I'm not gonna even bother to like slow things down. It's just gonna be target focus at this point. Monkey dies, surely.
Surely, clueless.
How long is he gonna remain at? 12 HP? 12? 12? Still? There he goes. All right.
That was a fat finger. I'm just letting you know.
Okay,
I remember this.
okay. I'll cut you some slack.
I was freaking the fuck out in VC after that.
Oh my goodness. Okay, Sojourn dominates the lobby, shockingly, and we survive. We play it out. Well done. Let's watch one fight on the defense, and then we will call it. Which is your fight plan?
Okay, time to tab. Okay, so it seems that we have basically only Reaper roll, and we should probably be tracking the day of overclock. So hypothetically speaking, we should wait until they're walking out the choke, and then I bubble the Reaper roll, and then we just kill them because my bubble will flip them.
I like Death Blossom on the defense here. Better than I do Sojourn ult, as opposed to the other map where I like the Sojourn ult better. Nah, careful.
Yeah.
That's okay.
I've learned my lesson.
Yeah. Good. You see this? This is good. Look at their timing. Do you see their timing? Not as tight, is it?
Not good.
And even though you're like, well, the monkey hasn't bubbled yet. Yes, but look at your armor, and then look at his armor. Do you see?
He is lower than mine.
Right, and that makes sense. His timing was better, or worse, your timing was better. So assuming that the enemy Sojourn or you guys can hit equal shots, you will win this trade. Yeah, Reaper arms are something else for sure. There's the bubble, surely. Yeah, look at that! What a great fight they ended on. You win a cooldown trade with better timing and good positioning. I just love it. Love it.
It's like poetry in motion.
I know. I'm getting chills. Okay. Do you have any questions?
No, I think this is actually really good.
Okay. Now, there's going to be a lot of confidence that comes off of this, and then you're going to get to a bad scrim, and then you're going to try and focus on timing. You're going to feel a little bit overwhelmed, and then you're going to get into rank, and you're going to play, Zarya, and be like, I don't know how I'm supposed to do it. What the stupid teammates, and you're going to struggle. I'm glad that this is like confidence inducing, but this is a skill that's going to take as much time as anything else. So you need to actively, consciously work on this with all of your heroes. You need to get over your stupid fat ego, and you need to focus on what you need to do to improve individually, because I can tell you one thing that's going to kill your motivation even harder is not focusing on yourself, because there's nothing more frustrating than feeling like something is outside of your control. And the problem is that I look at your situation and I look at ranked for you, and there is a lot more within your control than you think. And then you also need to develop the skill of what is not in your control is not something that you should be worrying about. And that, by the way, also goes with your team, Texas Tech. You are the shot caller, but that does not mean you're responsible for everybody's effort level and attitude level. I appreciate you taking the Vibranium mental and taking responsibility for it, but that's where you do your best. Doesn't work out, focus on your own play, be a good teammate, go next. See what I'm saying?
Yeah, no taken.
Okay. Keep in touch. Let me know how stuff goes. As always, if you have any questions, shoot them my direction, and you can even shoot me another replay code and be like, hey, what should we have done this team fight? How's my timing? How do I apply timing on this hero in this situation? And I'll be happy to answer them. Sound good?
Alrighty, GGS.
GG's. Have a good one, right? See ya.
You as well. Have a good rest of your day.
That was Brian Needs Help. I wouldn't even say Winston Extraordinaire. I guess just everything. Tank Extraordinaire. And we will keep going. One more individual review. Let's see who's on the list. Who's next here? Milkman. We've had some great reviews today with Hachi, Brian Needs Help, and Milkman. Ready? All right. Hang in there, mates. We're doing a great job. Proper is coming. It's okay. I heard I was like, what's going on? And Mari's sitting at the closet door and like looking under the thing, and he's just locked in the closet. It's happened like 3 times, that stupid cat.
Ew.
What?
You didn't mean it.
Yeah. Wait, here's Grim, y'all. Here he is. He's a big boy now. All right. Let's do this.
Ow, he just bit my
Wow, rude. That's my job. Yo, what's up?
Hello.
How's it going?
Good, how are you?
Do I have to call you Milkman?
No.
Okay. What can I call you instead?
You can call me, like, Mitch, I guess.
Okay, Mitch sounds good. I was gonna say I could call you Milk, but that I don't think that's better. Okay.
Yeah.
Oh no, say it ain't so. Is this? Do we get a round of Reinhardt?
Yeah.
Bless your sweet soul.
And Winston.
And
I'm
Winston.
like a Rein one
Wait,
trick, basically.
and more Rein at the end too. Okay.
Yeah.
So, Rein and Winston. Let me update a little bit of information here, and please share your current rank.
Current rank, Diamond 1.
Diamond 1, excellent. Okay, getting this sorted out. So let's start with the question. What got you interested in a review, and what do you hope to get out of the session?
Well, I've played Overwatch since, like, Season 1, actually, so I've played for, like, yeah. I started on console, but I literally played, like, almost every season, and I didn't play, like, tank until, like, season, like, 25-ish or something.
Okay,
And then I started playing Rein, and then I, like, started, like, I was usually, like, plat or something, and I played Rein, I was, like, diamond, and I got my masters and stuff.
Okay.
So, like, I want to, like, be good at the game, and, like, I'd be actually good, and I want to get better. But, like, I think I just don't know, like, what I'm doing wrong.
Okay. So you're a
So
recent tank
I want some,
convert.
like, help.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, sounds good. So, what converted you to Reinhardt? What were you playing before? And I guess Winston now too.
I think at the very start, so I was like DPS, but I would just play with my friends, and then like I wanted to win, so I would play like what we needed, which was usually support, because everyone plays DPS.
Was this before Rollock or?
Yeah, this was
Yeah.
like a long time ago.
Yeah. I
And
remember.
then I think season like 18 was Rollock, right? Like originally. So then I think I was still playing support at that time. But then like actually two of my friends were like Rein mains. So then I was like, all right, I'll try it. So then season like 20 something, I played Rein, and I was pretty good at Rein. So I'd like played Rein like a ton. There was one season I had like 100 hours on Rein.
Oh my gosh.
Stuff like that. Yeah.
That's unreal. What do you like about Reinhardt?
I don't know. I think it's just like fun to like swing the hammer and do like a ton of damage. Just be like a brawly. Like I'm like a brawly guy.
Yeah.
Like in other games, I'm always like a brawly guy. So like I just love brawling and just like going like ham, just doing as much damage, just swinging as possible.
Yeah. Most people
Just,
might
like,
not know
cleaving
this,
with the
but
swing.
I think Rein. Actually, let me look at my career profile here. Rein. I was initially a Rein main. Rein is still my 4th most played heroes. I got like 180 something hours on him. So
Okay.
yeah, I get it. 100%. Okay. And then what do you think about Rein in Overwatch 2?
I don't know. I feel like he's just definitely not as good just because like he's the only tank, so you don't get much support from like another tank. So like if you don't have a Lucio, I feel like he's just kind of useless.
Got it. Yeah.
Because
Okay.
other tanks just have more range. You can't swing on them, or like Winston just dive over you, or like Diva, and then you can just. There's so many things that just counter Rein.
Okay.
He's just bad, I think,
Okay. Fair enough.
in my opinion.
Fair enough. Let's see here. So you hope to get a better understanding of tank and what you're doing wrong. So you play a little bit of Winston here as well. So why Winston? Is that just obviously the tank hero pool, people play Winston. Do you enjoy Winston? Do you think Winston's good in situations where you were not able to play Reinhardt? Like what's the theory behind you playing this hero?
Yeah, I think Winston's usually like my second pick. Like if I don't play Rein, then I usually just go Winston, because I could pick like usually the way I do it, I either play like Rein, or if I think Rein is bad, but like it's not like a Winston map or like a Winston like team comp, then I'll go like Zarya. Or if it's more like Divey, then I'll usually play Winston versus Diva, because I'm better at Winston than Diva, and I'm better at Rein than Zarya. So I think Rein and Winston are like my go-to for the team comps, and then Zarya and Diva are like secondary.
Okay. If you were to say like if you could just play heroes just for the sake of them being fun, what 2 or 3 would you pick?
Rein, Winston, Then Zarya for sure. Yeah.
Sounds good. All right, let's see here. So let's jump onto your typical training week. I play all the time when I don't have work. What does that generally look like in terms of like a week-to-week, day-to-day basis? How much ranked, quick play, warm up, so on?
Usually it's only comp, like exclusively, no quick play, no warm up. Just like I just go straight in.
Sounds good.
And I know one of the questions on like the survey or whatever was like your sleep schedule or something. I think, I don't know, my sleep schedule is so bad. It's literally anywhere from like 4 hours to like 11 hours of sleep at night. So if I wake up at like 11 or something, I'll just wake up and play until I have like to do something.
Yep.
Like, so I usually work at like 5, but not every day. So if I work like Thursday, Friday, and Saturday,
right,
I'll wake up and then play like an hour or two of Overwatch and then like get ready for work or whatever. But if I don't have work and it's like a Monday or Tuesday, I'll just wake up and I'll literally just play all day.
So you put in a lot of hours.
Yeah.
A lot of hours. Okay. And let's see here. And then you mostly just stick to Rein, Winston, Zarya, and you said occasionally Diva, and it looks like you said Sigma in your form as well.
Yeah.
Okay. How many hours combined per week do you say?
Combined per week?
On average.
Probably like 25, 30.
Okay. 25, 30. So if we then skip ahead to your long-term goals. Long-term, I want to go pro. Short-term, I want to hit GM and just be good at it. Okay. That should be enough to hit GM, to be honest with you. About an average of 3 or 4 hours a day should be enough to hit GM. So we need to figure out what we need to be doing better to get there if that is your goal.
Yeah.
I will say that Rein, Zarya, Winston, Sigma, and Diva is a little bit expansive. Rein, Zarya, Winston should probably be good enough to cover your weaknesses in all situations. And then if you wanted to play Sigma on like Circuit Royale for a map, okay, be my guest. But I don't see any situation where you would have to play Diva where you couldn't play Winston, or where you'd have to play Diva where you couldn't play Rein or Zarya. I think you should be good.
Okay.
That's going to help condense your time a little bit better. And then obviously the low-hanging fruit of if your sleep schedule is something that you can improve even just slightly, that will also help with your consistency of play. That's the reason why I asked the question. Okay?
Okay.
Then the question that we come to, all right? The one that we always come to. It's so funny to me because this is by far, if I did a word search for what do you feel like is holding you back, I would say at least 50% of the forums always say understanding or some form of understanding. And it makes sense, right? It makes sense. So, but I need to know, what do you mean by understanding? What do you not understand? What do you feel like is lacking?
Yeah. I don't know if this is like, I don't know. I think I just don't know how to make space. Like if I'm in a game, like there's obviously games where like sometimes you're doing bad or like sometimes you, but if I'm getting like yelled at by my team, I think it's usually like they're saying like that I'm not making enough space. And I think it's just like, I think I just don't know like how to make space. Like I think I just don't know what that means. So I think I watched one of your videos and I think I heard you or the person you were coaching say something about like making the enemies look at you. So what I've been trying to do like the past week since I saw that like video or whatever, I think about like how can I make them like their whole team, as many people as I can on their team look at me.
Yep.
Like without like dying. So that's what I've been trying to do.
How's that been working for you?
I think like I've been winning a few more games than like I would say usually, but
don't track it with wins and losses. How has it been feeling the training? Thinking about that.
I mean I think it feels like it's working, I guess, but it still feels kind of hard. Like it doesn't feel like anything like clicked and it's like, oh, that's what I was missing and now I'm like much better at the game. Like I think that was like an improvement, but I don't think it was like the thing for me.
Got it. Let's do this. Let's stream Paint.
Okay.
All right. And I'm gonna get my stream on Paint so everybody can watch.
Yeah.
So, what's space? Give me your best definition. You're Rein here, and this is the enemy. Let's say the enemy Rein here, and let's say he got a DPS here, support here, support here. Your support's down here. You got a DPS on the flank here. What space?
Just like moving forward, just like
right. So what space do you guys control right now? Where would you draw the line?
like about like where I am or the Rein.
Sure. So like here, you guys control this space, right?
Yeah.
Now here's the thing. You are attacking. This is a soldier. This soldier is on a high ground.
Okay.
That he controls that space, right?
Yeah.
That space is annoying, right? Why?
Yeah. Because we can't get him off of it.
Right. He's on the high ground. Is high ground powerful for a soldier?
Yeah.
Right. So it's annoying. Here's another thing. This is a really, really powerful little pillar here, right? And this is their Ana, okay? I was gonna say Zinnia, but Ana's better. Okay, so this is Ana. Why is this space annoying for her to control? Think about your support's position, and think about this support's position. Who's got the better positioning?
There, Ana.
Right. Why? Because she has what? What does she have in front of her?
Oh, cover.
Cover, right? So this, you would like this space for your Ana. You would like this soldier to not have this space so that your soldier can take that spot away. And that's all that space really is. Space is good spots on the map for you or for your team to control. That's all. High ground, a flank, anything. So you look at you and you're Reinhardt. You don't care as much about a high ground, right? You would like cover corner, but you don't care about that. But what you can do is if you get the opportunity to magically fly and land on top of the soldier, you can make him run away from that position and then your team can take it. Correct?
Yeah.
So then you're, even if let's say you're playing a composition where nobody really wants high ground, right? It's still worth getting rid of their good positions if nobody else can use it, right? Because it's still powerful for their soldier. Okay, so that's all space is. All space is a good spots in the map with cover, with high ground, with health packs that are you would like to have. Now, if you as Reinhardt walk forward from this position here and you run through the enemy tank, let's say you just pin him into his backline, right? And now you are here and the enemy tank is also here. What kind of space have you created? Have you actually taken away any positions from the enemy team?
No, just the Reinhardt.
Not really, but why might you say you still created space? Because obviously you might say that, oh, I've created a little bit of space here, right?
Yeah.
But what else have you done? What are these angles? What are these positions now focused on right now?
They're all going to be looking at me.
They're not going to be thinking about utilizing that high ground to shoot your supports and DPS. They're all going to be looking at you. So they're actually not really utilizing those positions to their fullest potential, are they?
Okay.
So then now you haven't directly created space. You have indirectly created space by distracting the people in the good space. You kind of see what I'm saying? So now what can your DPS on this flank do? Even though he doesn't have high ground, what can he now do?
Can pressure the soldier off.
He can maybe fight that soldier and win the high ground because that soldier got distracted. What can your supports do? Are your supports in as much danger right now? No, they can walk forward. They can, because they don't have the enemy DPS who are in good positions punishing them. Now, that's a very rudimentary understanding of space. That is level 1, but there's a second level, and this is going to be an extremely important thing for you to understand as Reinhardt, okay?
Okay.
What is the weakness of Reinhardt? By far his biggest weakness. Comparing to other things.
No like range.
Right, no range, no mobility. You have no way to Sigma. If you're Sigma here, what can you do to create space for your team? Can you beat the Reinhardt in a 1v1? No. But what can you do here?
You can just shoot him or shield him.
Shoot him and shield him. He has to leave or he doesn't do anything. You can shoot him or shield him. She has to leave or she can't do anything. Okay, that's great. What about a diva?
You can just fly.
Zoom,
matrix.
Right? What about a Winston? Zoom,
Jump
right?
on,
You see this? So you don't actually deal with this space here, but you actually will take away this space here, or you'll take away this space here. And instead of indirectly, you'll directly get rid of that spot. Now, here's the thing with Reinhardt. You don't have range, you don't have that much mobility, but you have more than you think. What would be better as Reinhardt? If it's a Reinhardt 1v1, your priority is clearing out the enemy Reinhardt. But this is when things get really scary. Watch this. If your first priority is to beat the enemy Reinhardt in a 1v1 so that he has to back up and then your team takes space, that's all fine and dandy. But then what happens when we do this? There is no Reinhardt. There is instead a monkey on a flank looking to dive your backline. And this is where Reinhardts really struggle, because they look at the situation and they walk forward through the choke. But are they pushing anything or pressuring anything right now?
No.
No. Remember, the attention that you get, the thing that you brought up, creates space because it distracts people who are in good space. But right now, if you can't reach anything or reach anybody, if all you're doing is just stuck in main, you're not creating space because you're not distracting anybody and you're not pushing anything out of an area, are you? So then what do you do? And this is the really, really hard question. You ever heard of LH Cloudy?
Yeah, Cloudy, yeah.
Okay. Cloudy got really famous towards the end of Overwatch 1 by playing Reinhardt in a very unique style. Did you follow much of him during that?
Flankheart.
Yeah, Flankheart. Yeah, Flankheart. Yeah. And not just Flankheart. Did you ever watch him play in Watchpoint Gibraltar?
No.
He would climb up to the high ground, screw cart, and start swinging on them on the high ground. Now, Reinhardt can struggle with that. But the funny thing with Reinhardt is there a hero in the game that if you get heals, can any hero in the game beat you in a 1v1 in close range?
No. So
your job as Reinhardt is to, number one, survive, to not take as little damage as possible, distract people. But if there is you can also, if you can find a way to get on top of the soldier, he has to leave. He has to leave. And then what you do is you do this. It's like bowling pins. You send him this way, and do you stop? No, you keep going. then they start rotating this way, and do you stop? No, you keep going. And you see what you've done here?
Yeah.
You've done this. And that's the challenge as Reinhardt, is can I actually go around the map and clear space out from left, from right? Can I get to high ground in any way? If I can't, okay, what can I do? Who can I push for my team without taking damage? And that's where it's going to take creativity. And if you don't have that, then you're going to have a really, really hard time.
Okay.
And most Reinhardts are still stuck in that Overwatch 1 mindset, which was like 2016, trade with the enemy tank, be better than the enemy tank, and then you're going to win. But that didn't work as well towards the end of Overwatch and it definitely doesn't work in the end of Overwatch 2 at all. You see?
Yeah.
Does this make sense?
Yeah.
So your job is either to create space indirectly by pushing something and causing distractions, or directly by actually walking onto those high grounds, walking onto those flanks, and getting rid of these idiots. If there's nothing for you to push, find something to push. You don't need to kill it with your hammer, but you need to push it. Does that make sense?
Okay. Yeah.
Okay, so this is where we get into the VOD, because you're going to look at this point here. Now, that being said, Reinhardt is still not the best tank with high grounds. So, that being said, there are options available. Do you have any questions?
Ready for battle.
No, I don't think so.
Let's get started.
1.
Look at their comp. What's your job?
Just push the Sigma.
Okay. Do you have to go do for anything crazy to create or clear space versus this composition and on this map?
No.
Not necessarily. If that Sigma plays here, he's going to be able to do a lot of damage to your team, correct?
Yeah.
If that Sigma has to play here, or even here, is he going to be able to do a lot of damage to your team?
No.
Right. Okay. Let's see. So what we want to see is we want to see your mindset with how you create space, like how you're like approaching the fight. And then we're going to look at the mechanics. Are you using your shield well? Are you using corners well? Are you missing your fire strikes? Are you conserving your HP well? How are you doing with your pen? You kind of see what I'm saying?
Yeah.
So it's like how you're approaching the fight, and then also the mechanics of it as well.
Okay.
Okay. Now right now, what should your mindset be? Remember the
Just
paint, right?
hold the space.
Think about this. Where does your team want to play? Where are the powerful positions on this map?
Like the high ground on the right and left side.
Sure, you guys control everything here. This is the line, right? Now, could you guys push into them? Yes, but you don't have to. You don't have to. It's up to you. So as long as they don't get their guys up to this spot here, they're going to have a really hard time spamming you up. So be careful here. You need to decide. Are we pushing? Or am I just holding space? Because if you're holding space, what's the problem right now?
I'm just like wasting resources.
Right, you're just taking damage. You're wasting your shield. You're taking damage for no reason whatsoever. Resources that you could use later to push them.
Yeah.
So right now, you're not holding space because the enemy team isn't doing anything. You're just standing out in the open. Stand on the corner, play the pillar, and wait. If they get too close, they start encroaching on your space. You beat the crap out of them. And you see, how many of those resources did you use to actually control space? Really
All of my shield.
Right, for nothing. For really nothing. And not only that, but you actually baited your Cassidy into thinking that you were going to push. Look at this. Why does he die?
Oh.
Watch. Are we pushing? Are we pushing? Am I using my Rein shield? Oh, I guess we're pushing. Okay, I guess. Oh, yeah, you see that?
Oh, yeah.
Now, that might just be a little bit unlucky, so I'm not going to give you a hard time about it, but focus on your play here. You see. And now, do you want to push? Are they encroaching on your space right now? You see?
Yeah.
Yeah, it's getting pretty close, but what's the problem? Look at your resources. Can you see your shield HP? Right, you're down 125, 135 armor, and you're down the entirety of your shield.
Yeah.
This is when you want to push, and you really can't as much as you'd like. By the way, little life tip, if there's nothing for you to access, this is an easy one because you've got Sigma, Cassidy, Zen, Bap, all these things in front of you. Let's redraw this scenario. They're playing a dive comp with like Kiriko Lucio, and there's a Winston jumping your backline, and then like a Genji on the flank, Tracer on the flank. What do you do? You can't zone backline, can you?
No.
Right? What does a dive comp want to do? How do they win?
Just like isolate the target.
Right.
Just kill him.
Right. They want to take all these flanks. They want to set up a dive, try and isolate the target. So what can you do to help? You can't shield a monkey bubble, can you? Right? You can't shield monkey zaps. So you can't directly create space that way. So how do you make things difficult for them? Look what you just did. Watch carefully. You hit him with your hammer.
Yeah.
Sometimes the best thing you could do versus a composition where you can't push something is to literally go around the map and hunt that Genji or hunt that Tracer.
Okay.
They dive your team, pin in the middle of your team, catch that monkey, catch the Tracer, catch the Genji. Don't hit them, cancel your pin, just beat the crap out of them with your hammer. Go head hunting. When we were playing, I don't know how much you follow the Overwatch League, but when we were playing London versus like Rein comps, right, versus a lot of these Winston dive comps, Hadi played very much to try and disrupt and mess up the dives as possibly he could. He knew he couldn't shield a lot. He could shield a non-nade, but you can't even do that versus a Kiriko. So you were actively headhunting these flankers that try to get out of your backline. You don't sit there and shield. You're going to go headhunt these guys. So just a little bit of a mental exercise because I don't know what you're going to play up against here. So I'm going to cover all our bases. Okay. Careful. If you're shielding, you're intending to push. Right now, you are not intending to push, so I don't want you shielding. Save your resource, use natural cover, and now when you want to push, you'll have shield to play with, right?
Yeah.
I mean, that was okay. You see how you use the corner there? You regenerate your HP, you regenerate your shield.
Yeah.
And to be honest with you, you could do something like a short pin here, right? He doesn't have rock. Short pin him into the wall, shield up again afterwards.
Okay.
Like, this is good here. I mean, you theoretically, I think, could be swinging again here. But, like, do you see how, like, this is really uncomfortable for them? They wish that the shield wasn't in front of them. Because you guys are actively pushing them, so... Nice. Nice. Obviously there, you're not pushing, so you're just gonna use your shield for a little bit of spam, and then you're gonna get out again, right?
Yeah.
No resource, no resource, no resource, no resource. Nice, he waves sticky. And now you are full. Good. So this is smart from them. Do you see what they're doing?
No.
Yeah, it's hard to
Oh,
see.
I mean, like the Genji?
Yeah, you
Or-
see this? You see this?
Yeah.
Yeah, he's like, I'm not going to let this Rein hide. I'm going to take it. Now, what's the
Yeah.
problem potentially here?
For me,
Yeah, for either team, really.
they push me and then I just like die.
Yeah,
I
right.
can't really like
Right, right.
not with my team and
Right, so
not in a great position.
you need to figure out, I mean, it's a fine position, to be honest with you, but you need to make sure that is my team with me.
Okay.
Okay, so that's the big one here. Okay, now let's see what happens. Haha. Probably prefer you go for the squishy there. Make sure
Yeah.
that you get the kill. Kill's more important than anything else. Haha. Nice. Okay, might need to get out. I'll probably pin out here. Reset with your team.
Okay.
See that the problem in that position for that long is they were able to actually shoot you without actually having to
Yeah.
push, right?
Yeah.
And so it wasn't true cover at that point. But that's okay. So let's get out. Nice. Obviously a lost fight, so maybe you get a pick. Okay. Do you have any questions so far?
I don't think so.
Okay, we've talked about a lot, so let's keep playing, and then we'll see what we get from there. Okay, avoid taking damage. Avoid taking damage here. You're already down almost 200 armor before the fight even starts, and right about now you want to start thinking about pushing, right? But you're making your Ana sweat like crazy before the fight starts. Just use cover. Like if you think about what you're doing, the fire strike is fine. It's fine to use fire strike, but you don't benefit from throwing fire strike out in the open here as opposed to just hugging the corner a little bit better, right? It's just a little thing, but it adds up.
Yeah.
That's unfortunate. I'm not gonna blame you out for that. I thought you guys should have beated that one.
Oh yeah, I remember the comms. I think he was saving it for Blade.
Got it, got it, got it. Well, you guys gotta do something. I mean, think about it this way. This is a great example of you doing it very well. If you had wasted shield before this push, you would have died. Because watch, you're at 1,000 H shield now.
Yeah.
You are now 1,200 shield turning the corner. If you had like 600 shield now, you would be dead.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? You
Yeah.
needed every pixel of shield to get out of that choke and on top of this Cassidy. And that might be fight winning right there. Those resources that you conserved when you actually pushed is what allowed this push to work. I was hoping you then. No, you. Okay, they bladed.
Yeah.
That's okay. Okay. I was like, why did you guys beat? Okay, nice job. That was what we want to see. Reinhardt is a very binary hero. You're either pushing or you're not pushing. Now, listen very carefully. You can turn that off and on in a second's notice. You can push it, then no. No, I'm pushing it. No, I'm just gonna kind of see what I'm saying. But I don't ever want to see you peeking and standing if you're not and using shield if you're not actively thinking about pushing or at least threatening the push. Make sense?
Okay. Yeah.
Very important. Alrighty. Like right now, are you pushing? Are you thinking about pushing? I don't know, right? Right? So like, why are you here?
Yeah.
You know? Because you're like, oh, my Reaper, my Reaper, my Reaper. Yeah, maybe. But he's got his own cooldown to get out, you know? You play your position,
Yeah.
your team will play around your position, especially at this rank. You're not bronze anymore. So, like, do you see the problem here, right?
Yeah.
It's only a little thing, but you're down 300 shield and over 100 armor. Right? And look at the enemy team's comp. Like, look at their HP. right? Full resources,
Yeah.
full HP, everything's fine. You're just not good at that phase. You're good close range. So your job is to take as little damage as possible before you get to that close range. Because right now you should be 500 HP and full shield. Now you are neither. So, because what you're doing in principle here is fine, right? You're using cover, you're pressuring, you're holding the choke, but you're not doing it as well as you should.
Okay.
Okay, there you go. I mean, you see how hard it is for them. They want to walk forward, but they just can't. They just can't. Because every time they walk forward, they get hit with a hammer.
Yeah.
Okay, let's keep going. I want to see just the tad bit of your Reinhardt in this situation as well. Okay. Oh shoot. Oh shoot. Oh shoot. So they're on Reaper, Kiriko, Lucio. So what they have done is they've now removed a couple of heroes that you can actually push, right? So now your mindset can be pushing Sigma. Your mindset could be pushing Cassidy, making sure he doesn't get good positions. Your mindset could even be making sure that Reaper doesn't get good positions, because here's the thing. Here's where the Reaper is. Ready? 3, 2, 1, go. He's up here. If you path high ground and you find this Reaper, what is going to happen?
He's gonna wraith out.
He's going to wraith out. You're going to beat him with your hammer, and he's going to run away.
Yeah.
And then not only did you force his wraith, what did you also do for your team?
I got him off the high ground.
Yeah,
Got
he wants to play.
mid-space.
You cleared space. Yes, that's it right there. You see how that's making space? He
Yeah.
wants that position because it's a good flank and it's a good corner. He doesn't get it, though, when you go and clear him out. No hero in the game can match you toe-to-toe. Reaper can. Nothing can. I mean, I guess technically a Roadhog could beat you in a 1v1, but with Heal Pocket in a reasonable scenario, they can't do that. They just can't. They
Yeah.
have to run away. So this is what we're talking about. This is how you create space. You don't just walk down the choke and push the Sigma. Yes, that's technically creating space, but the most valuable space oftentimes is what's happening around you in a lot of these circumstances here. So I know what you're probably going to do. Well, are you guys doing TP to point? Is that what you guys are doing?
I think. Maybe.
Yeah.
Actually,
Now, here's what's crazy about the TP, okay? The TP skips space, doesn't it? Because think about
Yeah.
what he wants to do. He wants to go in your backline, but then if you TP away, he's like, oh, well, that was useless, right? So
Yeah.
I'm not saying what you're doing now is a mistake by any means, if that's what you guys are doing, but it's just good to be thinking about for next time you play Reinhardt, right?
Okay, yeah.
Okay. And like right now, what space could you be creating right now if your team is TPing the point?
I mean, just pressuring the Sigma.
Sure. And then once you get to TP to point, you can either push the Sigma out. If that Cassidy gets too close, push him. The Reaper gets too close, push him. So then it becomes a checklist, like of who's more dangerous right now. Who should I be pushing right now? Right? Who's more aggressive?
Okay.
It's like right now, you can't really push this Cassidy. You can't really push the Reaper, but you can push the Sigma. And if you play your cards right, you play correctly, you will win that trade always. Right now, that's just a little bit unfortunate timing, right? But theoretically, you block that rock, you win the HP trade, you win. He has to back up. He backs up. He does less damage to your team. You create space for your team. Let's see what happens. So like right now, why would you push the Kiriko instead of the Sigma?
I don't know. She's a squishy, easier to kill, I guess.
Yeah, well,
but
the thing
she's
was
like a better target.
the thing with squishies is they are often a little bit more lethal at that, you know, like obviously the tank is lethal, but she should not be allowed to play here. Get rid of her, then push the Sigma. Cassidy gets too close, push him, then push the Sigma, right? Because one swing on a Cassidy is going to create more space than one swing on a Sigma because of how his response has to be. Right there. There's Suzu. She's out. Right now.
Yeah.
Now she's no longer doing damage to your team. She's no longer supporting the Sigma. Now, who's your priority right now? Who should be pushing to create space right now?
Sigma.
Sigma, right? All right, so we're on Sigma. Sigma. Fights lost. Unfortunate. Go next. Maybe not. Who should you be pushing right now?
The Cassidy.
You're getting rocked far too much for Reinhardt.
Okay.
Okay. yeah, I don't think you had much of an opportunity here. I think we could have played this one better for certain. But I think that was all I have to say for Rein. Do you understand what I'm talking about specifically with Reinhardt?
Yeah.
At least you have a little bit of a better idea. So
Yeah.
what you could be doing now in your games is when it comes to creating space, don't just think about like pushing the enemy team and distracting the enemy team. That's a good starting point. But think about, remember that paint. Is there anything I can push that's in a good position that will help my team out? Is there anything that I can push? And then for you specifically also, how am I doing with managing my HP and with my resources before I push? Am I making sure that I've got all of my resources available so that I can actually properly push, or am I getting sloppy and lazy with it? Do you see what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Okay, that's the goal. Do you have any questions with that?
No.
Okay, that's a big topic. That's a big topic for you to explore moving forward. Big topic. Reinhardt in Overwatch 2 is tough. It is tough, but I would not say that he's necessarily weak. He's just tough to play, tough to understand. Okay, Winston creates space. How? We talked about it in the paint thing, didn't we?
Like drawing attention.
Yeah, drawing attention and by threatening people, right, with kills. So who do you prioritize?
Backline supports.
Why?
So they can't heal. I don't know.
Right. Well, who is easier for you to kill? Sigma or Zen?
Zen.
So what's going to cause more of a panic or a reaction from the enemy team? Going for a Sigma or going for a Zen?
Going for the Zen.
And then when the panic happens, how is that creating space? Remember the paint.
Well, if they're all like looking at me, then my team can just kind of.
The people in good positions turn their attention on you, and that creates space for the team, for your team.
Yeah. Okay.
All right. So if you go for the Sigma, you'll be creating space, yes, but you'll be doing so inefficiently because they'll be like, oh yeah, the monkeys have a Sigma, we're fine. Let's just shoot that backline from my good flank here, or let's just shoot somebody else from my good high ground here, right? You need to be playing to your hero's strengths to create the most space, either by attacking those flanks and angles directly, or by making those flanks and angles look at you because you're murdering their backline. Make sense?
Yeah.
Let's see how we do this. Tracer, not a great matchup, but there's a lot of things on the enemy team that you can pressure. And very similar to Reinhardt, the higher you are to full HP, the more resources you have engaged, the more lethal threat you're going to pose on the kill, and the more likely you're going to be able to survive the dive. So the problem here is what?
I'm low health.
You're low health, right. So now obviously you got spammed earlier, but better corner, maybe even jumping from here to here, any sort of thing that you can do to preserve your HP so that you can go in higher and you don't have to end up getting naded, the better. You're getting rolled. Huh.
Yeah.
If you were full HP and had bubble here, what do you think of this jump? Let's this fight's lost. You've crapped the bed, to be honest with you. But like, let's say it's not lost. In theory, what do you think about this jump?
I thought it was a good jump.
Why?
Because I'm diving the BAP, so like he can just stand up there and 1v1 me, or he's gonna have to drop.
Yeah. So he loses his good position. Okay. How does the enemy team respond?
They're gonna turn on me.
Let's watch. You see?
Yeah.
The Sigma should be shooting your backline. Let's keep watching. That's not the hero I want. You see this? You see how the Zen? Zen's not shooting your team, is he?
No.
Is the BAP shooting your team either from his high ground?
No.
He's running, right? Do you see how you just created? You said if we draw the Microsoft Paint here, you've then taken this side of the map and made them all look at you. That's big, isn't it?
Yeah.
That's how you create space with Monkey. And not only that, now you're on it again. So now the people that, they're not even good positions now. You've taken away all the good positions from them. They're all clumped up like scared little sheep. And that's just dandy for your hero, isn't it?
Yeah.
That's just great. I mean, this fight is actually potentially winnable. Bubble. Oh, misery. Now, yeah, so horrible start to the fight. But not bad at the end there, was it? Not bad. Now, sometimes you have to be sneaky with Monkey. Why?
So you can like get like so you can set up without like taking too much damage.
Yeah. Exactly. That's it. Exactly. This Sigma. This is what he wants to do. You see?
Yeah.
This is what his range is good at. He is very good at doing what he's doing right now, and you're letting him do that by kind of playing here. You could be walking on a flank, or at the very least, just don't peek him, right? It's the same thing you were doing with Reinhardt. We could be a lot better at this. Now, he wastes the flux, really, because he was a little too far. But you could kind of see how this is consistently an issue with you, both on Rein and Winston. So far, so good, though, at this point, though, right?
Yeah.
Look at the attention that you're baiting. Look at the enemy team's reaction, right? We only have to turn on overlay to see what happens. Bat wants to be shooting his team from his good position. Zenyatta wants to be... I mean, Zenyatta does not want to turn his back on this, right? He needs to be looking at this, but he has to because he has to help his Bat. So he turns around like an idiot. Sigma is no... Look at the Sigma. He forgot his shield, right? You see this? These are powerful positions for this team. This is a spam choke, right? But they're not using it. Why? Because they're looking at you. And guess what happens? Your Reaper walks into the middle of the enemy team, and your team wins the fight. Or should win the fight. This guy is really, really enjoying rocking you. There he is. Okay. Nice job, right? Uh-oh. Now, Pharah's annoying because you can't create space by pressuring her out of her good positions, can you? Her good positions are a little bit inaccessible.
Yeah. I think that's actually what I try to do, though.
No, you don't.
Who
was
so.
it? Was it Miro with the juggle in the sky? Oh yeah. Surely this is gonna be it here. Now I will say this: is this necessarily a bad play right here?
No.
Maybe. That's not necessarily a bad play. She is accessible here. Just be careful about how much damage you take too. The other thing you have to consider as well is obviously Cassidy's dead, so just be safe here. Don't take too many damage. Don't take too much damage. You're not full. Get out. Ah, what are you doing? What are you doing? You're still taking damage. You see this?
Yeah.
Still damage. Like, just chill. Like, right now, you could be setting up for a flank. Go find that bat. Okay, find that bat. Wait. Okay, they're pushing my team. I'm gonna screw these guys over, man. I'm gonna beat the crap out of them, right?
Yeah.
I'm sorry. This is okay. This is good. I swear you're gonna juggle 12 people off the map right here. Here it comes. Let's go. I think
I was looking for the Pharah, and I saw the high noon, and then just hit.
Oh no!
No, I think this is my worst primal. No, I swear I had a good primal in this game.
Oh my gosh, you're just doing great. Okay, I will say this. Okay, let's go to our checklist. Is this creating space for your team? What do you think?
No, I don't think so.
Not really. Kind of, because is this a really good position for this Pharah? Like where she's at, like how aggressively she's playing?
I don't think so.
Not great. But I do understand what you're trying to do when it comes to, oh, she's super aggressive, I can kill her, right? That does kind of create space. I just don't think the matchup is so good for you. So obviously, beyond, I wouldn't even say a series and unfortunate events. I'd say a series of disastrous events. But I appreciate the effort, right? At the very least, like look at how she repositioned, right? She was on top of your backline, and now look at where she's at. You see that? You force her from here to here. So horrible, but like at least we can kind of carry the logic through here. Okay. No. Oh,
Okay, I remember this. Someone said to touch, so I just tried to touch, and
I think it's okay. I would have preferred you to reset instead of feeding ult charge, but I can't.
Okay.
Actually, the funny thing is, it's actually better that you did that and didn't feed more ult charge. But goodness gracious, that's just delightful. Okay. Now, this is where the tank battle begins, because this Sigma has done a really good job at doing what to you? On both Reinhardt and Winston. Don't overthink this one.
I don't know, just like spamming.
Yeah, he's done a good job at shooting you in the face. Okay.
Yeah.
And that's been really annoying because your hero does not want to be shot in the face, at least until you're on top of them. So then this is the battle. That signal wants to shoot you in the face so that he can hold and create space for his team, right? He can make you back up, or he can keep you at a distance. That's how he creates space. Remember, we talked about this in the paint. He shoots the aggressive positions, whether that's your DPS or whether that's you. You don't like that. You don't necessarily mind the 1v1 with a signal, but you at least want to be on top of him when you do that. But how do you get there without taking damage? And this is the real question, isn't it? So how do you get there?
You just jump on him.
Okay. We've tried that before. You got rocked out of the sky and it looked like a complete chump.
Okay.
That's not necessarily a bad idea, but it doesn't always work. Okay, so what did you just say?
Flank?
Ooh, okay. Where? When? How?
Well, I mean, if he was at like the choke right now, like where the Cassidy is, I would just go like on the left.
Yeah. You sneak up on him, so you take less damage, right?
Yeah.
Interesting.
Yeah.
Okay. Now that's hard because you're gonna have to pay attention to where your team is, because you don't want to go in by yourself off of your own timing, right? But it's the play. By the way, that's why high ground's strong, because high ground is a flank. It's a different level that you can use to avoid the enemy team. That's why high ground's strong. Now you have options here, don't you? What do you think is what do you think is the proper play?
The Baptiste.
Why?
Well, it'll get him off the high ground, and probably his teammates will turn around.
Is the Baptiste the most important, most dangerous angle right now? Most dangerous position? Remember the way you create space, right? You
Probably not.
Right? But what did you say about jumping the Baptiste?
His team will turn around.
Yeah, so maybe you will make these guys turn around, and so then those positions are no longer strong for them, right?
Yeah.
I don't know. It's not so clear, is it? Jumping the Zenyatta with Nano would be fine. You would force Trance, you would force these guys to back off and give up their good positions. Jumping the Baptiste would probably force his team to turn around and ruin these good positions. I think jumping the Baptiste is probably the better play, but if you're able to get on top of these guys without taking any damage, that would also be good. So let's see what happens. You creating space?
Yeah.
Creating space. Do you see these guys? Look what they're doing. See what they're doing? They're backing up. Why are they backing up? Sigma's phenomenal in a 1v1 against these guys, but why are they backing up? They have to, you see?
Yeah.
Now the question is how do you play the micro of this? You make the right decision. You jump. I will say that you need to be practicing charging your right click. Because that's 50 free damage, which is a lot of damage. That is the difference between forcing a cooldown early between finishing a kill. This Baptiste should be 67 HP. Probably force lamp just by jumping in with a right click. And it's easier to land than you think. There's Harmony Orb. You over pursue. You bubble late. But what happens? You get out. And look at, if we were to draw a line with space controlled, do you see how you've made their line go backwards?
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. Surely. Nice. You live. Even though the Sigma's pushing back up again, it's just not quite the same, is it? He doesn't have quite the same aggressive position. His Cassie's not even with him. His Zenyatta's not even with him. This is great. This is how you create space with Monkey. Now, you see the problem here, though, right? You're getting lazy. You're just jumping. And we need, remember, this is where you could set up a flank. You landed back here. Could you go back here, just literally do the exact same thing again, and then jump and then drop, right? There's options here. Use them. Okay. Seems good to me, right?
Yeah.
Haha. Oh! But it's okay because you're on point blank range. This is still winnable. Don't do it. 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 Nice job. Not well executed, but nice job nonetheless. What's the priority right now? What's the mindset?
just, I don't know, regroup.
Sure, regroup, and then what are you thinking about for next fight?
I don't know.
It's nothing new necessarily, right? How are you going to set up your next engage?
Okay, yeah.
You know what I'm saying? It's the same thing as
Yeah.
Reinhardt. Where do I want to hold? Winston? It's not so much where do I want to hold, but who do I want to engage on? Where should I be setting up to try and take as little damage as possible? Very attentive to where they're setting up. Like right now, is that Baptiste going to come over here, or is it going to go in main? Can I take a flank on these guys? Oh no, they're on the flank. I can't take it. Can I set up a poke? The Far's going to poke me up. I have to back up. Okay, where's that Sigma? Okay, gotta avoid. You know, all these things. You're listening. You're scouting. You're thinking about the next engage.
Yeah.
I see you're reacting to what's going on the left. Okay, there's a squishy here. It rocks me. Okay, that's annoying. I'm gonna back up a little bit.
I knew she was going to barrage.
Ah! But that's good. You're paying attention.
Yeah.
You're paying attention. That's good. Did that create space?
Yeah.
It did, didn't it? She took all this space in the world, and you just said nope. So it's not just about counting the barrage. It's also not letting that Pharah do what she wants. She's not allowed to use that position. Wow, that's actually insanity. Okay, so tell me what's the issue here?
I kind of just like jumped right into a back window.
Yeah, you need your bubble. You need your bubble, or you need to set up your engage smarter. This would be where you would jump up top here, flank around, and then by the time you drop, you'd be very close to your bubble, and you would have taken 0 damage on entry, right?
Okay, yeah.
You should have been one shot here. This should have been death right now. Again, with the right click as well, there's time to charge up that right click to use it. I really don't think this is necessary either because you already had your bubble. So like right here, you're already on top of them. Just pop your bubble and zap the Baptiste. You know what I'm saying? Just pop the Baptiste. Yeah. You're good. You'll sometimes see pro monkeys do this, but usually they'll chain into primal immediately if the target is out of reach after the jump. You know?
Okay,
But this target's directly on top of you. You don't need to do this. Because it might be very important to have next fight. And then obviously as you see here, I think it would have been just easier just to actually shoot the target instead. Alright, let's see what happens. How do we lose this fight? Don't take damage, don't take damage. There's the high ground level, right? No damage now, right? So for him to walk out, he has to walk directly into you, and he cannot poke you out early. Okay, he's repositioned back towards main. Oh, this is perfect, right? This is why we love high ground. You can walk on top of the character without taking any damage and without having to use your jump. So I think pretty reasonable. I think target priority there. I think you lost the Cassidy, which is crucial. And then obviously not having the primal is kind of annoying as well. Where did that Cassidy go? Did he double back? I honestly... Yeah, he came back, actually. So, check it out. That's unfortunate. But I think you had the right idea. I think, what are you seeing so far with your monkey? What are you seeing so far as needing to be worked on or improved on?
Definitely, like, making sure I have resources when I engage. Like bubble and health.
Guarding that as much as you possibly can. Yeah, 100%. So it's very similar to your Reinhardt, isn't it?
Yeah.
So I think general tank play understanding and knowing how to create space is a big one for you. But I also think how you're actually going about it in terms of managing your resources is also a big one for you. Now, the good news is that's relatively simple, right? It's just taking as little damage as possible. It's not hard to understand. But the bad news is that's something that is very, very difficult to master. That is something that Overwatch League coaches are still working on with their players. You kind of see what I'm saying? So that is a skill set that you will be working on from now until your Overwatch League. But at least you'll be thinking about it right now. This is a good skill to start developing right now. Doesn't need to be perfect. It needs to be better, though. Okay, enemy comp, nothing much has really changed, right? I mean, obviously Reaper is not a great 1v1 target for you, but you know, even if he's playing an aggressive angle, it's not the end of the world. But if you're able to prevent that Cassie Zenyatta from taking good positions, or stage a dive to where you can pressure their backline and force them to turn around and look at you, that's going to be good. So let's see what happens. Now, what is your mentality here? Because this is awkward, isn't it?
Yeah.
You're a close range hero, but you don't want to be frontlining 1v1ing a Sigma. That's not, like, he's going to spam you out and you're just going to stand there and look stupid. So you need to get on top of something. Even with a Reinhardt, this is rough, especially in Overwatch 2. So what's your mindset?
Take high ground.
Maybe, right? Look for an opportunity to dive. I don't know. Let's just see what happens. Let's see what opportunities you're given. Reaper's above it. Okay. What did you just do there? What space did you just create? You obviously distracted them, but watch this. You see? This is annoying for your team. I don't like when they're on high ground here.
Yeah.
Wait, 3, 2, 1. Zen Kiriko leaf. There's space. Do you see that?
Yeah.
And now they're in a position where it's harder for them to do damage to your team, or it's less safe. Survive. You took no damage. Zap him. Zap this guy, by the way. That reaches him. That's like unbelievably annoying for him to deal with, by the way.
Okay.
Because you actually do more damage than he does. You can beat him in a 1v1 at this range. You can beat him in a 1v1 I think at point blank range if you have full HP in a bubble now. But yeah, this is like so annoying. just bait him by like kind of waving, and then like when he starts to wave, he's just an easier target because he just sits still. So it's show no mercy.
Okay.
I mean, he showed no mercy to you, so like, you know, screw that guy. I think what you're doing here is like in theory fine, but I just would have liked to have tried to get healing, maybe zap the Rein, maybe jump in with the zap on the Zen, so you have an easier job of taking that 1v1. Yeah, it's just hard because if you look at this, your team, they're very low. Your team is doing good work on the Sigma, but if you just had 100 more armor, right? If you've been able to charge that right like a little bit sooner, so it's like these margins of error are so tight. So there's a few things there that you could have done a little bit better. But I think what you tried to do was respectable and probably the right move.
Okay.
There it is. There it is. There it is. Pick a target. 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 Nice. 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 And you guys are surviving way longer in this fight than you should be. Nice. Nice. You might actually get a kill out of this. Oh! Nice. You see, this fight should have been lost ages ago, but you guys are stalling a long time. Okay, let's finish this fight and then we'll call it.
Okay.
What's again the mindset here? You need to create space by doing what?
I don't know, just diving the Zen is what I would do.
Sure. Is there any really aggressive position from the enemy team that you need to clear that you see?
Maybe the Reaper.
Maybe the Reaper, but that's going to be hard for you to clear, right? Now, maybe if you're with your team, it's okay. But at the very least, try and threaten a kill, force the enemy team to turn around. Let's see what happens. You see what's happening?
Yeah.
What's happening right now?
They're backing up.
You're backing off, but also look at what's happening to your resource.
I'm losing health.
You see?
Yeah.
You should be 140 HP more. You weren't full to begin with, so that's kind of stinks, but there's no reason for you to be 290. You should be 430, 467 here. You have all the information you need right now. You know your team is fighting right now. You know your team is pushing up. 3. So then you're either diving or you're waiting. You're diving or you're waiting. The problem with you is there's in between. That's the problem. Where you're kind of poking, but you're playing Winston.
Yeah.
You're playing Winston. Into a comp that significantly outranges you, and right now you should have way more HP than you do. Very nice. Totally unnecessary.
Yeah.
It's a good play of the game, but you know, unnecessary. I lied. We'll watch this one. You tell me what you think. You tell me.
Well, I definitely took too much damage and I used to use my bubble.
Yeah,
Now I don't have it.
Yeah, and not only that, but who got space here?
Yeah, they did.
They did. You didn't. You didn't. They were like, that Winston wants to use this high ground to engage on us. So that position is powerful, Winston. Let's create space by getting rid of that Winston. But really, to be honest, you made it way too easy for them. You gave away your position. You were not sneaky. You were not paying attention, and then you get smoked.
Okay.
GG. So let's stop there and let's talk. Priorities. Priorities for you. Because we talked about a lot. What are your priorities?
I mean, just making space.
Yeah, how? Like, what do you need to be doing better? I guess would be the thing I'm asking.
Like overall?
Sure. Or with Rein and then with Winston.
I think just like resource management.
Sure. What does that mean?
Not like using your health or shield when like you're not like going in.
Right, sure.
Just like taking like damage before like you start the fight.
Sure. And if there's ever a situation where it's feeling difficult as Reinhardt or Winston, that's the first thing you should look at. How am I setting up my engages? Am I doing the right thing? Am I managing my resources well? And then if you're really, really, really stumped, ask yourself, was that the way I should be creating space? Was there something else I could try? Could I be diving a different target? Could I be pushing a different target? Could I be swinging as Reinhardt on this or on that? You kind of see what I'm saying? And
yeah,
I mean, because again, this is a dynamic game. It's not simple as just push that target with Lucio speed and kill it. Yeah, it's different. You have to think about this. If you have any questions, do you have any other questions? Let's just start with that. Do you have any other questions?
Not really. I guess when you're like charging your right click for like a dive, you do it like before you jump or like after you jump? Like
I would start in the air. Like you want to try and land that right click and then be able to zap as you're landing, I guess.
Okay.
That would be the min-maxing a little bit of a strategy there. And then obviously right click, and then if you don't go, you can just cancel reload. Right click and then cancel reload if you don't actually go, and that way whenever you go, you have it ready to be available. It's not like the Zenyatta right click.
Okay.
Make sense?
Yeah.
Any other questions?
I think so on Rein, if you're playing into like a dive comp, I think I never know if I should like peel or like just like keep walking in. But I think we said that earlier.
A little bit. A lot of your work is going to be proactively preventing them from setting up the dive by trying to stop their tanks and DPS from taking the flanks that they need to dive properly. It feels weird sometimes to be like swinging on a Genji or a Tracer or whatever, but if that's something that you can do, if that's an opportunity that you get, then you can take it. And then if they do bypass you and they're all literally the entire enemy team is behind you, then yeah, just turn around and pin into them.
Okay.
You'd be surprised at how much disruption that you can do into that. But yeah, okay. Any other questions?
No, I don't think so.
Okay, if you do, DMs are open. If there's any situation with Reinhardt or Winston on a replay code or a fight where you're like, I didn't know what I was supposed to do here or how I was supposed to position or how I was supposed to play against this composition, shoot it to me with the timestamp. I'll get to you as soon as I can. But my DMs are always open. Sound good?
Yeah.
Okay, good luck. Keep in touch with how stuff is going on your end, all right?
All right, thank you.
All right, cheers, mate. Have a good one. See you.
You too.
All right, so that was Milkman, the Reinhardt and Winston extraordinaire. Hope you guys learned a little bit about space creation in Overwatch 2 from that. Definitely a unique circumstance here because we obviously have, with the removal of one tank, it does become the sole priority of one tank to kind of do everything, whether it's create space, hold space, defend his team, threaten the enemy team. And so you have to understand what space actually means. It's simultaneously more complicated than people understand, but it's also more simple. It really is just places that your team wants to be or the enemy teams wants to be and trying to take those positions away. And then how you do that looks different in each hero. Hope that makes sense, y'all. Let's get rolling here. We have something special. We have a team coaching review. Team coaching, very helpful. Thank you, Papa. Yes, you're welcome. Thank you for all the follows and subs, by the way, and all the messages as well. When I am doing VOD reviews, I try to focus on the review, and I don't have time to stop there and tell everybody I love you and give kisses and such. But I really appreciate the support, as always. Let's go, team coaching. Should you generally avoid stacking Nano and Primal on your monkey? Yes, I would avoid that one. Yeah, I would avoid that one. I would avoid stacking Nano and Primal. Yes. Anyone? I'll drag y'all around. Okay, I think we're good. Let me get this situated here. Gonna have to hear Reinhardt scream in my ear. Again, I'm gonna weep. Team coaching. Let me change the VOD. Da, 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 da. Everybody's jumping in my Discord. So what we're gonna do is they're gonna jump in my Discord, and because it's a team VOD, I'm going to stream in my Discord channel. Do you think is more important timing than positioning? I don't know. It's a really good question. I would say timing is probably more important than positioning because it's what ensures that your team is actually playing as 5. So in other words, I'd rather have my Ana ending and actually trying to play with our team than an Ana playing in the perfect corner angle but literally not paying attention. Like timing is like what team is team play. You know what I'm saying? So if your timing is goofed up, it's not team play. I think so. Timing better than positioning? Probably yes. Do you think that the presence of Kiriko catapults to dive at the front of the meta if the game is in a healthy state? I think so. At the highest level, I think Kiriko makes dive probably the most viable composition. All right, let's start dragging people around here. Goes in the boss chat. Da, 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 da. You guys get to join the moderator voice channel. Huh.
Whoa.
Yeah. Only Discord mods are allowed in this channel, so not to alarm you guys.
Is Keitra allowed in that?
Well, I don't know. Is Keitra, are you 600 kilograms overweight?
Quite the opposite, actually.
Okay, so I don't know if you get the Discord moderator. Either that or you have to be like a really big anime fan, one or the other. All right, let's see here. Let's get your queue here. So is this what we got today for the group?
There should be 3 more people joining, but
Yeah.
God, no. I'll get that.
It's fine. It's typical UK people. No worries.
Yeah.
Can't do anything right, and even when you're doing it right, you're still late for it. So, all right, we'll get the VOD pulled up here. Which team are you guys? Cheese Lord? Do I see a Cheese Lord? I do not see a Cheese Lord.
He's a alumni. It'll be Key Dog, Meta, Ros.
Apparently, some more players are struggling joining any voice channels. Is that because they haven't submitted their?
They need to accept the rules, I think.
I don't think so.
Okay.
Oh, there they are. They should be able to come in anyway, but I don't know.
Oh, there they are. They're coming.
Okay, there's 2 more.
Hello.
Let's go.
Mr. Greetings. Greetings.
Is Sav joining us, or is he? I assume not.
Oh yes, is he not?
Okay. I doubt he's gonna join. It's fine.
Yeah, no, he's not coming.
That's fine. I'm just skimming through and I'm seeing. Oh, I'm just actually so excited to coach Widowmaker, Brick, Symmetra, Kiriko, and Roadhog. Okay, unironically, I'm gonna have a blast. This is gonna be so much fun.
Is it the Route 66 one? Just
yeah,
checking.
it is.
Yeah.
Okay, it is. Yeah, you guys are all set. So, let's start with the really boring stuff. Hi guys, my name is Spylo. I'm a professional Overwatch League contender / content creator coach guy, and I am the greatest of all time. You guys are here to get team coaching. So, why are you here to get team coaching besides for the memes? What do you hope to get out of the session?
Understand how to play the comp because we haven't played it for very long.
Oh no! How to play this comp? You guys are crazy. Okay. All right. So you want to understand how to play this composition better, all right?
Yeah, and we're open to adjustments to the composition, of course. But we have
Sure.
like some one tricks. So
Gotcha.
probably keep the same general idea.
What's the average SR of this team? Like,
Average with like the
4.4?
peak. peaks is like 4.4.
Top 500.
see.
All right, whipping out the
Fair
flashy.
enough.
I'm using the old school icon. Screw the new icon. Okay, let's talk then. So, Cager has been working with you guys for a little bit now. Is that how long?
Yeah.
Since what?
Been like
a month?
3 or 4 weeks.
Okay,
yeah.
so
Yeah.
So what have been some things that you guys have been like actively working on in this comp? Because you guys said that like got a bunch of one tricks, right? So is this just kind of like a hodgepodge of one tricks trying to find some sort of synergy between each other, or give me some info on y'all's team's background?
Yeah. So
Yeah. Do you want to speak? Or...
yeah, can I give a bit of
Yeah,
background maybe of the team, because we play together, like we're a university team, and we've kept
what university?
mostly the same players. Warwick.
Okay.
We got nominated for university. What was it? Esports Uni of the Year.
I've heard of you. Yep.
Esports Collegiate Program for the year.
Something like that.
Nice.
But yeah, so we've got mostly the same players from last year.
Got it.
And in Overwatch 1, we were also one-tricking Hog comps. Hog, Sim, and our other tank was also an off-tank player. So we played like double off-tank with the Hog the whole time. We had like a few, like I switched off Sim a bit. We had a few adjustments to like make it work, but it's kind of the same comp moving into Overwatch 2.
Okay.
With mostly the same players.
Okay. And so you just like to figure out how to play the composition, or figure out how to like synergize a little better. Is that the case?
Yeah, essentially.
Okay.
We haven't had too much practice on it yet, really.
Okay. Oh, we haven't too much. Okay, so let's start right there then. So in Overwatch 1, what was the composition, and if you guys were to describe it to me, like coach me first before I coach you, what were you trying to accomplish with the composition? Because you got it. This is a mess. So Overwatch 1, what did it look like?
Does someone else want to go? Or should I?
I can go.
Yeah,
I'll try. Yeah, I mean, I think Overwatch 1 comp was just about it's spam, right? And just playing time, just buying time for Hog to get picks, buying time for Symmetra to get picks, and essentially creating as much chaos as possible, and hoping that the enemy team doesn't know how to deal with that chaos and doesn't know how to, play against that.
Okay. Did you guys ever run into any difficulties playing up against any sort of like range or sniper compositions or anything?
Yeah. It's okay. It's kind of long to explain. What we did was like really interesting, and it was really weird, basically. So like one way to counter us, right, is to play in Overwatch 1 was to play double shield with like snipers.
Right.
And just shield us off and stuff. And basically, what we did is we played Hog, Zarya, Genji, Ana, Mercy, and like Widow or Ashe or something. And our Hog just kept flanking. It sounds so stupid, but our Hog still like kept flanking. And like I basically played like a main tank on Genji. I like dashed in, had like double pocket from the healers, and like took bubbles and stuff, and like basically just making space for the Hog and Widow to do stuff. If that makes sense.
Yep, makes sense. Total sense. Okay, and then how did you guys do against dive comps? Did you guys play up against any dive comps? I assume somebody must have tried it.
Yeah. Yeah, like 6-man.
Yeah, the Moira stuff.
That was tough for us.
I can imagine.
I think we played Pharmacy against it.
That's an excellent choice. Excellent choice.
But yeah, my Pharaoh is not the best. So
okay, so maybe
that was probably the hardest thing for us.
Gotcha. Okay.
But the Pharaoh would tend to beat it.
You guys heard of? I assume you guys have heard of the avoided comp.
Yeah.
Okay. Very, very similar circumstance. Bunch of OTPs trying different things, trying unorthodox strats. When you guys are training, explain to me like the tournament structure that you guys play in. Are you guys competing in OD? Are you guys competing in the university tournaments? I don't really know how the UK unis work with this, so fill me in.
Basically, there's 2 UK leagues, and they have like 3 tournaments a year, but like 2 serious tournaments, which is winter and I don't know what they call it, spring. Something like that.
Yeah.
So yeah, we're the winter one. We're currently competing in the winter ones of both the 2 tournaments. Okay. And we got the spring ones later on.
And so, how often do you guys have like matches? Like how long does the tournament cycle run?
It's 2 days a week, and each day is like 2 matches, and it goes on for I don't know, like 10 weeks or something total.
Do you guys scrimmage?
Yeah, we've been trying to scrim once a week.
Okay. How does that go usually? Like, do you guys practice a set of maps? Do you guys pick scrim opponents of approximately the same SR? Like, kind of fill me in how that all works.
Well, we've only done like what 2 maybe so far.
I think 3.
3.
Yeah.
They've been alright. Yeah, we basically we keep to the map pool, and yeah, we've been scrimming like 4.5, but like ish. I don't know.
Okay.
Does anyone have something to add? I
We've
don't
been
really know what to
struggling
say.
to actually get 4.5 scrims.
Shocking.
Oh,
I wonder why.
Well, last week's one we struggled. Yeah, they
Yeah,
cancelled on us though.
We've out of
So-
3 scrims, we've only managed 1, right? Like we've had to settle for lower
I
for
think
2 of them.
2.
Well, you're gonna have to you're gonna reap the benefits of your composition, but you're also gonna reap the consequences as well. I mean, this is what we call the Shengdu effect, right? Where you play something super unorthodox, so the practice up against you is worthless unless they're actually playing against you. We experienced a little bit of the Shengdu effect this season with London because not a lot of teams are playing Reinhardt, so then they didn't practice versus the Reinhardt, and then in Atlanta's case, they wish they had got more practice versus the Reinhardt because they looked like chumps playing against the Reinhardt because they didn't know how to play up against it. Now, that definitely sucks to an extent for you guys because you're not going to get a lot of practice playing, right? But that's exactly what your opponents are going to be dealing with as well. Do you kind of see what I'm saying? They're not going to get a lot of practice. I mean, nobody plays anything like this, right? Nobody. So they're not going to get the same level of practice. So what's going to matter for you guys is obviously like when you do get a scrim that you actually know exactly what you need to accomplish in that scrim, that you guys are like fully focused. So probably something you guys already know, but whenever you guys do get a scrim or a match, try hard all the way. Try hard. Because that is like solid gold. You know what I'm saying?
Can I also say something?
Please.
So like this year our comm structure was sort of our main comms person, Cheeselord, sort of left the uni, so I took his role as main support and main comms. So the first couple of scrims were just trying to practice our comms together because at the very beginning it was very messy. So that's the main thing we've been working on in scrims. I think.
Just about to ask you about that. So break it down with me, like with the people that I've got on my screen. You guys can have my stream pulled up right now. I'll stream in Discord in a moment, but for right now, I'll just have my stream pulled up. Keydog, Rosden, Misakami. Okay, not gonna even try. And then the Widowmaker. This
you can call him Asphyxia.
Okay, Asphyxia. Okay, so Asphyxia and Iidoro. Never mind. Widowmaker.
I adore you.
I adore you. Oh my gosh, you guys are killing me. Thank you so much. I appreciate it. Anyway, so we've got 5 people right now. What does a comm structure very roughly look like right now?
I'm sort of taking on the role as alt tracking and alt planning.
Okay.
Rosden is taking on sort of what would you say, like fight, sort of like during the fight, like calling out those sort of things, and then target calling, that sort of stuff.
Yeah, kind of.
But that's the sort of me and Rosden probably the most talkative on the team, like comm-wise.
Even though the other players don't have like a specific role, I don't know who's on this voice chat right now. We've got the Sem player. I adore you. Is I adore you here?
No, we got everyone but Rosden and I adore you.
Who's MX?
Okay. So, if you could kind of give like what is everyone's general vocality level? What do they call when they call the other 3? What do you guys think?
Who's the other 3? Am I one of the?
Yeah.
One of them,
yeah, I call like TP rotations and stuff, obviously.
Yeah.
And
obviously.
Sometimes I make like plans or something, like if we're playing around certain alts, like because I'm gonna set up like my turrets in a certain place for my backline to play, or like TP. Stuff like that.
And that's
Asphyxia will
go ahead.
Be really quiet. So Asphyxia will be really quiet. Maybe we'll call out like they have nano if he's tracking his counterpart, right? And he'll also be calling out like nades and stuff, like utility that is relevant to him.
Okay.
Sleep someone, he nades someone, and Graph will be Iadoryu will be calling out, this person's 1.
Okay.
And
maybe a flank.
Maybe in 2 minutes.
Okay.
Oh, he might be coming.
Okay, cool.
Perfect. Okay. So I mean that's the bare minimum, right? Is like we would love. Not everybody needs to be vocal, but it's like what I always say is like it's more about you need to call what needs to be called, and then you should honestly just shut up. Sometimes more teams would benefit from people shutting up than people talking. So for example, for you, Meta, it's like you call your rotations, you call it a crucial target maybe, but you don't need to say anything else, right? You just shut up and you listen to what's being said. You know, your Brig player, whatever, Ana player, Asphyxia can call nades, whatever, maybe ult track what's relevant, but there's nothing really to say, right? So I think that's important. It's even more important to listen than it is to call a lot of the time. So that's fine as long as the ult tracking and ult planning is done. Do you guys tend to be more like autonomous or more like democratic, or is it more like we call the plan, this is what we're going to do, and I'll call the timing with the ults?
It's sort of whose ult it is, sort of we call at the beginning. So like if we have Kiriko and Hog ult, the Hog, I'll tell Hog to call the ult when he wants it.
Got it.
So we sort of, if they have, let's say, Sojourn ult, we'll tell Meta just like use that reactively, then he'll do it like that.
Got it.
But it's sort of like it can be democracy sometimes, like when we're talking about it. Just
Okay. Okay. And I think that's fine. It's just as long as the player at least can call the timing up for their own ultimate, because you're not going to always have full information. Like if Fixia sees an opportunity and can call, I want to ult this here, then like we need to be able to follow up off of that and not tell like I'm going to call the timing for your ultimate mid fight, right? That's too much micromanagement. So that sounds okay then. Okay, so let's
spoiler. One
yes,
sec.
please.
Guafu is in the Hangout voice chat. Can you
I will
drag him
drag
in, please?
over. 1 second. Welcome to the Degenerate Club. We're basically talking right now about individual roles. So we talked about comms, we talked about planning. As long as the ult tracking, the ult planning is good, we're fine. My question for you is, every composition, the way I look at it, has like a pressure cycle, right? Like unless you're playing like full sniper comp where everyone's just kind of AFK holding an angle, like every team plays around and engage with Reinhardt, Winston, Ball, you know, Diva, Zarya, Bubbles, whatever. The odd thing about this one is the engagement timing. The way I look at it is really there's two things. You can either symmetric TP on top of them, right? Which is likely, or on an off angle, which is likely not going to happen too often. Or you're going to be playing around your Hog's timings, because when your Hog has hook and is on a flank, that is your opportunity for your team to be actually doing something, because that's when your pressure is at its highest. You kind of see what I'm saying? Like when Rosin is a threat, then Meta was going to be enabled. Key Dog's going to be enabled. I Adore You is going to be enabled. You guys kind of see what I'm saying? So what I would like to know is right now, from the few matches that you've had, the little bit of scrim practice that you've had, what are you guys trying to like accomplish with this composition? Like what is the macro, what does the neutral look like that you guys can see so far?
Yeah, it's kind of like you said, we're just playing around the Hog's timings pretty much.
Okay. What about you, Meta?
Sim,
what are you doing?
It depends on like what the point is. Like on defense or like in general with Sim, it's quite good to like I try and slow down the enemy a bit.
Okay.
I might play an angle and like TP them out, like to buy more time for our Hog and our Widow.
Okay, so just be a general nuisance without being in a position where they can like isolate you.
Just spamming. Other than that, really.
Okay. How do you like Symmetra 2 and Overwatch? Is it just the faster projectiles, or what do you got?
Yeah, the new orbs are really, really good.
Okay.
She's really good.
Okay. And what does the Brig's purpose serve?
Asphyxia?
Because I'm honestly not sure.
You mean the...
I think it's just because his comfort pick is Brig Ana.
Okay, fair enough.
Yeah, so he switches between Brig, Ana, and Lucia. But
Gotcha.
I don't know exactly which ones.
Okay, so let's just play it out. So what I would like to see is if we had a checklist here, without knowing the ins and outs and the details of the composition, we always start with the timing, right? The positioning is something that kind of evolves as we understand the composition better. But for right now, we can probably guess Hog is going to be on a flank. The rest of it, I'm not super sure. Hog timing. Hog is going to be like your lap beater. Every time your Hog is going on under pressure, that is a window of opportunity for your Kiriko to play more aggressive, for your Symmetra to play more aggressive, for your Widowmaker to take a more aggressive angle. So that's our mental checklist. Is my Hog on an angle? Does my Widow have a sightline? And is my Symmetra distracting, buying pressure, pressuring something at the same time? And if we can synchronize those three things, then we're all going to be fine and dandy, right? One question for Key Dog. Why Kiriko? Is it just the strong hero and we just play because strong, or is there a specific reason for it?
To enable the hog, basically.
Okay. Why specifically? Is it the cleanse for nade, or is it just because you can TP to him whenever he needs help, or what?
Yeah, it's the cleanse for nades mainly when they play nades as well.
Yeah.
When they play Anna.
Got it.
But then also just it works quite well with the composition because if they're playing, let's say, like a dive, the Kiriko Brig or Kiriko Anna can survive the dive pretty heavily with finding time for like a hog to get a pick.
Okay, let's
and also I play like I'm often like split from Rosen, and he can like TP to either of us when we need support, which is kind of nice.
Yes, of course, gives you more flexibility as well. Okay, let's play this out. So sightline. Hog
you
flank.
want to screen share in Discord? Or?
Oh yeah, you're right. 3 IQ, my bad.
Yeah, I was gonna say the Kiriko is essentially an evolution of what would have been Mercy in Overwatch 1.
Got it. Makes perfect sense. I'm gonna try 720 through 30 frames per second. If it looks really bad, just holler and we will try something else. But Discord streaming is notoriously bad. Let's keep going. Okay, so like waiting. Now, you tell me what it potentially could have been executed. Like, what's the plan now? So you're TPing underneath, right?
Oh, I ain't her.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm trying to set up like underneath them.
Right.
And the other option I can do is like, if I wait here long enough to get my TP back on cooldown, I can like TP to where. Oh no, like further, like behind.
Further.
Them. Like where
to the spawn here.
Like like there.
Yeah.
Like,
yeah.
Annoy them.
Got it. Okay.
I died to Sojourn here.
You died to Sojourn here. Well, that's my real question though: is why do you die to Sojourn here? Is there something that could have prevented this from happening? Because you say you ent, but if you're put in this exact same circumstance again, you would do it again. So what's...
I mean, I messed up my movement. Like I threw a turret to block the shot on him.
Okay, so it's down to the micro. Okay.
But I mean,
let me ask the question a little bit further.
I feel like they don't normally play there.
Let me ask a question for somebody besides Meta One. Okay. So, could anybody have helped with this Sojourn? Who could potentially prevent the Sojourn from doing this? Anybody else in this question?
Maybe Brig.
Okay. How would Brig help with it?
I mean, just sort of hold up a shield, just sort of deter her from going that line.
So you would actually say you would TP with the Symmetra?
Yeah, TP with Symmetra, because Brig at the back line there is not doing really much.
Okay,
so, like
that's a great suggestion. But I've got at least 2 more ideas as well. Who else could stop this?
The hog.
The hog. How and why?
Or threaten the hook.
Okay, right. Threaten the hook by being where?
Either far, like bottom left.
Yeah.
Or with meta, but I wouldn't put him with meta.
No,
to be honest.
I wouldn't put him with meta either. But could he be further up here? Like, could we get our hog here, deeper on the, just like slightly deeper on the flank when this TP play is executed? You gotta see what I'm saying?
Yeah.
That's the question, right? It's spooky, but if he could get there, that makes things a lot harder for Icarus, like the Sojourn. Okay. There's one other person who could help with this at this timing, right? Or at least
is it gonna be me?
I don't know who are you.
Kiriko. Sorry,
maybe. Yeah. What could you do?
Well, it has to be a Widow if not.
I mean, I can't really do much. Just maybe pressure a bit more with damage, but that's...
Would TPing with your Symmetra be good here as a Kiriko?
I don't think so.
Why not?
I have less angles to pressure with my...
Okay, so let's discard that. So then what can we do? It has to be Widow, right? So dig it deep into my brain. Think for me. Let's go to our Widow sightline here. I think your Widow could be playing more aggressively here. Just a little bit, right?
Alright.
Just a little bit, but like a slightly deeper angle, you see? Or even like towards coast here. I don't see any reason for when your Symmetra has TP'd and your Hog is walking forward, I see no reason for your Widow to be playing where she is right now.
Yeah.
You see? Now, you could even go for, to be frank, you could even grapple here if you wanted to. You could get away with it. You see what I'm saying? Or grapple here. I mean, there's different situations, but this, in general, is too defensive. And that sounds familiar because what else is too defensive? Well, this, right? And this too, right? All of these positions, considering the level of aggression that this Symmetra just did, that Meta just did, that's not aggressive enough. So what do we blame here? Do we blame the classic, is it timing, right? Or is it just not min-maxing your positioning? I don't know. But at least we have some ideas bouncing around our head, right? Some things that we kind of want to toy with. What do you guys think? What are you guys thinking so far?
Yeah, I agree.
Okay.
I think the Hog taking that angle.
Yeah,
Does the
Like,
Hog
he
move
could
up?
roll
I
out on
can't
that
remember
angle.
what Winston does if he does.
Yeah.
Take.
I think as soon as the Brig sees the comp they're on, they can take the TP.
Yeah, I
and be in
agree.
a much
I
better
agree.
place.
I agree. I mean, because what are you peeling, right? What are you peeling right now? Nothing. There's no dive threat here. So like you want your Brig to kind of be setting up with your DPS, and then you also think, okay, what is my Widow scared of? Nothing, right? What is my Hog scared of? Also, really nothing. We need to be on a more aggressive position here. So this maybe. So then, if we keep digging, then. Is the problem a lack of timing? Is the problem a lack of understanding of your roles? Maybe not. Maybe the problem here is that you guys didn't take the time to scout compositions before you made a play. So you made a suboptimal play. Do you kind of see what I'm saying? If you took 5 seconds at the choke here and you scouted, oh, they've got no dive threats, so we can play more aggressively. Maybe that's something that we need to do. So we have a lot of potential problems here, and I honestly don't know what it is.
I would say I don't think it's the comp scouting because we played. This is like third map, and they were playing this the whole time. We basically knew they were going to play this.
Got it. So then you guys just need more time to sit and think these kind of things out a little bit more. Because the first thing you guys said was something that I did not even think of, which was Brig can TP with the Symmetra and play more aggressively. I was like, oh shoot, you're right. Yeah, Fixia can do that. I did not even think of that.
Yeah,
that's a great idea. That's a great idea. So that needs to be happening more. Is like, and you guys know this. Like, you guys are OTPs. That's all you guys do is think about creative ways of making the game work, right? You guys are excellent at this. So leverage that. All right. So we've spent about an hour talking about a team fight that hasn't even happened yet. So let's find. Oh. Because you could even look at that. Like you look at that and it's like your Widow's grappling, your Hog is also grappling, and stuff happens, right? But obviously, like, we don't get much out of that as we should have.
We get to win anyway.
Yeah, we're gonna win anyway because you guys are cracked. But let's see this. Widow's playing more aggressively. Widow controls the angle. It's impossible for them to win. Easy. How much of a roll was this map? Did you guys win this map?
It was 3-4 at the end. It was quite close.
You lost or you won?
No, we won, but it was very close.
Ah, very good, very good. Okay, then we're good with that. Okay, sounds good. Let's keep going.
We do kind of roll attack a little bit, but then
that's okay. We can move quickly. We have lots of time.
Defense was a bit more iffy.
Gotcha. I don't think I even want to look at this because they're just gonna close hold. Okay, so let's think setup here. So we've already started to construct a general structure in our mind, which is your Kiriko plays on an angle, your Widow controls the sight line, your Hog is on a flank, and your Symmetra Brig are just playing ring around the rosy. No? So then, if we look at any normal situation, 9 times out of 10, that's what we should see, no? And if we don't see that, then we have to raise the question, why? So they're going to recontest here. So, question number 1. What should be happening right now? Can you guys see?
I'm not sure I should be solo pushing this, but...
Yeah, I don't think you should be solo pushing this either. You're insane. You have a Brig. What is your Brig doing right now? Nothing. Why are you solo pushing this? You know? Your Kiriko could also follow you here. What did you say?
I do TP onto him.
So your Widow can control a sightline. Your Brig could follow your Kiriko, or your Symmetra. Your Kiriko could have followed your Symmetra. The Kiriko is now N. Asphyxia is frontlining now. Do you see how this feels kind of clunky, right?
It is a mess.
It's a mess. And you say, well, go ahead. You guys. I want to hear what you guys think.
I would have said. Oh, yeah, you
Okay. So Well, I feel like the Brig's in the correct position here.
Okay,
Because
explain.
I don't think it's like I don't think it's like a flat out rule Brig go with Sim, because I think Meta's playing sort of he's playing multiple different playstyles throughout the map, right? So some
Right.
of his playstyle, and it can be hard. I know this as a support player that played with Meta to know where his TPs are going and what he's doing with those TPs and whether or not I want to commit with it. And I've many times taken a TP that I should have not have taken and died for that. But in this example where Meta is using his TP to like get an off angle, like the Brig I think is acting as a main tank here, which is what I think the role of the Brig is often in this comp.
Okay.
Slow down the enemy.
Just
buy time for
into
pick.
bash out and survive.
Yeah.
Okay, that's fair.
And what I was gonna say is that I feel like it's quite hard with our comp to clear like angles, especially if it's like a like Sojourn, for example, is like behind us or like on an aggressive angle. It's
Because
quite
you don't
hard
have the
to
mobility.
clear them. Yeah, because we have like we
Got
don't
it.
have like a diva or something. We don't
Okay.
have DPS who can really contest that easily.
Fair enough. So then my question is then how can you make, so if we go back to first fight, Brig would have been useful to be with you. You go to this fight and you do not want Brig to be with you. What's the lesson to learn there? What can then you be doing then? Because we can't have Asphyxia playing against. Communicate, right. Right. If Meta can simply say, just come with me, Asphyxia. Like come, right? That's the call that needs to happen. And in situations where you just don't say anything, you go play, you do whatever you want. That's that simple. So then Meta, you're talking about like things that you want to communicate well, that's it. Call your TP timing and call whether you want support or not. And that's it, really? There's nothing else you really need to call.
Cool.
I will say it is a little risky for Brig to frontline. Brig has to be really, really cautious. Really, really, really cautious. Like Zarya, Junkrat, but that's tough. You got to be really careful. I look at your comp and I see, yes, some people can play frontline, but I would prefer it if nobody were playing frontline. Just completely avoid, because whether it's Rein, Zarya, Diva, Winston, we'll just avoid getting the chaos, but don't let anything be reachable, I guess. Alrighty. Nice. Okay. Was that Suzud, I guess?
Yeah, it was.
Yeah, that's unfortunate. I don't think Junkrat is a solution versus your composition at all.
I find it a little hard to base him against Junk, but other than that...
That's true, but you don't need to be TPing on Junk, right? You can avoid everybody but Junk in it. Alright,
Yeah.
Okay, so like right now, this is obviously just a snowball, so like, are we gonna reset, or are we gonna get kills? This is just continued chaos. This is the Plat stagger, right? Where they're like 4, and then they're 4, and then they're 4. They don't reset far enough, and then they're 4, and then they're 4. Would you want Brig with you here, Meta?
No, I'm just trying to like... Okay, basically we're gonna Kiriko Hog engage, so I'm just like trying to distract them a little bit. Like I'm gonna get my cooldowns back.
Gotcha. Okay.
Just before you go.
So let's look at this really fast. So this is a bit of a micro for I adore you, but like I see this here, and it's like there's no real reason for us to hard pursue a duel. Just play cautiously, because like right now, this is when you take duels as Widow. You kind of see what I'm saying? Here's where your advantage is going to come in. If you know that there's going to be an engage in the next 2 seconds, just play your life, and then right now you can take any angle that you want, and you're going to be able to hit any shot that you want, because nobody's going to be looking at you at all.
Yeah.
Just something to consider, because especially like you're playing like a hit scan into a composition that has so many space creators. Like you have your Kiriko on a flank, you have your Hog, you have your flanking Symmetra. Like there's going to be so many distractions that you can capitalize off of with Widow that you need to be timing your peaks around those distractions. Because that's how you're going to get picks. That's how you're going to get picks here. Okay, so you guys like this combo? This works well, I assume, obviously?
It works well most of the time. We just struggled a couple of times.
Yeah, we struggled a bit against this team.
To kill the Zarya, like I think, well, no, maybe not in this map, but we sometimes struggle to kill the Zarya.
Okay. We will look. Brilliant, nice shot. It's a good combo, but if you don't have Lucio's speed, I could see it getting kited. All right, let's we'll cap surely. All right. By the way, do you guys have any questions so far? We're kind of like we're rambling a little bit here, but do you have any questions so far?
Not that I can think of.
Alrighty, let's see here. Okay, I mean this is kind of what we talked about with the timing, right? So the hog goes up, lands a hook. Can you guess where the Hanzo is looking at this point in time? Right? He's sonicking the Widow, but what does that mean for your Roadhog? He has to pick and choose. Do you kind of see what I'm saying? As a Hanzo, he can either pressure the Hog, who's just walking forward and taking no damage, or he has to respect the Widowmaker duel. It's a really, really rough, like either or. Okay, I would be really careful here. Right? They're 5. You're not with card, so just be careful. What's the fight plan here? What do you guys think? Best ults to use in this situation.
Did we call it a dry fight here? I can't. Or like try and just go. I can't remember what the comms was.
I definitely remember I end up using war, but
yeah,
it's I don't know what we called. I'm not sure we called anything to be
What
honest.
would be optimal? You guys have the power of hindsight right now. What would be optimal?
I guess a dry fight. We don't. I don't
Just
know.
play,
We
just
only
play
have
aggressive
wolves,
and try and get.
Here's an interesting
picks.
question for you guys. Here's an interesting question. Okay, so you said try to play aggressive to try and get picks. Okay. Does a dry fight have to mean you use 0 ultimates?
No.
What about this? What if your plan here is to use Symmetra ult to force both grab and sound barrier, if you can? You see what I'm saying?
Sure, yeah.
Because I look at the situation here and I look at the position that you're in, and I'm like, if you guys force yourself to use no ults, it's going to be kind of hard to take space here. You know what I'm saying? It's going to be really uncomfortable. So use Symmetra ult and just be ready to kite or play slow and try and force, try and bait out as many ults as you can. Like, I look at your comp and I don't see any way where you can aggressively force ultimates here. But what you can do really well, we'll go ahead.
I was gonna say I don't like using Symmetra Wall aggressively in this comp like this because I feel like they're just gonna kite it every time.
Right.
Like it's quite hard for us to follow up on it. So I
Right.
tend to use it a bit more defensively.
So then let's try this. Let's think about playing aggressive positions, baiting them onto us, Symmetra walling, and then kiting out and see if we can see what ults will force out along the way. And the idea is that as you're kiting, you are creating RNG scenarios where, okay, you're going to hit a Widow headshot. You're going to hit a hook. Your Symmetra's going to get a pick. Your Kiriko's going to hit a headshot. There's a lot of circumstances where things could go wrong for the enemy team. And that's going to cause panic. So let's just see what actually happens here. Like right now, do you see it feels, I think the wall's a little late, to be frank with you, but do you see how this is really uncomfortable for them? They have to push into you see?
Yeah.
Okay. So theoretically here, I think if this wall's half a second earlier, I think all of you guys survive this. Like right now, bang, you know? A little bit hindsighty, but something to consider. Okay. There it is. Oh, that's unfortunate. To be honest with you, I don't think the plan was bad. I think especially with Suzu and Symmetra wall, that a solo Zarya there should not have been able to not literally solo, but almost a solo Zarya there should not have been able to get a kill in the graph. I think you guys should have been okay.
I think my TP got broken by the payload and it fucked.
Oh, can you still TP out of grab and rush too?
Yeah, you can. Yeah.
Okay, and they've changed a few things, but I wasn't sure. Okay, that's really unfortunate. Okay, yeah, just anticipating there would have been good. I think even because let's say they don't open with grab there, right? They could have opened with beat. They could have opened with sights as well, or sights I say. They could have opened with railgun, and faster anticipation there means no matter what they throw at you, you would have been able to disengage it. When you guys ult track, let's delve back into communication for a second. When you guys ult track, what do you do with that ult tracking? If that makes any sense.
You mean you mean how it affects our game plans?
Right, exactly. If you could remember even something from this map, that would be excellent. If not, it's okay. But
so talk about a nano blade, guys.
Yeah,
Oh yeah, so maybe not this map, but we're playing on Lijiang. We knew they had blade or nano blade, so Meta called TP. So him and Meta and Asphyxia grouped up together on like the right side of point, and it baited the Genji into him. And they TP'd away.
Yeah.
That they
Well,
TP'd away, and the blade got no value basically.
They do play Genji on this map, and like every time they have played, like I'll set up differently. Like I'll put turrets like on the back line and then try and TPS out.
We talked about that, like learning versus different compositions in the neutral. So then let's look at the situation here with ults right now. You know, you have the power again of hindsight here. You guys talked about we want to play faster poke. I was suggesting maybe could you try and bait aggressively, then kite out. So we had some ideas. What would you guys call? Not with me, not with I suggesting, because I'm a jackass. I don't know how to play Symmetra Hog. What would you guys suggest into this ult game? Because again, if you're ult tracking and not doing anything with that information, you're wasting your team's time. So what would you call? What would you do?
Method, do you want to take this one? Or?
I guess just take a kind of like we said earlier, take a pretty aggressive angle with the hook, and then try to bait them onto him and wall. And
I was gonna say
with the wall.
At this sort of ult deficit, I'd call for something like really goofy. Well, goofy, but like
I know what you mean.
I'd be thinking like let's TP onto the top left high ground, right?
Yeah.
Like probably a bad TP in general, but it can probably catch someone off guard. And to be honest, I think with those ults, they struggle a lot less with that high ground.
Interesting. I like what you said about using your hog aggressively and then Symmetra walling him, especially with Suzu. Like he will not die, you know? So that's an interesting strategy. Would you think that would be a viable strat right now? What do you guys think? Because Meta said so, but I want to hear what everyone else has to say.
I definitely think the Roadhog has to create the nuisance, and then if we did call the Grav, like we can try and go for the TP.
Sure.
Again, like try and call that.
Okay.
Try and save TP for that.
The hog definitely shouldn't be stacked on us, right?
Yes.
If we're trying to win a fight.
Right. You got to make him pick and choose. Do you grab our hog or do you grab backline? If you grab backline, hog's still free in an aggressive position. You see? So this is why it's worth looking at things again, because obviously like the defensive whatever is fine, but maybe the problem here is that like the hog isn't really much of a threat where he is at right now. You kind of see what I'm saying? Really, the hog should be making sure that there's no follow-up from these flankers at all, or making sure there's at least a trade. I think we could have utilized maybe a more aggressive hog there, or like you were saying, a TP up to top and try and cause more chaos in the hope that maybe you can win off of that. Forcing 1-for-1 and losing the fight anyway in this situation, that sucks, right? That sucks. Hate to see it. What about this scenario? What do you guys think? Let's practice that skill. Ult track, then plan. You've got beat. They've got Sojourn. What do you do?
The resolution's so bad.
I literally the next second I think I picked the Sojourn off. So at this point we go really aggressive onto the Zarya and to the
okay,
and then just
right. So you got the headshot in the Sojourn. What if you didn't? What would be the fight plan here? Because you can't plan around that, right? So you're talking 10 seconds ago in spawn. Oh, we just lost a grab. That sucks. We've got hog ult coming up soon. We don't really have anything else. What do you guys think, plan wise?
I can't really see the ult percentages. Are we?
Let's try this. Let me. I don't think it will improve it significantly, but let me try with 1080 here. Let me know if it's better. Any better?
Yeah.
Yeah, I think so. Yeah.
Okay.
So, you know, I can go on the Twitch stream.
Okay. Either one works. What do you guys think?
We didn't really regroup between a fight. Like it's kind of like one ongoing fight.
Yeah.
And we want to take this fight right now because this is like what we're playing for. It's like scrappy and then an awkward position. Like I can come in from this angle and like TP bomb behind them or something, and they're all distracted.
True, but you got to be ready for beat, right? You got to be ready for Sojourn ult. That's the thing. It's like you
Right.
can't. This is something that we talked a lot about in London, which is called like lose cons, where like you get these advantages or these messy fights, but you can't lose track of the fact that if they press Q, you guys have to be ready to respond in an instant. I think the chaos is something that you guys should embrace and should pursue. But if they press Q here and your Brig and your Symmetra, you guys have extended far to try and get that kill, you're cooked. It's over, right?
Right.
So there it is. That's awesome. But just care lose cons, right? They beat right now. They get enough charge in your Zarya. Your Brig's dead.
So what should we do? Because I would say that we should still do that anyway and try and like maybe try get a pick quickly before they can beat or something. But
Well,
like,
you tell me, right?
Like what else could we do? Because I don't feel like we can kite their beat very easily without comp. It's quite hard to kite.
I don't think so either, right? So if you're thinking we can't like fully disengage a beat, right? Okay, so that's not happening. So that why was being aware of their beat still worth doing? What can you get out of that? If you can't kite it, what can you get out of it?
Try and focus the Lucy a bit more to force it.
You
out
could
at a bad time. Or...
Right, force it at a bad time. You can Ajax. You could even just be like, Asphyxia is dead. Nobody care for Asphyxia. Let Asphyxia die. We're going to save her resources and try and get a trade afterwards. You kind of see what I'm saying? There's lots of things that you can do with that information, even if you can't kite the beat, right? It could change up how you play. It could focus the Lucio. Like you said, you could sell Asphyxia, for example, and just play to kill anything else afterwards. Don't use Suzu. Don't use TP. Don't whole hog him. Just let him die, and then actually win the fight afterwards. But like I said, my goal here is that like hopefully to get you guys to like actually get some better value out of the ult track instead of just we're ult tracking just because that's what teams do. Like, okay, what do you actually do with that information? Okay. I guess you guys get some space. I mean, you could even consider it like right now in terms of lose cons, right? Ult track, if they have beat, how might that change your positioning meta or your playstyle?
Just be more careful with my TP, like kind of save it.
Yeah, you could be safer with your TP. You could go like to avoid like their Zarya Lucio instead, like go for more TP bomb setups, right? Just play for more to avoid the core, right? So you can see exactly like how that will kind of translate to your playstyle.
I have a question.
Yes. Whoops.
Like, should you be so like obviously like you're saying like we know they have these ults, right? But
yeah.
At a certain point, you get up enough in a fight where you think that they're not going to commit ults, right?
Yes.
And you think it'd be silly for them. So, like, do you like at this point in this fight, have you spotted a point where you think we can stop thinking about those things? Because to be honest, like I see a few places here where my instinct is sort of telling me like I don't have to care about this, but I'm thinking maybe my instinct is wrong here. Maybe I have to actually be thinking about this a bit longer than I would normally.
Yeah, I would consider it just a little bit, and it also really depends on the ult. Like if it's, for example, like let me think of it this way: if it's a Hanzo Dragon, you don't care. You know what I'm saying? You're gonna have time to react. You're gonna be okay. But if you think this happens all the time, this actually just recently was a major issue in Overwatch League, where this past meta, teams would win fights and then would lose them to Death Blossom. Happened all the time. Because Death Blossom, if you're not ready for it, if you're not prepped for it, it is a team fight winning ultimate. If you're ready for it, it's literally impossible to get even a single kill with it, right? Everybody just reacts and you're done. So you look at the enemy composition right now, and you're like, okay, Kiriko ultimate, I think we'll have enough time to react to that. I think we'll be okay with Hanzo. But, for example, right now, if we get too close to that Zarya and they get a beat, do you think that they could get a kill or two with a high charge Zarya with beat? At the distance she's playing right now?
Yeah, for sure.
Probably. Yeah, almost certainly. So what I would say is like, especially considering your composition, there really isn't a huge rush to get kill after kill after kill after kill. Because you should push, like right here. You're up a man. Push. But right now, you don't need to int. You know what I'm saying? There's a very careful line you need to be careful about, where you should be taking more aggressive positions with Widow. You should continue to be looking for hooks. You should continue to be shooting that Zarya. You should be thinking about your next TP. But there's no reason to get on top of her and get sloppy, in which case you might get run over. You kind of see what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Okay. A lot of it also depends on the range of the hero that you're playing up against into as well. Like a Reinhardt with Shatter could turn this. You know, a Sigma with Flux at this point in time would be a lot harder, right? He's too close. He's not going to feel very comfortable here. But a Zarya that's allowed to get this close on you, even without beat, you have to be really careful about this. Really, really careful. And
Do
there
you
it
think
is.
Overclock can turn it?
What is it?
Sorry. Do you think Overclock can turn it?
If she has a good position, yeah. Look at her position right now. Do you guys think you guys can react to this? Where she's at right now?
Yeah, we
because
can
she has
have
to
it.
use slide to engage.
Yeah. I think you guys will be okay. I don't think you need to overextend about that. But like you see what you actually see, they tried to do what I was talking about. You guys can see this, where the Zarya is trying to greed. The Zarya is gets hooked. The Lucio tries to save. If they timed this better, your Widow dies. I think your Widow dies. Or your I think your Kiriko is probably fine because, you know, Kiriko, but your Widow probably dies. And then that's a big problem. Why? Look at the point. Right?
They have spawn advantage.
They have this massive spawn advantage. You guys can't afford to lose anybody right now. So right now you have a massive advantage. Just play slow, play slow, play slow. Don't get traded, don't get traded, don't get traded, don't get traded. And guess what? Now that the Zarya is dead, what the heck are you scared to beat anymore? Like, no, it's useless. So they can't push anything, they can't do anything. And so we could just continue to slowly squeeze out your advantage. Slowly squeeze. Oh, that's unfortunate. The hook breaks. And there it is. And like, do you feel like they've actually never regrouped? Do you kind of see what I'm saying? Like it's been like a minute and a half and they haven't actually had a proper 5v5 team fight. You guys have kept them on the run constantly. I mean, to be honest, this is just, there's no angles, there's no flanks, there's nothing. This is just a mess. This is a mess. Will you guys clean it up? Let's enjoy our symmetric POV here. Ooh. What is it? We lose this? Yeah, I think so too. What do you guys think? You guys remember this? I feel like this Kiriko should have been the seal, right? Should have won off this. So what happens here?
Maybe target priority was a bit off. Is this?
Right. So who is the target priority here? There's options. There's always options, but there's a hierarchy.
D.Va on point is if we all focus on maybe, but yeah, probably the right.
Well, on Sim, I want to charge off the D.Va though.
Yeah. I think D.Va is probably going to be the hardest kill for you guys, especially given your comp. I don't see the D.Va diving anytime soon. I mean, with the ultimate, maybe. But I think, like, again, we need to be on the same page here. So, like, your Widow's got a sightline on point. Your Hog, we get the hook broken. The Dragon Ult is actually really quite good. It completely zones you guys off. But I think going for a push on Squishy there probably would have made more sense. As long as you guys don't die to the D.Va, one kill here is all y'all needed. Yeah, I mean...
I also think going for Sojourn, like, with Overclock, if you've ult tracked and Overclocked there, right?
Yeah, that's why.
So that's like a lose condition, right?
She's quite hard to
Look at that. So you tied it all into a tidy little present, didn't you? That's perfect. Yeah, exactly. You're doing the coaching for me. All right.
I will say in these final fights or whatever, normally they're like really nice to clean up on Sim, but because they had like Sojourn and Hanzo alive, I had to be like really careful to stay alive, so I couldn't really be that aggressive.
Right. I mean, it's lovely to close the fight because usually as fights devolve, the proximity changes, right? Everybody gets stacked, right? They push, but then you can't reach them, right? So it's like you can't reach anything. I actually feel like you guys should win this one potentially. That's why. Well, that'll do it. Alrighty. Okay, ult track is accurate. They've got Jack all. How do you win this fight?
Again, just like what we were doing before, like pushing
default.
Yeah,
we could play for rally, I guess.
Yeah, you should play for rally, 100%.
Yeah,
100%. What I would do is you pop Q and for sight, take space, take angles, play for picks. Maybe you hit a Widow shot, maybe you hit a hook, you win the fight off of that. But then at some point you could just play for a brawl on point with rally and you guys will win the fight. It's over, right?
Yeah.
So let's see what happens. See, like, I would be popping sites long ago, right? Certainly right now, right? To give yourself information, do not let that Widow hit a shot. Do not let that Widow hit a shot. That's the only way they win this fight, right? It's the only way. Don't let her win. Pop the Q. You kind of see what I'm saying? There it is. Buys time. Potential of a pick here. Do you see how, like, look at the space they're controlling. Do you see this? It's horrible for them. It's horrible. Look at their positions. Look at your rally. 94, 95. There's the hook. More HP. She's out. Symmetra on an angle. Infrasites run out. And now what do we have? Right? This is why pre-fight's really important. You can save time. This could be it. Guys, let's just push with rally. And then if you guys know that this is what you wanted to do, meta, where would you be?
Oh, with them, I guess. But
Right.
I just TP to them here. So
Right. Okay.
I think it's fine. Oh, actually, I go back.
Ah, yeah, see? It's a mess. I think even you should have been there earlier, even. Well,
think I
okay.
should have gone...
Right. Well, think about this.
Because I was going to go, that's why I put the TP, but then, like, the cart was backing off pretty far.
Got it. Here.
That's why I went back to it. But
Here's an idea. If you know you're going to rally push, why should you not just TP to them now?
I was
and
getting
then
loads of spam on this diva.
True. But
And
what if consider
I can
this.
TP around the back,
TP around the back. Walk here. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Pop rally TP on the back line, or TP on the Sojourn, or TP on the Widow. You see what I'm saying?
Right. Yeah.
That's another play option. You guys have so much utility, whether it's hook, your Widow sideline, your Kiriko, your TP, to like come up with creative plays like this. And if you're going to continue to do well, then you're going to need to rely on ideas like that. I just don't think this is good. Because this is an opportunity for, like, okay, theoretically you should win, but also now you're giving that diva a chance to 1v1 a Symmetra, which she maybe could win, right? Maybe could win, and then that's creating variance. You guys, this should be a 1 fight. There should be no chance that they win this fight. Does that kind of make sense?
Yeah.
And that's just better, a little bit better planning, a little bit better ult tracking. You know they have nothing. You have nothing to be scared of. You guys should just be full brawling. Okay, let's watch a little bit of defense. Do you guys have any questions so far?
With the hook, when should he be like taking angles versus like playing more main?
I think
our hook Rosen's kept saying like, oh, I can't really flank much in Overwatch 2. Like my team, my backline dies or whatever. So
well, let's consider that. Rosen, you're here, right?
He's not here.
He's not.
Oh, he's not here. Okay. So what I would say, like, when backline dies, it really depends on the timing of the flank. So what I might consider is then when Rosen is pathing on these flanks, my question then would be, is backline waiting for that flank to be set up before then taking a space? So, like, if we were to set up something like this, remember the attack here, right? If Rosen starts to walk around and then path up through here, and you guys are already starting to push on main, and then you get exposed to spam or exposed to dive, and then you get run over, that could be a frustrating circumstance where you needed to wait for Rosen to kind of pressure from this off angle first and then take space, right? So that's could be one issue, that we're not timing things well. It could also be that he's right. Against some compositions, going on the hard flank isn't the optimal situation. I'm less concerned about when Rosen is flanking and looking for hook, and more concerned about how you guys are responding to that. And can we synchronize that at the same time? Because the way I look at your composition right now, I mean, assume that you guys don't play too much more variety than this. Everything is going to revolve around whether your hog is in an aggressive position and whether your hog has hook. You kind of see what I'm saying? So you guys have to be playing off of his cycles. So if he doesn't want to go on a flank and he just wants to kind of push on main or push on a slight off angle or whatever, that's fine. Play around that. If he doesn't have hook, you need to give space. Like it's like your hog hook is a less obvious monkey bubble, if that makes any sense.
Yeah.
If that makes any sense, yeah. Because if they don't have hook, they don't have. If he doesn't have hook, they don't respect him, which means now you're in danger as well. So I know that's not exactly the answer to the question, but I would have to actually see teamfight examples where he's saying that or feeling like that to actually know what the issue was. You know.
I think when he was saying that, it was more like in terms of in ranked. Like he'd been playing Hog in ranked, and he felt that.
Yeah,
So like
yeah.
we could maybe like with how we play enable him to flank more.
Yeah, you
Or
could.
It just depends on the comp.
You could.
basically.
But remember what I said about the hook and monkey ball, because I think that's going to be
Yeah,
important.
okay.
Because your comp outside of TP, I think like TP and hook are the two things I'd be playing around, to be honest, timing wise. When you guys have TP, you're in good spot. If you have hook, you have good spot. If you're not, you're all set. Or not so good, excuse me. All right. So. Haha. How long does TP last now? 10 seconds?
Yeah, last 10 seconds.
Okay.
And it's 12-second cooldown.
Got it. Okay. What do you guys think of your setup right here? I'm not like criticizing him, legitimate question.
I think Rosden here called he wanted to hold close.
Okay.
We don't. Or well, in Overwatch
then-
1, he used to hold that high ground, but he said, "This is actually I wasn't thinking of this, but this is literally what he was saying. He was like, I can't hold that high ground anymore because my team dies too fast."
So by like this high ground here, or here?
No, the one in front of him. Yeah, like he used to hide up here and then come out here and look for hooks.
Interesting.
But I'd say right now it doesn't feel like we have many angles because like on top of the where's Guafu? Oh, Guafu's with me, I think.
Yeah.
But yeah, we only really have like we're all in main. Really.
Yeah, this isn't great.
I want
It's
to hear Asphyxia talk through his position. I'm interested.
Yeah, I'm here to see if the DPS gonna high ground, or I can give packs to my team. So
Okay.
and if they focus me, I can use right click to run. So
Yeah.
I think
Right.
yeah, it's the
Right. So bash, even to here or bash over here. Yeah. Okay.
and also I can help Roston.
What is it?
If I can help Roston because
Yes.
they're very close.
Yes, that's true. I think here, like, I know Rosden's talking about like, oh, I don't want to. What if like Rosden and Asphyxia like played here, and timed their peaks here? Like you could time a whip shot here, or you could have peek for hooks here. I will say this for I Adore You. I think like this is a really good angle you can play here. Like I think you guys need to be more comfortable giving them a little bit more space, because I don't think you guys have to spam to like hold them in the choke necessarily. But you can play like, so for Widow, it's here. This is a really good angle to control the left side. You can also start like under here and then grapple up to this angle as they push forward. I don't think this is way too easy to disrupt your peaks. You know what I'm saying? Like Lucio spam is a problem for you here. Yeah.
Yeah, because I have this feeling like they're gonna dive on me if I take like angles too much because they have Lucio and stuff.
Yeah.
So I usually just stay like with my teammates.
But consider
like,
the distance between this and here. Do you see how much further away you are?
Yeah.
Like a Genji cannot reach you in any of these positions. So it's like you find more aggressive angles, but also they're actually safer for you than here. Because it's so much harder for them to reach you. Like if it versus a Sombra, different story, right? But these guys are going to have to access you, and by that distance, it's miserable. Like there was a period of time in like April, March, where people were one-tricking Widow in Overwatch League on this point, and they would just hold this angle here, and they'd like alternate holding this angle, and it was like actually so cancer to take space, because just every flank was just shut down, Like right here, like that Lucio should not be able to use as cover. There should be no cover here. Like there should be no cover here. There should be no cover here. You could have a meta just spamming down main like this here with Kiriko, and then Kiriko can help any off angle. Like you guys should be denying them cover. You're giving them way too much cover. Like Meta was saying, you guys are stacked too much here.
I normally play like near that billboard, but I like backed out really early this time.
Yeah. Well, that's the thing. That's the thing. It's like, imagine if you had a Widowmaker behind you. You know what I'm saying? Like that makes it a lot less scary for you to hold that billboard position. Do you see?
Yeah.
Yeah, and you got a Kiriko as well who can be everywhere and anywhere at the same time. So I think your pressure is too low on this choke. All right. I like looking at the overlay. I know it's not exactly the most visually engaging, but it's easier to see what's going on. Haha. Nice. All right, well, so far so good, guys. You guys are doing exactly like we drew it up. Hit the shots, hit the hooks, and all of a sudden everything goes really well. That's unfortunate. Okay. Give space, give space, give space, give space, give space. Oh, you guys are pushing. You guys are crazy. All right.
Zarya into the bubbles that fight. Like, she
that's
used them both
true,
really
true,
early, I
true.
think.
That's good. That, nice. So it costs them that. Good. And you guys get out afterwards. Brilliant. Uh-oh. Asphyxia is like, whoops.
Yeah, that's a mistake.
Yeah. Okay. So you guys need to get back in control space, because right now this feels horrible. Where could you guys control space on this retake here? Because you guys, they're down there to Zarya for crying out loud. You know what I'm saying? There's no reason for you guys to be playing this scared. Where could you guys push out to? What angles could you guys control?
I feel like Rosen should just push main like on cart. They all have to run away in there.
Yeah, that could be fine.
Right, I can't see how they all.
He could just walk here, right?
Yeah, and then
where could you guys respond?
Back to the high ground.
Yeah. There's no reason. Just go right back up here again. Just go right back up to high ground again. Your Widowmaker positioning is fine. Your Widow can peek late here. Rosden can just walk down main, and you guys should like. There's no reason for this to be the position that you guys are in right now. Because then do you see like what they're gonna do now? Like now Icarus has the position. Icarus has a shot. Why is he allowed to hold this space? Right? You guys are letting him hold this space. There's really no reason for it now. Should die. There it is. Brilliant. Uh-oh, what happens? I was looking at the Sojourn, I got distracted. Oh, he just gets one shot. Win the fight though, seems okay, right? You guys see what I'm saying about space though, right?
Yeah, I should have retaken.
Yeah. Definitely a retake there. Alrighty.
Yeah, this next fight is when we know they have blades, so Meta calls the turret placements in the back of gas station, I think.
Yeah, kind of messed
like,
it up there.
Here, okay, so let's.
We're trying to play. We're trying to play with our backline, like where I think it's where Asphyxia is right now.
Okay.
And like with turrets around there to peel for the blade, but I think they Kitsune rush with the blade, and
got it.
Like,
yeah,
it's really fast.
Well, let's consider setup. So they've got Kitsune rush and blade. You guys have soon to be rally Simwell sites. How could you guys set up? You guys ult tracked. Use this ult tracking information. You guys said you tracked blade, right? And you guys did try to play around blade, but I think we could do better. What do you guys think?
Maybe it's worth
disengage with TP or something.
Maybe.
I don't know. I think it's worth maybe the Hog and the Widow trying to just get picks while the Genji is trying to focus backline.
Yeah.
And Widow go really aggressive and get picks and trade.
I see no reason for my Hog to be here, and I also see no reason for my Widow to be here either. Your Widow should be at this point in time probably all the way over here, or again, like we said, all the way over here. You kind of see what I'm saying? Especially given the circumstance here. You're not going to be able to contribute a lot to Blade necessarily. Maybe you can land the hook, but I would probably backline trade here at this point in time. If you don't have the ults to peel it, well, now you guys know, right? You could also even, you guys could have even tracked beat here as well, which makes this doubly bad, right? Where they could literally blow every brawl ult in the game, get on top of you, and you guys can't win. You have to find some way to like cause chaos. And this is the least chaotic position that you guys have held this entire map so far.
Okay, wait. I think I know why. It's because I think we only tracked Blade. So we were like just expecting the Blade. And we were going to rally it and kill him. Like I had turrets here and we were going to rally and kill him.
Well, you have Suzu too, right?
What we're trying to do.
Yeah, so easy win. Okay, that makes more sense then.
Killed us too fast.
That makes more sense.
I have a question about like ult cycling in general.
Sure.
Like this comp. So like this is sort of like standard comp. Maybe like you swap out your Widow for Cassidy, maybe.
Sure.
And so like against the Blade, you have to like play creative, right?
Yes.
Or you also with the Cassidy, you have Hog ult and you have High Noon, which the team has sort of been using as their counters to Blade a lot of the time.
Yes.
So we've also been like hard comboing whole Hog with Kitsune Rush.
Yes.
So going into a Genji comp, like, do you think it's like okay to be using then Whole Hog with Kitsune Rush, or do you think it should be saved there? Right. So like the other answer maybe to how do you beat the blade there is actually just don't use Whole Hog the fight before.
So the danger with Kitsune Rush and Whole Hog is that, not the danger, the problem is that Kitsune Rush is right now in most compositions the most powerful ultimate in the game. It's not even close. The problem though is you look at your comp and it's not outside of Whole Hog, like who gets value out of it? You know what I'm saying? Widowmaker, Symmetra, not really. Brig doesn't get much value out of it. Kiriko does get a much value out of it, at least compared to most compositions, right? So I understand the combo, right? That's normally I would say we don't need to combo, but with that one, he might need a combo, right? So then that leaves you kind of wide open to things like the blade. So then what I would say is like, okay, yeah, you probably need to combo Kitsune Rush with the Hog with the current comp that you're running right now. So then find a strategy, practice this, fine-tune a strategy around like what you guys were saying with countering blade. Whether that's using High Noon, whether that's splitting off angles, so that's using Symmetric TP or whatever. Like again, even versus blade, you have ult sword. I would not use Whole Hog for blade though, if you can. Because
honestly, we should just be
go ahead.
better with like the TPs and stuff. Honestly, I reckon we could be fine against blade.
I think so too. I think if you guys take better angles to like trade backlines as well, because like what you could also do is remember is like you could just be like, let's just sell our Brig or Symmetra, just whatever. If he goes on Brig bashes away. If they mechanically mess it up and Xixia dies, whatever. We still have a Widowmaker, a Roadhog, and a Symmetra with a TP. You know what I'm saying? We're gonna be just fine. My concern here is what I expect is going to happen, as you were describing, is that they're going to get too big of a blade. I think that's probably going to be the problem. You see, like right now, like, do you see how little pressure they're under right now? Like, they get they get on top of you guys. No Hog Hook threatened. No Widowmaker headshot, like very little Widowmaker threatened. And now our Widowmaker's taking the angle, but it's too late. They've already rotated. You kind of see what I'm saying? Like, I don't think this Widowmaker position was too bad here. I just think it could have been better. You know what I'm saying? I don't think like your Roadhog couldn't hit a hook from here. I just think it could have been better. You know what I'm saying? That's my main takeaway here. I mean, you guys even get the DMAC here, but like do you see this? This is like, oh my gosh, it's like free low. If they blade this right there, it's over. 3, 2, 3, 2. You guys are baiting me.
Maybe it was next fight. Sorry.
Well, I will say this. Why does
same plan? We're doing the same plan.
Yeah, same plan.
Right. I mean, to be honest with you, this is what carries the fight. No, yeah. You Widowmaker actually takes a nice angle, right? Like they have to pick and choose, don't they? You know, they can't all in either one. Either your Brig is free low or your Widow is free low. One or the other ones. This is rough. So I Adore You indirectly does exactly what he was supposed to do. Exactly. You guys doing it again. Reposition. This is beta. This is beta. Why on earth is this D.Va allowed to push cart like this? You see? You see like all the negative repercussions of positioning like this? You know? You like guarantee that they're gonna get a big blade because you give up all the space in the entire map. Like it becomes so easy. Like this D.Va should be half HP from the Widowmaker. This D.Va should already been hooked from the high ground here, or even just like this is absurd. This is absurd. Especially, I mean, surely at this point you guys have tracked beat Kiriko Blade Sojourn ult, right? Surely. So then again, we're utilizing that ult tracking. What's the fight plan here? As simply as you can.
So yeah, like you said earlier, Hog takes a much more aggressive angle. Widow's on a more aggressive sideline.
This is what an Overwatch League team would call here is pretty common terms, just called chaos, basically. Like this would be like if you were playing like back in the day with Widow, when this map was played a lot, it was like Winston on his end, like double flex support stuff, and you would have your Ana hard flanking like through here, right? And she'd drop onto the back line with her Winston and try and trade. That's what would happen. Or you'd have your Widowmaker literally in spawn all the way over here, late peeking. Or you'd have like your Zenyatta would literally go in with a Winston and just go for backline. Because you know you're not going to win this fight into those ultimates. Maybe. The only way you win this fight is if you get a crazy pick, right? And yet look at y'all's position. Right? What impact is your Widow going to have? Right? It's too late. They're on top of her. Your Hog, it's too late. They're on top of him. It's over. 3, 2, 1, bang, bang, that's it. You guys kind of see what I'm saying?
Yep.
So The situations in which you guys don't have the ults to win the fight are the situations when you need to be leaning even more into the chaos, not less, more. Now, if you said they had just Blade there, then yeah, I think what you guys did was pretty reasonable there. But they didn't. Let's look at one more team fight, if that's cool with you guys. So, plan here. What do we got? What do you guys think?
Well, I think we said here we were going to wait until Carr got around sort of where Roston is now.
Right.
We don't really have, and that's with just we only have really Widow pressuring that. But
Yeah.
Roston can't really do anything up to that point, so we just play quite safe and
sure,
sort of bided our time a little bit.
Is there any like serious rush to do anything given their ultimates? Is there any like serious crazy fight plan you need to come up with this fight?
Not. I mean, we got Kiriko Hog coming up. I think we're just sort of planning around that next fight.
Yeah, seems reasonable. Okay. I'm gonna be curious to see how the Diva handles this one. She's probably sweating. Kiriko Hog gets a lot of pressure. All right. In what situations do you go Cassidy?
Guafu.
Guaf.
Sorry.
That's fine.
Wait, can you?
He's saying
That's
like
fine,
when
that's
do you go Cassidy?
When
do you go Cassidy over like a Widow, or like when do you pick one over the other?
like like is that like the reason or?
Yeah, sure.
No, cause I thought like we're gonna recontest, I think, and
Gotcha.
I feel like yeah, but yeah, we didn't. That's why like I wanted to change back.
Oh, I see. Because I was confused because it was like the previous fight felt bad on Widow because they had beat Blade and they just ran you guys over. But okay, you're going for the recontest because I was gonna say Widow here.
Like,
yeah. Okay, Widow would have felt better here, but that's unlucky. Okay, don't worry about it then. All right, let's keep going. Okay, we're playing slow for Kiriko Hog. What do you guys, when will you pull the trigger with Kiriko Hog, I guess is the question. Are you guys in any rush? Are you gonna react? What do you guys think?
Yeah, generally we wouldn't, we want to like buy time. Just
Right,
like bait
right.
them in first, make them commit, because it's quite hard. Like they can still disengage it if they haven't committed.
Right, makes sense.
And Rosden tends to call it, so it's pretty much whenever he'd normally do a whole hog.
Gotcha.
Which is the same scenario.
Ha, get rolled, y'all. Gave up too much space. GG easy. Oh, nice. You get the, Can you live? Ah, no, okay.
Well, yeah, what we found for these last 2 points is we lose on overtime basically because we use our Kiriko whole hog the fight before, then they have ult advantage.
Ah, yeah. And
So,
so
I
then
think
you
on
hard leverage the chaos after that then, right? Sure.
Yeah.
Okay.
Oh.
You kind of see what I'm saying? Like, you use your use your combo, next fight's chaos. You use your combo, next fight's chaos. You use your combo, next fight's chaos. Especially, I mean, you don't always have to chaos, but if you're alternating, if you're going into a fight when they've got a beat Blade Kiriko, then you need to chaos, right? I mean, you might even need to chaos into that even if you do have Kiriko Hog, to be honest with you. I'm not too sure. All right. There it is. There's a legendary combo. Nice. Brilliant. Fight winning. I lied. I want to see next fight because I think this is. Wait. Okay, we should be good, right? We should be good. Okay, this is what I want to see. So, once again, we're in the exact same scenario. No?
Yeah.
So
we have a Cassidy.
Right, with a Cassidy, but I mean Cassidy isn't as playmaking as Widowmaker, but there's still potential there. So, what's the fight plan? What should the fight plan be? Chaos. And how does chaos look, especially with your composition?
Rostam playing aggressive and
Wide angles.
playing aggressive.
Right, wide angles, hard flanks, trading people, selling your Briggs, selling your Symmetra, selling your Cassidy, selling something, but you're going to get traded elsewhere. Yeah.
The thing that makes people tilt.
Right, exactly, because the fight was won, but somehow we lost somebody. And you guys technically do have closer spawns by a little bit. You can already see the issue. You see it?
We're stacked.
You're stacked. You're screwed. There's no way you win this fight like this. There's actually no way. I mean, they're throwing the kitchen sink at you because you screw your team. But like, there's actually no way. And the funny thing is okay. Here's a little extra tip here for you. They are like, we have all the ults in the game, so we should just be able to W key in and win. When people have that mindset, how do they generally play? Look at how they clear space. Watch this. Do you see this?
They're playing quite stacked.
Yeah,
they're cheating too, aren't they? They're just stacked. They're just kind of running it down. They are not checking flanks. They are not checking angles. They are not doing their homework. They're cheating. If you're Cassidy or Hog are flanking here, she's dead. She's dead. This guy's dead. They were not prepared for this at all. So it even leverages your advantage or your opportunity even higher there. You kind of see what I'm saying? And this is a common thing that, again, Overwatch League, even this is an issue as well. We have double support ult, they have 0. We're trying so hard to try and get to a brawl with them that we oftentimes skip steps, we often rush, and then we get traded by some stupid DPS angle. You know what I'm saying? And that's something that you guys can leverage. Okay, we've gone on long enough. Do you guys have any questions?
I have a question.
I have one question about the rotation.
Yes.
So like this rotation where they're stacked out, and I think it happened a similar time on the attack when they were attacking into C, right? And people have sort of rotated all out of spawn together, so that's how they end up being stacked.
Yes.
And so like obviously like the answer is to know that you're playing chaos from when you're leaving the spawn doors, so you take the long rotations. But like the payload has time to move. Like how do you think the team should play to sort of like use that time bank, right? You want to touch the last second. So how should they use that time to get in position into wide angles before the fight happens?
So are you thinking about this particular fight or what was happening on third point when you didn't have as much time?
So like look at this point.
Okay.
I'd say.
Sure.
So like there's plenty of time for them to like it will take a while for them to cap out point, right? We could have touched later, right?
Yes.
So like we could have spent time taking angles.
Correct.
Like what's the best way with this comp to like sort of rotate out and take those angles?
Sure.
We sort of seem to default into just walking is fine out of that top door.
Yeah. So like this fight set up right here. You're thinking.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. What I first off would have, I think it's reasonable for like your Brig to bash across and hold this position here. I think you could do this with your Symmetra, just hold this position here, or you could have this with your Kiriko. Like I think Kiriko with Brig here would be fine, and then they blade the Brig bashes away, Kiriko just leaves, right? At the same time, what I would probably have happen is I would have Rosden probably playing somewhere underneath or utilizing this window up through here, and then utilizing the flanks here. You could also take this opportunity to go through literally all the way on the floor and wrap around in this side of the map here. Same thing with the Cassidy as well. Same kind of angle, same kind of flanks, except for the Cassidy probably would play more inside here for the slightly shorter sightline. You kind of see what I'm saying? And then for your Symmetra, you could go underneath here, and then again try and distract. You talked about this meta, right? Like you're just being a general nuisance. Like, oh, there's a Symmetra
like
here.
Good spot to hold.
Yeah, this is great. You triple turret the walls, you can get TP out, and it's again really uncomfortable. So your Hog could be here, Cass could be in here. It's like you're all controlling different layers of the building, and then Symmetra can be in the bottom, and then your Brig can kind of worry here. And then, like you said, you guys have time to look for picks, look for angles, before you guys have to touch cart. And then, I mean, worst case scenario, your Brig can die in cart, whatever. You'll have time to be able to like cause chaos. And you can even think about it this way: like, it's Asphyxia is here, and like, oh, like let's blade the Brig, y'all, blade the Brig, push the Brig. But you're not going to give them a clear target, right? Now, what they might do is they might go, oh, there's a Cassidy here, let's just blade the Cassidy, right? But again, what's the problem with that? Well, now Asphyxia is safe. Asphyxia can build up his rally, right? Okay, well, now your Symmetra's safe. Like, you guys are all in different areas, and that's one. Okay, we were talking about the strengths of the Kiriko. There it is, right? Kiriko can just completely be anywhere at any point in time. Whatever angle they push, without blade, you can be there, right? That's what I would recommend. Does that kind of answer your question? I'm not sure I fully understood your question. So
No, I think that's good. It's sort of like looking for like what it would look like an example.
Yeah. I think just to have different angles with different heroes that play to their strengths, right? The Hog can go a little bit longer range, Symmetra can play a little bit shorter range, Cassidy somewhere in between, and then Brig can just Brig can look really succulent and juicy and just try and bait people in, and then try and waste as much time as you possibly can. Okay. Any other questions, Joe?
Yeah. So you mentioned like what if you were you mentioned like playing aggressive and taking flanks and one hard flanking.
Yeah,
but
yeah.
what if you were playing up against like Zen, Sombra, Tracer, characters that are built to take those flanks and control those flanks in the first place? Like what if they had, I don't know, they had Sombra, Tracer, Zen, and like how would our Symmetra, Cassidy, Hog flank then essentially?
You would have to do it like actually with support. So the weakness of those heroes is the fact that, okay, first Sombra just cheats. Sombra can get anywhere she wants and basically just isolate whatever. But the weakness of those heroes in particular is the fact that by themselves, if you just heal a target that has a tracer on them, that pretty much shuts it down. So in other words, if I'm sending in my Cassidy on this flank here, okay, he has to be careful of tracer. But if I put a Brig with him, then all of a sudden it becomes significantly harder to dive. We've talked about this occasion before. Remember, like we talked about the pre-fight pressure, right? Pre-fight pressure, like versus a composition like that. If you can put your Hog and your Cassidy plus Brig, or your Kiriko plus Symmetra, and your job is to just hunt down that Tracer, or hunt down that Winston, or hunt down the Wrecking Ball, or hunt down the Genji, or whatever the composition that they're playing, you can make their life miserable. Like absolutely miserable. You can't do what I said here, where you have everybody by themselves isolated one by one, because they will get isolated and killed. But you can do 2x2s. You know, we're talking Noah's Ark here. You kind of see what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Especially if you can find them and shoot them, force blink, force recall, then that screws with their timing pretty bad.
I think as well when we do play against more diving comps, we try and play it like a 3-2 split. Normally Brig with Guaf, whatever he's playing, and then I take care of the Hog and Meta.
Yeah, and if you guys can do your homework ahead of time and like scout and pre-pressure those guys out, like you could do a lot of work. Like your comp obviously has ways to survive a dive, but you guys have more importantly ways of preventing the dive from getting the setup that they want to begin with. The Hog hook, the cast pressure, those kind of things, really, really good. Okay. Any other questions?
I guess my only other question is, what do you think? Do you like the comp?
No, it's giving me ocular cancer. Like, it's horrible. You should be ashamed of yourself.
Oh, wait, I've got another question actually.
Yeah, please.
Think of that. Well, it's basically a similar thing. I was playing a bit of Bastion with the comp.
No, okay.
What do you think of that? That sounds nice and cancer. It felt like it fitted quite well.
I mean, yes, it's a horrible hero. So you want to know what I think of Bastion?
In the comp.
How well you think it fits into the comp?
I think it will be a noob stomper in the comp. That's my gut reaction. So what I mean by that is like it's going to be even easier to beat like meh, because you're just going to melt anything that like overextends or makes a mistake. But my concern with Bastion is it's a lot less nuanced than Symmetra, and if you don't get the punish with the turret farm, your hero's worthless. You kind of see what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
Whereas with Symmetra,
I was using it into like when they're playing like Sigma double sniper, and we're like on this comp on like the big maps, it can be kind of hard.
I was gonna say,
like,
yeah.
I was just destroying his shield, and then like our Hog took like a lot of space once I did that.
I mean, yeah, you could do that. You could go off of.
I don't know.
What you would do then is you would be. I think your Bastion would be the main tank, if that's a way to think about it. Like where you play around your turret cooldown.
Yeah.
3, 2, 1. I'm turret. Blow it up. There's your window for Hog to hook. There's your window for this, because you can't do anything after the turret's over, but you could play around that timing. Yeah, you could play around. You could break shield, so then that creates more opportunities for you guys to do this. You could also have it to where you use your Bastion as like a Widowmaker. So do you guys remember what we were talking about here, where it was like you're basically playing an off angle with your Widowmaker and baiting this, and then you just have like a complete crossfire in the entire enemy team. You could have it to where like your Bastion's playing really, really split, and if they dive your Bastion, they dive your Bastion, you turret form, you've got your tank configuration, damage reduction, and then you could probably survive. Or if they dive over here, then you are turret form crossfire. You kind of see what I'm saying? So it's kind of an either or situation. The danger though is like if you mess up your turret form or you don't get value out of it, the hero is really, really, really bad. And then I also think ult economy wise, like I think Symmetra ult is hard to use, but it's extremely powerful when it's like when the stars align, right? Like it might be
for sure.
top 5 ults in the game if it's the perfect situation for it. But Bastion ult, like actually garbage. Like I actually the only way to get value is like
get kills of it.
well, you don't get kills at the only way to use it, but is to create space. So like let's look at this fight right here. The way to use it here would be to pop it like as soon as they start to take space and be like, all right, pop it here, pop it here, pop it here. And what you do is you force them to move into open spots where the rest of your team can shoot them. It's literally just a zoning space clearing ult. It doesn't get kills. But I mean, I don't like it versus anything that has range. But
that's kind of what I was playing it against. I don't know. I feel like he's well.
You play on King's Row, where it's...
that was
Circuit
more
Royale.
trolling. But on like maps like Circuit Royale or Junkertown, where they're like forcing double sniper, because I can't really play like sniper.
I mean,
and we're also playing Hog, or like in general, maybe not the Bastion pick, but like what should we do against those types of comps? Because it can be quite hard when they got like a Sigma.
We struggled against like
Sojourn with
Zen.
Okay. So you tell me, what is your advantage versus those compositions? What do you have? Like obviously, Sigma, Hanzo, Widow. We've talked about this composition where you guys right. That's it right there. So then, how do you utilize that?
I guess just
about...
stay certain points of the map where we can.
Yeah, tight corners, and guess what? You guys are now the Warwick dive composition. Like unironically, like really, you go for the rank playstyle. Like what you do is you TP your Sembrig N to backline. At the same time, your Hog goes for a hook. You know, if you want to play Widow, that's fine too. And then your Kiriko can go in with you as well. Like you need to close the distance, and you need to close the distance on the squishy. And the thing is with Symmetra, one nice thing about the Symmetra is that you can play Ring Around the Rosie. Like they want to take off angles on you guys, right? But then if they take an off angle on you, you can TP on that off angle that's isolated and kill it, right? So it's cool. That I would heavily use dives on backline with TP. That would be my that'd be my initial gut instinct would be against that comp. And then you could just like have your Hog play whatever, your Widow just plays whatever, and then your little 3-man dive crew. And then again, now who's your main tank, right? We talked about Hog being your main tank. We talked about Bastion turret form being your main tank. Well, now your Symmetra is your main tank. That's who you're playing around Symmetra TP timings. You kind of see what I'm saying?
Yeah. Makes sense. Yeah.
All right. Any other questions, guys? Well, this was a review for sure. One of the more unusual, fun reviews I've ever had. Unironically, though, this is a lot of fun. I like this kind of stuff. I like thinking and breaking outside of the box. On this, I'm sure you're making the other teams breaking their keyboards. But good luck with your future matches. It was a pleasure. And if you guys ever do have any questions individually, not just about your composition, feel free to DM me at any time. All right.
Awesome.
All right. Cheers, mate. You all have a good rest of your day, and I'll chat with you later. Good luck.
You.
See ya.
Thank you so much.
All right, so that was Warwick, the worst team in the history of the world. The Symmetra Hog team. Chat, here's what we're going to do. We are going to look at proper POV in about 5 minutes or less. But I learned something. I was doing research, and I was trying to look up how to disable pre-rolls. You guys know like the things when you click on Twitch chat? Huh. And like, you know, like there's a roll. So what I'm gonna do is I heard that if you run a 30-second ad break, you would disable pre-rolls for 10 or 15 minutes. So what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna run a 30-second ad break for people that come into the channel in the next 10 minutes for the proper review. They don't have to go through anything. And the reason why I'm doing that now is because I have to use the bathroom. I drank too much water. I'll be back in like 1 minute. Enjoy the ad break. I've never done one of these before. I don't even know how this works. Good luck. Be right back. what's going on? Preparing 30-second ad? What? Look, it says preparing 30-second ad. What does that mean? What? What is that? I think I can stream this actually. Check this out. What does this mean? Look. What the heck is that? What does it mean? Is that like a... You got an ad? Is there an Al Kiriko POV somewhere? I did a little bit on last Tuesday, I think. Well, yeah, I know in 6 minutes the 30-second ad will play, but like, what's going on? I clicked it. I thought I was supposed to do it now. I don't want an ad later. I was peeing. Get it over with. You know what I'm saying? Wait, let me see if I can figure this out. 30-second ad here. Wait, there's no way to do it. There's nothing in the stat. Look, chat. Look. Where am I supposed to adjust this? Hello? Man, what is this? Dude, screw off Twitch. I have to run a I don't even get paid for this stuff, dude. Ads pay nothing. I just want to do it so people don't have to come into my stupid stream. Pre-roll crap, man. Screw Twitch. You're already taking 40% of the money I'm making from stupid subs, and I have to run an ad that pays me nothing, and then it doesn't even run it when I click the button. The pre-rolls, when you click on the channel, it says like, here, look. If you click on my channel, does it say this ad is supporting Spylo? Does it say that? Does it say that, y'all? Does this say that? This enjoy this ad to support Spylo or whatever, right? You guys want to know how much money I'm making off of ads? Let's basically nothing. Basically nothing. Oh man, I have to sit here for 5 more minutes. Oh. Okay, well let's do this. Let's at least get the replay viewer pulled up and get ready to go, because I'm gonna look forward to enjoying this. Now, I've got a treat for y'all. We're not going to be looking at the proper POV from versus Dallas. What we're going to do instead is we're going to look at the proper POV versus Houston, because I heard that he absolutely dominated that game. So I was like, all right, we got to do that one. Also, it will be fun to watch a slightly different game than what we reviewed on stream last week, because variety is the spice of life. Ha 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 ha. Let's at least get this pulled up. Now, I still haven't decided. I'd like to do one more POV on Thursday, but I haven't decided exactly what one we want to do yet. I'm not sure if we'll do Reaper. I don't know if we'll do Lucio. I don't know if we'll do Kiriko. I'm not sure. Like, we could do Fielder. We could do Sparkle. We could do Sparkle. So we've got options. But that will be on Thursday. That will not be today. Not be today. I'm streaming for 5 hours already. Chio, yeah, that might be a good shout as well. Violet, people are talking about, like, why is Violet letting Lucio so fast? So there's options. Okay. I'm sitting here staring at the stupid ad countdown. 3 minutes and 30 seconds. Do you guys have any questions? Because I'm not going to start this and have an ad in the middle of the review. I love you guys too much. So, do you guys have any questions for the next 3 minutes while we're getting this prepared? Let's actually just at least get this pulled up, and I think let's get the settings set up as well. Did I miss the proper beta? It's just starting. We're about to start. We're about to start. Ready for battle. No. I don't need this tip.
Sorry, your ads don't work.
Thank you. Just from those bits alone. That's more ad revenue that I've had like 3 weeks. Thank you very much. How was Hottie in team environment? Well, great, good, very good, very positive. A hard worker. Last year, he had a really hard time. There were some negative times, but obviously last season was just honestly negative in a lot of circumstances. But he's a really hard worker. He kept, like, he deserved the Dennis Savelka award. He just did. He's like a perfect mixture of like the Michael Jordan pushing, but also like positive outside, positive inside, encouraging guys when they're getting tilted, always trying to be that guy. And I know, and that's really hard to do when you're that competitive too. That is really hard to do. It's easy to PMA when you're like this nice, sweet guy. He is a hard worker and a grinder, a real competitor, and still being able to be that positive is like, it's quite the achievement. How is Spylo so handsome? I don't know. That's a great question. 2 minutes till the ad runs. Holy smokes. Do you think if Proper had the exact same knowledge and everything but only average aim, would he still be able to keep up? I mean, by average aim, if you mean average Overwatch League aim, I don't know. I would say Proper isn't even... Okay, so Proper is obviously crazy with the Sojourn aim. And I do think Proper has one of the better mechanics in the league. But I actually don't think he's a mechanic-only player. I think he's consistently been a very smart player. I also think that he's good with his cooldown usage. He's good with the heroes that he plays. Like, I wouldn't say he has like the greatest tracer mechanics of all time necessarily. I just think he's a really good player. So I don't think Proper is like a mechanics OTP. No, I think you look at somebody like Pine back in the day, more of a mechanics OTP. I think he's a smart player too, though. I mean, he plays very aggressively with Sojourn, but I also don't necessarily think that's because he has to play that way. I think that's just the playstyle that they've best adapted. What's the most common flaw you see in players you coach? Well, Overwatch League or non-Overwatch League players? That's kind of a broad question. Pine was crazy. Pine had some crazy peaks. Who do you think is the best team at executing this comp? Well, clearly Dallas. And Dallas was the better team. I think Dallas, this was a good year because the best team did win it. For sure. It wasn't like a bad day I think Dallas was the better team consistently. Yeah, so I think Proper has great mechanics, but he is not just a mechanic. But I think the same thing goes for Kevster as well, right? Smart player, flexible player, brings a lot to the team. Non-Overwatch League. The most common flaw, I think probably being too broad an approach, not having like specific goals. It's always a good thing to work on. 10 seconds till ad, y'all. It's been nice knowing you. I'm just going to sit here and drink water quietly so that nobody misses anything important. Not an unskilled meta, huh? No. 3, 2, 1, ah! Wait, is that the ad? Are you guys getting an ad? I guess if you can hear me, you're not getting the ad. No ad? What the frick, man? Oh, I'm an idiot, chat. You click on run the 30-second ad, and then it's preparing the next one, so you can't just spam ad breaks. Is that correct? So you just can't spam them. I'm an idiot. Disregard everything I said. Man. Well, you guys said that you guys didn't get ads earlier. I only think one of you guys said that there was an ad. Man. What we have here is a failure to communicate. I don't even think that was the right accent at all.
I like this place.
Oh, jeez, man. Oh, jeez. All right, let's do this, chat. So, shift usage, positioning, E usage, railgun accuracy, obviously. So what I don't want to do is I don't want to overly break down what I think he should and should not be doing before the fight starts. So I'm just going to kind of like reactively explain the macro as we get to, because I already have a pretty decent idea of how he should be playing, but I want to also see if there's anything I can learn along the way. Fat E for space, a lot of offensive pressure. Dante is low, that's it. Now, this is the proper diff, right? This is where Shock plays super aggressive to get Proper in a good position early, because again, it's not just about the mechanics, right? Look at the charge, right? Look at the charge, look at the charge. Lower charge, he just now gets a shot, but he doesn't have a good position to. The E lands, but the problem with the E is that everybody just goes right past the E in Shock. Whereas Proper Z puts them all in a good spot. This is just a positioning difference. Like this is the difference between Proper has the better aggressive positioning that allows him to get the better E, that allows him to get better charge, that allows him to do more damage, like, and then allows him to actually get the shot that matters more. Merit is a really good Sojourn mechanic, really good. At times felt really like the best in the league mechanically, at least in the Western region. Like it was unbelievably, like better than Kai. I'm not even like it was unbelievable. Aggressive position, shifts out, gets good E value, but they end up giving up positioning. Has shot. Now, one interesting nuance with Railgun is we talked about on some of my reviews trying to get to that 82 number and utilizing that for the one shot. But keep in mind that there is oftentimes there is a little bit of benefit if you could do it easily getting to 100 charge, because the projectile does get a little bit bigger, so it is a little bit easier to land. It's not significantly bigger, but it's a little bit bigger. So, okay. You notice the priority there. He could have gone for backline on Merit, but why go for that when you can force Wraith instantly or one-shot Pelican at point-blank range? Because the thing is if you body shot Merit, yes, it's value, but a body shot in Pelican is more valuable. So you should always be considering not just, okay, I need to hit the headshot, but also, even if I don't hit the headshot, what's going to do the most for my team? I mean, Reaper's gone. There's the E. We talked about E's, right? E's on the middle of a clump, but this E is going to force Merit into a bad positioning. It actually doesn't end up getting as much value as you would have liked because they were already on the way out. So maybe holding either would have been better. Off angle, off angle. There's the shot. The bell. Probably will charge from spawn a little bit. Yeah. Ooh. Fat E pre-fight will have time to get it back again. So I really like the angles that he's holding right now. I really like the angles that he's holding. He's getting charged so fast just by holding these slight off angles, and so far his E usage has already been significantly better than Edison's, who we did catch a decent amount of from the Dallas Fuel game. Oh my gosh, like it's just, and again, like you can look at this from like Merit's perspective. This is why controlling space is so important. Look at Merit's charge here. 0 charge, Proper's at 93, right? Merit is just now contributing. Now Merit can build charge, but what's the problem, right? Bang, doesn't quite hit the shot, right? But it's still an unbelievable amount of pressure, and look at the E angle he has here, right? So that's a pretty good E from Merit as well, I will say, but this is just as good of an E from, I mean, look at this right there, right? Oh, it actually ends up missing. Chat, actually, we found a not great E from Proper. You notice, okay, so this is the one tricky thing about E usage, but there's two things. One is Monkey Bubble, so it can be blocked by Monkey Bubble a lot. The other thing is it's tricky to judge the distance perfectly, because it is hit scan in terms of it goes straight forward in a line. It doesn't drop or, you know, go up and down. That's not really a good description. It's it goes in a straight line. There's no drop off. But the problem here is that the distance, like look at this right here. Look at this right here. Watch this. This is the max distance for E is like here. So Proper eyeballs it and just misses by a little bit. And you guys saw even Edison doing this a lot. If you can't judge the distance correctly, the best thing that you can do is obviously is to angle it at the floor, at the feet, where it will hit directly where you want it to go. But the danger in that is that it means you have to flick your crosshair down, which right now Proper is aiming at head level and then just throws out his E, right? It doesn't quite hit, so he just misses it slightly, okay? Usually we'll not see people pop Sojourn ult in the Kiriko ult, usually. But we're talking about a devolve fight now, so it makes sense. Ha 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 ha. Seems everybody has E struggles. Where did that go? Yeah, I mean, everybody has E struggles, right? Just missed by a little bit. Just missed by a little bit. Yeah, that's unfortunate. So you actually can look at those E's as being relatively impactful that those missed. They needed to be on the corner. I think the positioning that he's holding in terms of the corner usage and the off angles that he's holding to build better charge is good. Target priority has been fine. The shots haven't landed. Nothing super crazy to special to say there. Now we might see an E up here to create space to deny this peek here. He's gonna hold it. That's good. Force a Wraith, and then I assume we're gonna see Bubble broken. And then he'll pop an E. There it is, right? But he keeps... Ah, jeez, guys. We keep having this happen. He can't keep doing it again, right? I love the corner usage here. Everything is aimed at head level, right? You see that? There's sometimes with this composition where you can't even necessarily pick a specific target. So you see a clump of green backline, you just aim at head level. You will see shots like that. We saw that where Proper on Oasis accidentally, I think it was Proper, accidentally shot, who was it? Was it Edison? Accidentally shot Edison even though he was aiming for the Reaper because he was just aiming at head height. Yeah, Reaper arms. And look at the aggression, right? Look at the aggression. There's just a little bit of ego here, of course. I wouldn't say ego, but just a little bit of confidence. Right? There's the off angle here, trying to get for the backline. But again, is he scared of Dante? No. Because Dante starts to damage, he shivs out, everything's fine. Notice that, okay, I have shot, I'm on backline. Wait. No. That's not what I meant to say. The tricky thing, let me think of the best way to put this. So you do farm less rail charge off of tanks. So if there is nothing else to shoot, or the squishies are really hard to shoot, it is understandable to pressure tank line. But, and this scenario here, if you can aim at head height and hit squishies, you're going to not only do actually more serious damage onto people that you want to kill, but you're also going to have a situation where you're going to build your rail charge faster than you would have been just shooting it at a tank, or certainly faster than shooting it at a bubble. Because remember, shields and bubbles feed much less rail gun charge than they did in previous iterations of the beta. Something to consider. Unfortunate. And that's going to be the fight. Oh, nice. Well, okay, let me clarify. You do farm. Okay, let's you know what? Let's actually do this. So you farm the same from tanks, but the problem is, well, actually, I don't know. Let's actually find out. Railgun. I think you do farm the same from tanks, but I think you only farm 1 point per shot on a shield. So an entire clip of 45 bullets only does 45 charge. Let me actually check here. Yes. So what I meant to say is it's different charge per headshot or body shot. That's my mistake. So it is 1 barrier, 1 shot per charge per barrier, and I believe that includes inanimate objects like symmetric turrets and Torbjorn turrets. It is 5. Oh, this is what I meant to say. Listen, this is really important. This is why I was thinking tanks do less. 5 for body shot, 10 per shot for critical headshots, right? Obviously. And then this is a really important one. 3.5 for armor targets. 7 for critical hits on armor targets. So the reason why I meant tanks, I didn't mean tanks, I meant armor. Armor. So you're talking about a hero like Winston, you're going to be doing significantly less damage. You're going to be doing 30%, getting 30% less charge from shooting a tank with armor than you would be shooting a tank without armor. But that's an important distinction that I should have made, because a tank like a Roadhog, a Sigma, whatever, obviously Sigma has the shield, but if a Roadhog, that's why Roadhog feeds so much charge, is because he doesn't have a shield and he doesn't have armor, so you very quickly build charge off of that target.
Doesn't get better than that.
pre-fight charge is fine. Okay, so this is the really funny thing, okay? This is something that you guys need to be careful about applying in your ranked games, pushing up super aggressively like this. But the reason why it works here is because, again, you consider Merit's POV. Merit will build no charge. Merit is in spawn. Merit has nothing to shoot except maybe Proper. Proper has everybody to shoot from Outlaws walking out of spawn. So there's no real risk for Proper dying because he knows Merit will never have charge. But there is a risk for Outlaws dying here because there's 5 people for him to shoot, so he can build charge. So the reason why I'm saying you guys need to be careful if you were to reply this is because if you play up against a Hanzo, Widowmaker, Ana, a Zenyatta, there is this current composition has 0 CC or one-shot potential besides Sojourn shot. So there's no real risk for him doing this outside of maybe a Kiriko headshot. So he can ego like this super, super hard. In fact, not only he should. Entering this fight with a shot is really, really important. And we talked about that the previous fight where he was able to enter the fight and then again, like look at Merit, right? 0 charge. 83, 0. 83, 0. That sucks. Remember, because even a body shot is impactful. We might see an E on this rotate. Doesn't finish the kill. He doesn't use the E. That seems reasonable. Okay. Will we see a better E? We're going to push. There's the E. The E is good. But there's the Proper aggression. Why is Proper aggressing like this? They're calling Kiriko. Now they know, listen chat, they know that Outlaws also have beat and they know that Outlaws also have Kiriko ultimate. But they know that if they don't engage here, they're probably looking for Lastro actually. They're probably looking to Ajax Lastro would probably be the play. They're trying to get a quick kill on Creative, a quick kill on Merit, a quick kill on Lastro, because if they can explode out here with a Sojourn shot, there's a chance that even though they have the ult disadvantage, they could win. So you would either have Shock play this fight really, really, really slowly or really, really, really quickly. They're going quickly because they have the mechanics of Proper to put behind it. They don't quite get the kill that they want. They do get the Sojourn, so that's okay. And if you hit one more shot here, fights are winnable. Not the best E, again, just off by just a little bit. Right, because he clearly wanted to put it on the point, right? So like right there, he wants to put it right here and he just misses it. So, doesn't quite hit it. The shot between shots, you guys see that? Remember shooting between shots so you can farm it up faster? Nice. So really chat, I think Proper played reasonably there, but I think there was more to be expected in terms of some of the E placement, and I wouldn't even necessarily say there were bad E's in terms of intention, just the mechanics of it were not consistently placed, which is kind of interesting. And maybe it means that with the way that this composition is being played, with how dynamic and how fast-paced it is, that these teams haven't had the reps to be able to actually like place the E's properly. I know that sounds crazy to say, but I can come to no other conclusion. The positioning there, the level of aggression, still utilizing corners, getting pre-fight charge, I think was a big one to point out. And then obviously trying whenever possible to prioritize squishies to build charge faster. As well as actually to get actually good damage here off. So early aggression, charge. Is there a massive charge diff here? Not a massive one. Okay. So Merit's able to get good charge too. There it is. That's mechanics. It's a good shot. A little bit of an overextension from Lastro. And he takes it. E there is fine as well because it actually hit the monkey and it just hit the bubble.
Gotta stay on your toes, soldier.
Repositions his angle. That shift is a little odd. Let's actually take a look at this shift. Why does Proper use shift here? So I'm not going to assume that I know everything, obviously. So I really want to like look at this here. So why does he shift over? I think, okay, well, you can see it right here. So this is actually a really, really, really heads up play and something that you guys can consider. We talked consistently about pre-fight pressure from Proper, giving him a charge advantage that allowed him to play more aggressively into Merit. Well, the problem here is there's the shot. Merritt's in the back. Merritt has a perfect angle to shoot tanks and to shoot squishies, right? So he's also not seen shot. So Proper knows that A, Merritt still has shot and hasn't used it yet. Or B, Merritt did use shot and he didn't see it. But given what Mikey's doing right now, Proper can't really charge shot right now, can he? It's really, there's nothing to shoot. So why risk peeking this? I don't even think he sees the glow of the gun. Why risk peeking this when he can reposition, avoid Merritt entirely, and contribute to the fight? So this is oh shoot. I think that guy has shot. I'm not taking that duel. I'm going to do something else instead. Right? Very, very heads up play from there. Very heads up play. I'm going to turn on the light really quick so I'm not like going full DJ mode here. So it's all about knowing when you have the advantage in the charge, knowing when you have disadvantage in the charge, and adjusting accordingly. It's not exactly like a Widowmaker duel, but there are aspects of it that you guys have to kind of keep in mind. Yeah, I could be. Yeah, it's got. I don't know how other teams handled it, but I know London, we fairly consistently called care shot, especially in one fights, right? Nothing worse than winning a fight and then dying to a charge shot because we just weren't ready for it, right? So yeah, that is also true. Yeah. Right, again, he's not peeking this. You see this? He's not peeking. Probably a little bit of early pressure here. Care. Right, again, there's 22 charge there, and there's no risk, right? If they dive him, he shifts away. It costs him cooldowns to pressure him. Okay, there's the shot. Perfect E, right? We talked about Proper Z's being better than Edison's. They just weren't hitting. Well, this one hit. This one obviously hit. Massive pressure on Monkey, Bubble, Reaper, Lucio. Nobody can pressure here. Now, I will say Proper's not super positioned here. This is a little closer than he'd like to be, and he messes up his shift as well. But yeah, so what we would have liked to have seen is like a shift probably back towards his team here. But I think he messes up his shift here. Yeah, but that is like an unbelievable E in terms of value. Like look at Pelican's point of view, right? Look at how uncomfortable this is for Pelican. Right? There's like 60 damage total plus the slowing effect. It's like there's so much indirect and direct value from that E. That's actually massive. All right. There's the shot, so now he can play a bit more aggressively. Yo, what happened to Proper? How did he get melted? He must have taken a shot from Dante. There's the zap. I guess he takes a couple of Lucio shots. I'm not sure. He gets actually like destroyed HP wise. Or was it a body shot? No? What happens, chat? What happens? Why is Proper low? Maybe it is a shot from Merritt. Couple of headshots. I think just a couple of general spams. Oh, could be Kiriko. Ah, good catch, Go. Good catch. Let's see it.
My ultimate is charging.
Ah, you guys are too smart. Yeah. 100% Kiriko. He might die for that. Ooh, no, he gets the resources. E is coming up. Excellent E. Right on top of the Reaper. Forces him out of cover into an awkward position. And he just I think he actually just loses track of the Reaper. Yeah, he just doesn't expect him. Okay. E value from Proper has already been significantly better than Edison. The play around an E like that, there's really just no way. That's just the defender's advantage. Like, defenders have better positions ahead of time. You could potentially bait the E by turning the corner and not amping, but speeding just back out again. You can oftentimes bait Monkey Bubble doing the same thing. We've seen a couple of teams try that a little bit, but you can sometimes bait those cooldowns. Oh, sorry. Do you think high ground and Sojourn is overrated? I make charge shots a lot harder since you have the y-axis to worry about as well. Yes and no. I think the benefits of high ground for better E angles and for better general safety are good, but I also don't think that you need to be prioritizing it at the expense of everything else. So there's a balance there. If it's a good safe position for you and you have good sightlines and it's a good E angle, then sure. But if you can also just play on the low ground and have an easier aim, then I think, yeah, it's fine. I mean, you kind of probably already can feel the answer to that question. It's yes and no. All right, there's the E right there. Too early from Merit. Ooh, was that a Kiriko headshot or was that a railgun? I'm sniffing Kiriko. I think we got a Kiriko again. Yeah, there it is. Wow! And then a little bit of pressure from Reaper, and that's pretty much it. Where can you view the POV for this match? Unfortunately, the replay viewer is only available for like tier 2 in Overwatch League. And I'm assisting a tier 2 team at the moment. I'm literally like, hey, do you guys need VOD reviews? I want the replay viewer. It's like, yeah, sure. So that was what that was at. It's kind of silly, to be honest with you. And the thing was that, yeah, exactly, the Kiriko shots matter so much. And the thing is with that, to be frank with you, Creative technically isn't aiming them. He's just throwing them at head height and on the chokes. That's something that you guys could be doing in Kiriko a lot. Who do you think benefit the most in the Creative Iris trade? I don't honestly know. I've, to be honest, with not been keeping up with APAC as much. I think Iris is a great player, but I don't know how much, like, what caliber of player Creative was. That trade happened like right as I was transitioning into private coaching, so I was a little bit out of the loop. Now this is interesting. So fight plan here feels like a lot of mess, right? Both teams have used Kiriko ultimates, but there's gonna be a lot of ults used. So look how aggressive Proper is playing here. He still has a shift. Will we see a mirror from Shock or will we see a disengage? Disengage. Ooh, that was risky. I think he trusted the beat there. That's crazy. Do you notice the difference between Sojourn ults? We talked about this in our macro review. It is risky to pop Sojourn ult into beat because oftentimes the beat will then be used to engage upon you, waste your Sojourn ult, and force the enemy beat. So it's a 1 for 2. So you notice how Proper uses his. He waits, beats used. Now beat is starting to decay. And then as the beat HP is already starting to decay, let's go to last year's POV, right? The beat duration is already like a third up, if not more. Then he pops Q. So then he's gonna burn right through it and finish off that. As the beats expired, his Sojourn ult still going. Beat's gone. And now we've got half of our Sojourn ult still going. There's the Wraith. Here comes the Death Blossom. There it is. That's it. So really, really nice timing of the ultimate there. Really, really nice timing of the ultimate there. And again, a good E. Again, a good E. Macro is just like broad strategy, just like big picture stuff. That's pretty much it, yeah. So like ult economy, planning, very basic things. Not like he's using his reload animation to cancel it. Yeah, it's nothing like that. Now right now he's egoing Merit because he knows Merit doesn't necessarily have. Was that Merit? No, that was Creative. Never mind. Disregard. I'm an idiot. Those hitboxes look way too similar. Great E, great E. Check out this E placement, right? Oh, perfect. It's such a good cooldown if you can place it properly. The only times Merit Proper has been missing it, it's just basically been shooting it too far. But yes, you did translate it correctly. Yeah, 100%. Probably a little bit of early pressure here again. I mean, we might even see an E. I was gonna say we might even see an E here because they have to push now. So this is what we would call an early E because Outlaws are likely going to be pushing now, so this makes it really awkward for them, right? There's the early pressure, there's the split on the monkey, there's the early bubble. Like, look at how Outlaws are positioned here. They should be pushing up and shooting Mikey in the face, but the E. So look at their body language. Watch their body language here. It's finally good to see some good Sojourn E's, man. It's been way too long. Watch this. Oh, I don't want to get close to that. I don't want to get close to that, right? Even just the pressure, I mean, even if you just compare it to Edison's E's, who were oftentimes just hitting Monkey Bubble, this one hit Monkey Bubble, but it also hit Dante. It did damage to Dante, and it did damage to Monkey Bubble at the same time. And it slows him, so he stays within range of being shot at for a longer period of time. It is really good at controlling space, yes. And then now it's like, okay, they're on the back foot. My E's shutting up this choke. I'm going to walk forward with my monkey. I'm going to turn this down just a little bit. I'm going to walk forward with my monkey, and that's it. Easy. Blindy, but yeah, who cares? It's a one fight. All right, so mechanics obviously good. Positioning was pretty consistently good as well. I think some unlucky deaths and some things that could have been prevented for sure. But so far right now, the mechanics have been good, and the E usage has been good as well. Not perfect, but better than Edison. That's consistently allowing him to create more pressure than usual. I hear he goes off in this. I did not watch this match, y'all, but I heard that he went off. So you guys, I think, should be in for a treat. It's interesting to me, like how Merit... Oh, it's the Widow, chat. It's the Widow. I was wondering, why is Merit not charging the shot? It's because Striker's on Widow. That's pretty funny. Well, like, Merit really should be on a higher charge than this. Like, this is kind of bad. Like, we're already in 47 charge from Proper because of the Widow swap, and Merit is still on... Like, Merit has nothing. You see how Proper is always peaking a little bit ahead of time? Now, for those of you who are my consistent viewers, we talk a lot about timing, right? Timing your peaks, timing your pressure. It's important that you get it right. Now, as we said on Nepal Village, the first round, Proper can be a little bit greedy with timing. Because if you look at the enemy team, there is very little to no range pressure or range threat at all. Even when it comes to outside of Kiriko shots, so there is no real reason to be ahead of schedule. There's no reason to not be ahead of schedule. And what ends up happening is then Proper always enters these brawls. You want to guess what charge Proper's at? What do you guys guess? Merit's at 25. What do you guys think Proper is? I would say probably 60 to 70. I would say 75. I'm going to guess 75. Oh my gosh, chat, we were totally wrong. 97 charge. Let's watch it from his POV. Look at that. Finds the head angle, swings just a little bit wide. Now you got to be careful about this into a Hanzo or a Widowmaker, right? Obviously. But again, no range, significant range in the enemy composition, no sleep dart or anything that's going to punish him for getting this greedy. It's just aiming at head height, right? And then, you see that? He goes for the Kiriko, but then he sees a big juicy clump of green. He's like a cow to grass. Ugh. Right? Like, oh, just aim at head height. Look at that. Oh my goodness, the charge, right? And then now the defending Sojourn has a quarter of his charge. And that's a big deal, chat. Remember, it's not just about the headshot. That means a body shot on a Reaper means a Wraith advantage, and so on. That's unbelievable. Is that an issue with Dante being too aggressively? You know, that's actually a really good question. So the question here is, yes. Let's look at this from Merit's POV. So the Widowmaker obviously makes it difficult. But is Dante being too sloppy with his peak timing? Because he's thinking, I'm going to get healed up. I don't mind. But that is feeding Proper some extra charge. You see, Mikey's not peaking this really. Mikey's not peaking at all. You see that? You see that? You see that? You see that? Now he's peaking and now he's in. Ah! So, yeah. I think the Outlaws could do a better job denying proper charge before they're actually holding the line. So yeah, that's a good little micro detail there. Good pickup. All right, so let's All right, so there's the shot. Here comes the E. Oh, and crucially, fucked E. Holy mackerel! Look at this. Oh, Pelican's stuck. Dante's stuck. Good pressure. They're not even, because you're thinking like, okay, it's not doing a lot of damage. They've managed to avoid probably most of the damage, right? But because of that, look at Shock. They're like, oh, it's happening, right? It means that Outlaws are very late to the party. Outlaws are very late, and exactly a free rotate. And you're asking like, hey, thank you so much. I appreciate the sub, Arian. Of course. Thank you for the sub. So you're asking, why does he focus Monkey first? Well, chat, tell me why is Proper focusing Monkey first? Right here. Like right now, why is Proper focusing Monkey right now? Now, I think you could make a good argument for shooting Pelican here. A real good argument for shooting Pelican here. But I also think the Monkey's fine here. To be honest with you, I think that the answer is it's as simple as Dante's low. Like, look at Dante's HP now. If you get a headshot with this, he's dead. It's over. So a headshot onto a monkey doesn't always kill the monkey, but it would kill Dante here. So why shoot hard target when easy target will do? You know what I'm saying? Normally, I wouldn't recommend always headshotting a tank, but when the tank is this low and this aggressive, you shoot the tank. It's just easier. Right. It's that simple. It's that simple. He has not used bubble already, but he's taken too much damage. So he's now in a threshold to look at his HP right here. Bang, there it is. He's dead. I will say Pelican wouldn't have been a bad target there either, considering how aggressive Pelican was, and he was already half. But normally you don't always see headshots in monkeys, but you're gonna do it now. It could also be that they're focusing Dante down because they don't think Dante's gonna be that good of a monkey, but you know, I prefer easy answers, because oftentimes the easy answers are usually the correct ones. Focusing down the Reaper is always good. No clutch potential, and so on. Yeah, I mean, you could see the monkey's half. It's that simple. Monkey's half, let's go. We might see an E here. Because you'll have it by the time the fight starts again. And again, this is what Proper has done so well, right? Obviously, this one's a little bit too aggressive. I will say that this is too aggressive from Proper by a matter of meters, right? But, again, this is the difference. This pre-fight aggression from Proper is constantly keeping him one step ahead of Merit in terms of the charge. Now I get it, Proper didn't die, so obviously he's gonna have a charge advantage. But Proper is not wasting any time. He's always pushing his advantage, always. Now I will say Mikey needs to be careful here. Well, you see, here's the thing. Actually, screw what I said. The reason why Mikey can grief here is because Merit can't peek Proper. So once Merit gets to a certain point behind Proper, he no longer can even charge up his railgun because he beat him to the shot. So for him to peek to charge up his railgun, he could get one shot. How do I feel about the usefulness of Overwatch 1 content? I think it's pretty useful. I think it's fairly useful, yeah. And now there's the 100 charge. There's the tick on Lucio, still refreshed. I mean, this is so frustrating for Merit, right? And look at this now. Again, the timing here, this is screwy as all get up. But he's not going to get punished for it. There it is. Right, there it is. There it is. Guys, why aren't we shooting the Proper? Haha. Haha. And there's a brilliant E. It's over. It's over. It's over. Now, does Merit have shot? Do you see that? Do you see that? Look at that. Look at this. Look at this, chat. Look at this. Look at this. I'm gonna slow this down for you. What is Proper doing right now? Right now. Do you see this? What's he doing? Yeah, Mr. Zelly, absolutely. What's he using the window for? Yeah, exactly. Exactly. He's checking for blue. He's checking for blue. He's either baiting the shot, but he's certainly checking for blue. He's checking to see what the enemy Sojourn's shot is at. He sees blue. Uh-oh. I'm not shooting that. I'm not shooting that. I'm not peeking that. Do you notice now, before we would have seen Proper pushing all the way up, right? And charging early, but he's not. He's not. Now he is. Why is he doing it now? Well, Merit's decayed. You see that? Merit's decayed. Merit no longer has his shot. Or he heard shot. No, he's decayed. So, there it is. Again, 40 versus 15. Even when it's not big, it's still big. Trying to think what Shock should do here. Again, I didn't see this match, so I don't know what they do here. I could see Shock pushing in aggressively with Sojourn ult here. That would be a very Shock thing to do, but I also think that they're close to Kiriko ult, so they could peel back and punish Dante, then Kiriko ult afterwards. I don't honestly know what they're going to do. I honestly don't know. Nope. Excellent E. Wait, was it? It hits a bubble. Crud, man. But again, you see like the intention there, perfect, right? You're not gonna hit every E, it doesn't happen. Like we saw some well-intentioned E's from Edison as well that got clunked into bubbles, unfortunately. But this is unlucky, okay? Shift out. Now, Merit should have a charge advantage here, yep. So he has to be really careful. There it is, and there it is. Like, do you notice?
Railgun powered and ready to fire.
Houston has a much harder time playing positions where Proper can't peek them. That seems to be the consistent theme so often. Where Dante and Pelican are struggling to play positions where Proper isn't able to swing wide and get an early angle on them. Because you're thinking, this is cover, right? Well, no, because Proper can just swing wide and shoot you. So unless your Sojourn has shot and Proper doesn't, and Merit just built his shot now, then they can't really swing wide here. Where should Pelican have played? I don't think this is not a good corner. He could have played here. Because do you see the difference between these two corners? Chat, what is the difference between these two corners? If Pelican plays here versus Pelican plays here. Do you guys see this? Watch carefully. Watch carefully. What's the difference between these two corners? Room to back up? No. You're not wrong, but I don't think that's the most impactful thing right now. Proper can't peek him here. If Reaper plays here, Proper can't peek him. Why? Proper can peek Reaper here, but Proper can't peek Reaper here. Why? What's the difference? Why will he get punished? Again, what's the difference between this corner here and this corner here? Ooh, you got it. You got it. You got it. Do you see it? Do you see? The distance between... Can you guys see my mouse? Oh, you can't. Okay. The distance between this and the corner is pretty long, right? You see the distance between Proper and Dante? You see that? What do you guys say? What would you guys say? 20 meters? 20 meters? 25 meters? Something like that? Oh, you did see the mouse. Okay. So there's your distance there. What is the distance between Lastro, which is where it'd be the Reaper would be? You see this? It's much shorter. This is only like 6 meters. 15 to 20, this is like 6 meters. So Proper has to be careful about greeting around a corner where he can get completely run over. But any time that he can swing wide with distance, then he's going to be happy to do so. Now, he can do so because he is the most ranged hero on this comp. Now, outside of random Kiriko headshots, there is nothing that he needs to be afraid of. Kiriko headshots, which is usually not a concern, or charged Sojourn. Merit is not charged. He's not worried about it. Should Reaper flank into the room with a full health pack? I mean, Reaper could play in here, yeah. Reaper could, like, you could have Pelican hiding in here, 3, 2, 1, explode and push out. You could, yeah. But that's the thing. So Proper is doing a great job finding these long sight lines where his hero is good. Oh my gosh, that's just disgusting. Now, some of you might be thinking, why are shock popping? Like, why would you pop ult here? I mean, honestly, it's just pop off, go kill, you know, go kill. But you're like, okay, you're up one. Shouldn't you just like play chill? Well, I don't know if we're thinking, maybe I'm overthinking this, but I do think that if we get one more kill with Assault after this kill, I do think that Outlaws will not get a recontest. I think this will be 2nd point cap. But this shot in the Sojourn is disgusting. Shooting between shots. You guys see that? Bang. Keep going, keep going. Oh my gosh. Keep going. And guess what, chat? Guess what? The enemy Sojourn is dead! And she will come out of spawn without a shot. So as long as the rest of Shock, Mikey, whoever else, don't feed Merit coming out of spawn, you could literally sit Proper right here and just spam spawn for the next 20 seconds. Literally. Look at this guy. Ah! Oh man, that's just so tragic. And there it is, going into the next shot. 100 charged. Merit. Oh, 41 charged. Uh-oh, it's decaying. Oh, it's decaying. That E is probably a grief. I think he's gonna want that before the fight starts. Early. That's good. Keep them on the back foot. They match Kiriko ultimate. Massive E. Perfectly placed. There's the beat. We're gonna see Violet mirror. Oh no, Violet beated first. What? That was not good ult usage from Shock. That was not good. I missed that. I guess so. But that's unfortunate they don't get a kill off of it. Atlas have a good chance to win this fight, actually. Good E again. Good split. C9. And then Dante gets split. I mean, here's the thing is, like, you could look at that and be like, well, why wasn't Merit getting a kill? Well, let's look at Merit's POV. This is the reason why, like look at how cruddy his sightlines are. You see this? Oh, he almost gets the shot. He forces Wraith. He doesn't know the status of Sojourn shot. But then at that point, the C9 has already happened. Yeah, okay. Crazy. From Proper. Puts him in such a good position to win the fight. Literally a great position to win the fight. That late in the thing. Could Merit do anything like that to fix that? I think Outlaws in general can do a better job avoiding feeding Proper early or playing corners where they don't feed Proper and then pry and pocket Merit to mirror Proper. So basically what you would do is you would have guys, let's not peek early for no reason at all. Let's rely on Merit to peek early and get that scouting information. I wouldn't even say scouting information, but like let's try and peek less and let Merit push up more. That's what I would say. Not the best E. Really don't think that one was a good use. Like right here, you see this? You see that right there? That becomes a mechanics gap. It becomes which Sojourn's going to hit more shots. And Merit's not always going to lose those guys. Merit is a phenomenal Sojourn in terms of like mechanics. So if Houston can keep it at that, then Houston can do an okay job. You see again, like he's always looking to take an early angle for early pressure. Right, do you see this from Merit? Do you see this from Merit? This is what Outlaws need him to do. This is what Outlaws need him to do. And this is what, and Dante's dead, so Dante's no longer feeding charge, but keep pocketing Merit, keep pocketing Merit. Do you see? Assuming he gets pocket here and can shift out, we're all good. Now the problem I have is this. This is this is me coughing. This is the difference right here. Check this. Do you see? What do you see? So I know we're focusing on proper here, but let's consider this.
Thanks.
Fear. Not full HP.
Stay put.
Yeah. I mean, I think the E was probably okay. It wasn't bad, you know, but the shift was truly quite bad. And it's positioned to where he was likely to be pushed. Because remember, whenever proper does this, 90% of the time, not always, because he gets punished for it too, but 90% of the time when proper does this, he's always sitting on his shift, right? Aggressive, 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 push me, just kidding, shift away, and now I have shot, right? Merit. So Merit definitely overstayed his welcome, but not only that, he goofed up his shift. This is not Merit playing in too aggressive position. This is Merit not having a shift. Now, obviously, he's too aggressive for that point in time, but if Merit could have, he would have gotten out now, but he messed up. You could break down the micro even further by saying this. I don't like Merit being here. I would have liked Merit to have done this from this corner here. This cover is better than the cover Merit is in right now. So do you see this? Why is Merit here? And not, I know he's concerned about Reaper, but I would much rather Merit to be here with better cover than playing out in the open in car. You see this? Much better. Now, I'm not saying proper did necessarily any better here, but generally proper does better. And in this particular instance, Merit gets punished for it. Wow. And proper is hitting the shots, man. Crack addict. Not a great E, but it doesn't really matter. The fight's won, so. There's early pressure. Ooh, Merit. Merit. Ah! He gets rolled.
Gonna need a new paint job after this.
Yeah, Merit messed up. He goofed up, and that's what happens. Dante's not. See, even here, I look at this here.
Railgun still at full power. Not so fast.
That's a good E. But do you see how, like, Merit doesn't really have that opportunity to push up here? Because, like, where would he push up? Maybe you could say he could push up, like, here. I think Merit could position here, potentially, but it's tough. Like, this point of the map, it's a lot harder for really either Sojourn to walk forward. But the difference is that proper, when given the opportunity, was taking it. What did Shock not use there? For sure, proper was going to press Q, right, guys? Why is proper not pressing Q? Think about it. We talked about this already in this VOD. Why no Q? Right, beat. Beat. Yep. There it is. 3, 2, 1. If he survives, he presses Q. He doesn't. Probably too much greed from proper. Let's see how we could have played this one better. Let's watch. Because we know proper likes playing aggressive. We know. I would have liked the E to have been saved for the actual push, and then you can get the E back quickly, because this E is obviously not impactful. He does focus the Reaper, forces Wraith. Great job. Remember we talked about having that massive Reaper advantage early in the Kitsune ult is so important, so teams will often open by focusing Reaper in the Kitsune ultimate so that their Reaper shoots freely and the enemy Reaper is busy wraithing. That's actually a huge deal. Next thing to look at as well would be the actual ults themselves. So I do think that Shock show their noobiness, for lack of a better term, with their ult approach. I don't know what Shock were trying to do here, but if the goal was to force double support ult, then using your beat into Kiriko ult, it does not seem wise to me. I guess maybe you're relying on proper hitting a shot here, but I don't know. I don't like opening with beat when you have Kiriko ult. I think it's too easy to disengage, survive with your full defensive cooldowns, and then you have your Kiriko ult to continue to go. Like look at Outlaws. They Wraith, they Bubble, they Kite, they Amp, they Suzu, and then they just do it again into the beat engage. I don't like this chain from Shock, to be honest with you. So he goes in deep, he shifts in again. He shifts a little late, I will say. And he gets isolated and killed. And honestly, the beat just is not super impactful. I don't like Shock's ult change there. So I think Proper could have played that one a little better, but I think Shock's ult game, which bit them in the butt versus Dallas, was more the weakness there. Early pressure, guys. Early pressure. Did Merit use shot? Yes, he must have. Merit is just really having a harder time, at least with the current map. We'll see how he does on the attack, but Merit is just not getting that early fight charge like a Proper is. Perfect range for Sojourn ult, right? Perfect range. Great E. Goes in with it. Probably should be the map. I mean, he's fine there, I guess. Just shooting gallery at this point. Not a whole lot to say. Yeah, I mean that's it. Okay. Yeah. So ye old shooting gallery. Excellent job from Proper building pre-fight charge. I think his E's in general were quite good as well. Definitely clearly playing his old economy around beat very well. Good play. Look at this charge, guys. Look at this charge. Look at this. Look at this guy. Look at this guy. Look at this guy. I mean, obviously there's a risk of Widow here, to be frank. But I mean, look at this. Look at this guy. 83 charge. They haven't even walked out the spawn doors. He's 100 charge. He's 100 charge. He's 100 charge. Merit is on 0. And he's on 100 charge. Doesn't quite hit the shot. He shifted out. Oh no, crap, guys. Merit's at an advantage, right? Merit doesn't even have half a shot yet, guys. Doesn't even have half a shot. Now, I will say, a little bit of goofy from Proper. Proper does miss the shot, which sucks. In addition, I will say, listen to me carefully, I don't like the E. I like what Houston does here. This is good from Houston. Shock is kind of pulls a funny. They build charge really early. He uses his E. His Kiriko goes on a flank and TP's out. And Houston are like, let's go, y'all. Let's run these boys over. And guess what? It works. They might not get the kill, but look at the space they get, right? This is really, really good. How does Pelican die? This should not happen. Houston made the right call here. So it's not a great E from Merit, and then it's a little bit of an unlucky mechanical play. But I like the early aggression from Proper, but I don't like the E from Proper. I would have liked to have had the E in the corner. But I'm not going to coach results. We're coaching intentions. What the Outlaws tried to do there was good. For the most part, what Proper did was good. I just didn't like the E. I love the off angle there. Very safe off angle. That E is meant to try and split the peel. That E was not intended to hit anybody that was meant to split. You'll see that sometimes. Early pressure, early pressure, early pressure. He's not quite getting the shots there, but again, you see how he's again entering the fight at a charge advantage. Again. Nice, E. Look at that. Look at that. He doesn't get the initial hit, so he waits until Monkey Bubble breaks, and look at that. E. Oh, wow. We love it. All right, let's see. Oh! Look at the aggression. He doesn't care. He doesn't care. Get out of the lobby. Get out. Out of the lobby. He just doesn't care. What are you gonna do? Dive him? He's gonna shift away, you moron. Get out. Look at this guy. Look at this guy. Just doesn't care. Bunch of peasants. Biggie. Leave the lobby. Out. Go. Scat. Get out of here. Be gone. Look at the ego here. Look at the ego. I guarantee. Do we see more pressure? Do we see more pressure? Do we see more pressure? Do we see it? Do we see it? Do we see it? Do we see it? Why are we playing defensively all of a sudden here? Now it's hard for you guys to see in the replay viewer. It's usually way more obvious in game. It's because of the washed out colors, like the whites and stuff. But I'm like, why is he playing so defensively now? Well, this is why, chat. He sees shot, but even if he doesn't see shot, he knows shot because he knows Mikey was pushing in really aggressively, so that he knows Merritt was just charging off a bubble. So I'm not even sure that he actually saw that Merritt had shot there. He probably just predicted it. He probably just predicted. He's like, okay, do you see how passive he's playing now? Look at that. Very passive, very passive, very passive, very passive, very passive, very passive. And now Merritt's gonna decay. And now do we see aggression? A little bit of aggression. And there it is. That's a good E. That's a good E. Well, okay, it's not a great E. Actually, it's not a great E. I would have preferred him to wait a little bit longer. But yeah, that's it. That's it. Oh. Really late Kitsune from Fen. Or, wait, what happened here? What happened, chat? Yeah, the E's not great. They get the kill on Lastro, but yeah, Mikey just gets destroyed. And by the time Fen ults, yeah, Violet's caught out. Okay. Good ult though. No beat on the table, so you can use your Sojourn ult to your heart's content. I mean, again, it's like, let's look at this. This Merritt has shot. Crazy. Even the body shot there. Okay. And now, here comes the ego. Here comes the ego. Here comes the ego. Right? Why? Because he knows Merritt doesn't have a shot. Don't peek, boys. Just pocket me. Don't peek, boys. Just pocket your daddy. What is he doing? Again, like, oh my gosh, this is crazy. They're going into the Death Blossom. Look at that. Still has a charge advantage. I mean, we can count on our thumbs the number of fights that Shock have gone into, or Outlaws have gone into with a higher charge advantage. Again, Merritt. Poor Merritt. Uh-oh, Mikey's peeking though. Mikey is peeking a little bit, I will say. Okay, now, this is really important. I want you guys to tell me how Proper should play around Merritt's shot now. And then I want you guys to tell me, why is Mikey feeding? Because there's two things to remember about this. Defensive, right? Exactly. So Merritt's going to have a charge advantage, right? There it is, right? Okay. Right, for Kiriko ult. They don't have any ults there. They know that they have double DPS ult. So then they're gonna... He has to play defensive. Build a Kiriko ult. Don't ego. Don't do anything. Don't peek that Sojourn. Don't... Careful. See that? See that? Even how he's moving is shifty. You know what I'm saying? He's moving shifty. And he still builds charge. Sick. So I think we messed timing here a little bit. I'm not sure if there's a miscommunication or just Proper being a little sloppy with shot. But he needed to be careful there. He needed to not cross the corner and just take the shot and or wait for Kiriko, because they're not quite there yet. So this isn't great. There it is. Probably going to try and focus down that Sojourn. But that was the right plan. That was the correct plan for Shock. It just wasn't executed as well as it should have been. Get Suzu out, that's true. I told you guys, Merit has a good mechanics. Merit has good mechanics. You seem to remember Proper hitting that? All right, let's check Merit out. Hey. See, this is where Merit was just... Proper was just a little bit more aggressive pre-fight for that shot. You know? I don't know if that's good or bad. I would say at least to an extent, it's good. I don't know, chat. Like, we go over the grand finals. And Mikey was making a lot of mistakes on Monkey, but I don't think Mikey played really that horribly. I think Mikey played okay. I think the issue is more about the synergy and less about the individual Monkey errors. I reviewed Glads versus Shock. No, I have not. That E! Oh my goodness. Oh, look at that E.
That feels much better.
Again, right? Always, whenever possible, charge advantage. There it is. E and then shot. Or shot then E, probably. Alright.
We're going against the eye.
Yeah, Merit is one of the best Sojourns in the league. At least mechanically. When am I adding 100k channel points option? Become adopted. Do you see this? Do you see the ego here? Like, again, like the reason why he can ego like this is he knows that the rest of his team isn't really peaking Merit. There is no reason for Striker or Violet or Mikey to be peaking Merit. So we can predict here that there is a charge diff, right? That's such a little micro thing, but it's actually so important to how Shock play, right? It's so important to how Shock play. There's the engage. Merit 34, Proper 83. So it's not even an attack versus defense thing. It's just a team. This is just how the teams are operating differently. Break the bubble. We're gonna probably throw E. I guess there would be my guess. There it is. Yep. And then now here's the shot. Merit still doesn't have a shot. Proper does. Now, doesn't even get a chance to pull it. Okay, I will say Proper's E's have been consistently. I don't know if they're good because we haven't watched a lot of Sojourns in the league, but they've been pretty good. They've been a heck of a lot better than Edison's E's. Significantly more impactful in team fights.
My ultimate is almost ready. My ultimate is almost ready.
Now we don't expect Proper to press Q here unless he's shooting Lastro. And maybe we can get an Ajax here. But probably don't expect a Q. I mean, that's just Kitsune Rush, y'all. Kitsune Rush. And here comes Proper. Wonder what Proper is doing, guys. I wonder what Proper is doing. I mean, you could even look at Shock. Look at Shock. Look at Shock. They're just sitting. They're just pocketing Proper. Pocketing Proper. Pocketing Proper. Right? Charge difference. Don't peek, don't peek, don't peek. There it is, the hard engage, bang. Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh. That's crazy. So listen, we have to credit the rest of Shock as well for doing a really, really good job of not feeding Merit charge and allowing Proper to charge his shot. And will they press Q? Will they press Q? I mean, we obviously know Houston are going to press Q here, but Proper won't. Probably not. What will happen here is they're going to force Q. There it is from Lastro. In about 2 seconds, maybe sooner, Violet's going to press Q. And then about 1 second after Violet presses Q, or even 2 seconds after Violet presses Q, then Proper's going to press Q. And they're going to win the fight. 3, 2, 1, Q! No? There it is. Huh. I'm a terrible coach, chat. Shame on me. I mean, that's over. It's over. They got the kill. It should be over. Surely, chat. Surely. Uh-oh. It's lasted too long. Kitsune. Maybe winnable. Maybe. Oh, no. That shuts it down. Let's see that shot, Merit. Beautiful E again. And notice how he uses his monkey's pressure on the enemy's Sojourn to get the pick. And we don't even need to watch the rest. It is over. All right, man. The charge is just unreal. Like, always a head-end charge, and not very impressed, but I am impressed. I am impressed with Proper Z's. Let's keep going. Why did Merit use ult so late? I would imagine he probably didn't have a great sightline. It didn't feel like he had a good, like, vision on where he, like you can't just press Q, right? It's like, I think that's why Proper delayed his as well. Is his sightline wasn't very good for it. Well, let's actually watch. Let's see real fast. Yeah, see, because this is why. Because Merit isn't thinking we're fighting here. Merit's thinking, oh, we juked it, guys. Nice job. Let's get out and go to point. But what happens is Lastro gets isolated. He's like, crap. So he'll pop Q once the fight actually starts, right? There. So I actually think the timing from Q from Merit was actually perfectly fine. Yeah, they got split. So Merit doesn't want to pop the Q because they weren't fighting there. They're going to cart. So I don't think that was a problem for Merit, yeah. How many games are we doing on Proper? Just the one. Just the one versus the Outlaws. This guy's symmetric turrets. Whatever. I've watched too much Proper. I was fully expecting just to shift up there. I don't know why. Cute little disruptor shot. Doesn't quite get it, but yeah. Now we fully expect Merit to almost always have a higher charge again on defense because Kaluj has to take space, right? So we expect Merit to have slightly more charge. He's good. Nice. Oh, he saw a shot. He saw a shot. Oh, crap. He shifted and he's like, oh, crap. That Merit has shot. Here comes the Proper special. Huh. We've seen this in the spawn doors. I think the fight's going to happen in the next 10 seconds, so I don't like to see. But yeah, again, look at the Proper special, right? Right? Look at the difference, right? 30 charge. Always ahead. There it is. Does Merit have his yet? Not quite. Huh, that's it. Now Merit has his. Ooh, that was close. Not great positioning from Shock. I'm curious, like, there's a lot of hesitancy that sometimes happens in, like, even Overwatch League Sojourns where they're like, they see the shot, but they're like, oh, I don't know if I can get it, right? So, like, watch this really quick. He's got the shot. But it's hard to see, is that the head? Could I shoot that? Oh no, I missed my opportunity. Okay, am I aiming at the head right there? You know, he probably could have taken the shot here. Sometimes you see that where like the Sojourn just kind of like they don't hit the window, right? So even the best Sojourns miss the window, right? How do I rate Dante's Winston? It's really hard to say. I don't think the matches have been terribly one-sided so far, even the Kothrons. So definitely focusing more on the Sojourn though. This isn't like a general analysis. Nice E. Ends up getting Suzu'd, but we could see a Q here. I don't know if how tight they were tracking beat here, but we could see proper press Q here. Definitely no Q now. I mean, even though they've used beat, they're down 1 and they're giving up space. I still don't think we see a Q. Yeah. They really want to make sure to be able to confirm it, right? It's like finding the balance between overthinking the shot and underthinking it. It's really important, actually. Look at the charge, right? He even used his shift in a position where I don't think I can be pushed here because he was like, I need charge, right? He needs charge. Somehow he still has more charge than Merit. I really do think Merit could be pursuing this charge war though. I really do think, like, it's sanity to me to like that every single time that somehow Merit is behind on charge. Like, I don't think Merit should be going back to his team. I think that's a mistake. Merit should be peeking here and charging shot. Proper does not have charge shot. Like, if he, unless they call that he specifically has shot, Merit needs to be min-maxing every opportunity to get charged. I think Proper's doing a better job of it. But why did he scream that? I have no idea. No idea why. He's an idiot. No, I don't get that guy. Nice E! Probably see a Q when as soon as he's stabilized. But he doesn't stabilize. Like, you're not just gonna see him popping Q in the middle of like going Rambo mode, you know? If it's too chaotic and everything's going on around him, it's too hard. Shot, charge. And again. You see the charge difference? It's crazy, man. Crazy. Oh my gosh. Every time. You notice that was not a headshot. That was a body shot plus E. Obviously. But my point being is that those shots are like winning them so many fights. What is Proper's target priority for getting charged? Whatever's available. Whatever's available. Really, truly, whatever's available. The problem with giving yourself a target priority is if you can shoot squishies easily enough, then go for it. But the most important thing is that you do charge it, right? Without dying, without peeking the enemy team too much, right? And again, there's the charge difference, right? Again, both of them are relatively even because they're shooting each other, but the difference is that Proper will continue to pursue. He'll get healing, he'll continue to pursue. There's the healing. Oh, we lost it. Oh wait, no, he got it back. He got it back. Now, he knows that Merit has not been shooting. Let's watch Merit.
Thanks.
So once again, we have a charge differential. Huh. Right, I wouldn't blame Merit either. I think Merit, well, okay, to be clear, I do think Merit could have been doing a better job pursuing charge. I think this is a three-pronged approach. I think Proper gets credit for pursuing it. Merit deserves a little bit of the blame for not pursuing it as consistently. And I also think Shock is doing a good job denying charge from Merit, and Outlaws are not doing a good job denying charge from Proper. Especially at points in King's Row, it just felt like Dante was peeking for no reason and just basically feeding. So I would say three-pronged. I actually mean four-pronged. There's a lot of things that you can blame or compliment based off of it. Oof. So let's watch, like, what can Merit see here, right? There's the shot. They're not peeking. You see that? Not peeking. Not peeking. Still has shot. Still has shot. Ooh, you see that? You see that? Spooky. There's the shot, and look at that. There's the jump. There's the shot, there's the jump. They're actually using that shot as a cue to jump. The shotgun. And you also see Proper uses that as an opportunity to go aggressively too. Oh, that's unfortunate. That was kind of an int. I think the Kitsune just entirely missed, or the Suzu missed. Like, let's watch Finn's POV here.
Let the Kitsune guide you.
I mean, he just couldn't quite reach it through the bubble. That's a little bit of an int from Proper. Kaluj gets booped as well. Oh, yeah. He's relying off of Winston bubble. Great catch. Great catch. So he's relying, Proper relies heavily off of Winston bubble in those engages to buy time so that his team can Suzu pocket him out, and or he can get his shift again from the Kitsune ult. Nice catch. Now, Proper has to be careful here. Merit should have a higher charge. Yeah, he does. He has shot. Never, don't peek Merit. He knows where Merit is. He knows where Merit is. Don't peek Merit. Don't peek Merit. Don't peek Merit. Don't peek Merit. Haha. Nowhere to go. I have no flippin' idea why there's no weapon sounds. I've got no idea, actually. That's a great question. I was just now noticing that. I'm like, wait a second. Maybe it'll fix now. Maybe if I reset it. What the heck, man? I got no idea. That's right. It's a distraction. Focus on the real pleasure.
Neither will I.
What's up?
All right.
30 seconds remaining.
Okay, to be fair, second point, Route 66 freaking sucks. So it's not just a shock problem. Like, there's every single choke feels horrible. You have to push cart. All the high grounds in the world are like super dominant. It's a rough one. So clearing across now at this point in time, because Proper doesn't have like good sightlines here, you can probably predict that Merit is going to be more charged than Proper, so Proper's playing accordingly. Avoid Merit, avoid Merit, avoid Merit, avoid Merit. Ooh, care. I don't understand that move from Proper, to be honest with you. I don't know if that's just like a trying to clutch it or what, but I think it might be just trying to clutch it because there's 15 seconds left, you know, but that seems a little foolhardy. Tragic. Never gets the opportunity to actually get the space to prop Q. Now, I think that there probably should have been a Q press there, at least to try for an Ajax, right? Try and kill the Lucio before the beat. That should have happened. But this is what I'm talking about. Like, when the Sojourn feels under pressure or doesn't have good position, they often really don't press Q. They do not like pressing Q there. No, so this meta is more about the Monkey Reaper pressure, like the timing and forcing cooldowns, along with having your Sojourn charge. I would say yes and no, but I think early neutral pressure from Reaper is very important. Now, the maps this map in particular, your Reaper's impact is going to be lower. Sojourn's impact is going to be higher. However, on maps like King's Row, getting your Reaper and Monkey timed are oftentimes even more important than just your Sojourn getting shot. I mean, we saw Dallas Fuel win a lot of maps off of Monkey Reaper. A lot of maps off of Monkey Reaper timing. And not always diving backline either. Just timing on the front line, winning those frontline trades, because if they dive backline, they use their cooldowns, and the enemy team, like, this is the thing is the chat, the risk with this is I don't want you guys watching this and thinking too much about like how to apply this in rank too much, because the risk is like, oh, Charger shot earlier Sojourn. Yeah, but what if they got Widow? You know what I'm saying? What if they got a hunt? What if they got something that can hit scan plink you down? Even an Ashe could be a real problem. And then, oh, Winston not often diving backline. Well, that's because the backline of these comps has escape cooldowns galore, right? But if they were running like Ana, Zen, Widow, Hanzo, anything, even like a Baptiste, you would see these monkeys going more aggressively in backline and not wasting time with Reapers. You know what I'm saying? So it's a very specific and very unusual meta in that aspect. You want to apply this in scrims? Okay, well then there you go. It's all about your Winston Reapers timing, Sojourn charging shot, hitting shot. And then things like Sojourn E as well. Okay, so we get, again, a little bit of a charge build here. Advantage. Miss the E just slightly. I think this is where I'd prefer to hit E. Excuse me. Like right in the corner of the boxcar. That probably would have been okay. Because it's difficult. He turns his head towards the enemy threats for too long. Ooh. Massive E. And that saves Shock out. Keeping his charge fresh. Oh, he's about to decharge. He's about to decharge. Shit, he's about to decharge. Oh, that was close. He almost dies for it, but he's got to keep that railgun charge. Fat! 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 More damage! Huh. Ah! Okay, so let's watch this one a little bit slower, okay? I'm getting sloppy in my old age. Okay, so let's drops for the Kirikou ult, takes a railgun shot, charge. They beat engage. He's gonna go hard to try and follow up. Now, I will say this. Do you guys remember what we talked about? Do you guys remember Proper's error versus Fuel? The error that happened at least a few times and he died for. Do you guys remember? I don't know if how many of you guys were here for that stream. But there's one thing that we said about Proper that he needed to do a better job of with his aggression. Right, yes. He did not do a very good job tracking, playing around beat with his shift. You guys hear me? Shift. So the thing is that when Proper shifts in here, trying to finish off a kill, the problem is then Outlaws press Q, and he's okay, probably, but he's a little deep. You see? So then, oh, it's okay, I've got shift out, I'm all good. Well, maybe not. You see? So, a little bit of hindsight coaching. I would not say that this is bad, because he does land on a high ground position, but there are risks about that play, and the risks do show up when he goes for that. So, yeah, there's a lot of shifts in this comp. Did you catch the end of the stream? Yes, you caught it. Yeah. Out. Ooh, Nelly. Terrible position for Proper right now. Oh, they beat. Oh! Oh, oh no. Oh! 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 Haha. Nice. Devolved fight, messiness, decent positioning, all set. That was a crazy beat. That was a crazy beat. Oh, is this the end? Well, you probably have another 15 minutes, I'd say. Look at that. Little shifter. Ooh, look at that. Got it right through the crack. Right there. Right, squeezing in right in there. That was good. Okay, gets the charge. Ah, not quite. A little bit of charge early, but he doesn't know the status of Merit's charge, or he knows that he has charge. It's so hard for me to see with the not in game. It's actually so much harder to see. Like, let me show you guys. Do you see this? Like, everything just kind of like glows, so it's like impossible for a spectator to see if there's a shot or not. You know, So he sees that he has shot, so he doesn't peek. Probably throw an E right in down here. Oh my gosh, there's the E. There's the beat. Beat was late though. Really a phenomenal trade for Shock there. They loved it. They love it. Nice. Pushing in with the team. Okay, if you had to replace one of the two heroes in this comp, what should we replace it with? And I don't know. You would probably go Moira Lucio. Probably. It would be terrible, but... I mean, it wouldn't be terrible, but it would probably be Moira Lucio, to be honest. But if this comp was played with Moira Lucio, I don't think this comp would be meta, to be honest with you. Kiriko is what enables this comp to beat other comps because she can dive with the other heroes, whereas Moira doesn't have as much range, doesn't have as much utility, doesn't have as good of an ultimate. You're like, yeah. Moira Lucio is the closest to what this composition would play like, but it would be significantly weaker. Kiriko is a better Moira. I mean, yeah, Kiriko is the best dive support we've ever had. So good, so that it's right now I think it's very difficult to see anything other than dive being played at the highest level, or some sort of dive variant, right? More early charge pursuit. That's a great E. Wow. I do not know how Shock died there, to be honest with you. I don't know what Shock died to. I don't care. I'm watching proper POV. Get ruled. Yeah, a lot of the hero substitution things are just complete and utter speculation. Wow, they're flipping the map. They're flipping the map. They're flipping the map. Now, the reason why you see people flip the map is usually one of two things. They don't have any ults and they want to try and force an early fight and force the enemy team to use ults. But here Shock have ults. There's no real worry to here to force the fight and try and have a dry fight. So the only reason that Shock would flip the point here is because they want a second fight. If they play it slow, Outlaws will be able to push the cart to yoinky, 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 and then it becomes a one and done fight. That spooks Shock. Shock would like to be able to stop the cart here, and then if they lose, they get a recontest. If they win, they keep the cart stopped there, and they keep fighting until they lose, and they still get a recontest. You kind of see what I'm saying? So, that's the reason behind this play. Guarantees 2 fights. I mean, it kind of sucks that costs Primal, but it's really important that they get 2 fights. Shot on Dante when he's relatively low. Monstrous E completely splits the rest of Shock, or the rest of Outlaws. And we might see a Q here soon because there's no support ult. So let's see. This is probably where we'll see a Sojourn ult. Next time Houston tries to take any space, we'll see a Sojourn ult. I mean, again, look at these E's, guys. Look at these E's. I mean, is it early? Yes, but it forces a split. They get to capitalize off the split. Brilliant shot from Proper. Let's watch that shot so everyone can have a little bit of a dopamine rush. Yay! Is this going up on YouTube? Likely, yes. Grim! Calling my cat. Go ahead. He listens to me about once out of every 15 times. I was playing fetch for them yesterday. Didn't know cats could do that. Nah, blah, blah. Waka, 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 waka. What is that? Waka, waka. You ever see like the heart eyes? That's the noise that like my head is making after seeing this shot. What? Especially on like that vertical axis there. What? Aruga! Alright. Care. Yeah. You see, the problem with substitutions is, I think it's a fine question to ask. I don't blame you for asking it. But the problem is most of the time with substitutions, it will often if there's no obvious answer besides hero pools. Usually, it comes down to like the internal decisions or like the inner workings of a team that are really hard to say. Like, I can tell you a lot of times when Backbone would play over Shaxx in a situation, because Shaxx plays a pretty decent Reaper too, but Backbone was more vocal and more comfortable communicating that, right? But that was really hard to tell. It wasn't really obvious to tell that all the time from watching scrims or watching Overwatch. If you weren't inside London, you might not necessarily know that, right? So it's hard to say. For blocking lanes, I mean, I think it's fine because, like, I think it just depends on the circumstance. The problem with Sojourn E is it's such a dynamic cooldown that like every 5 seconds, like the use for it changes, right? Like right now, you would use it to zone backline, right? But then earlier, you wouldn't have been able to zone backline, but you could have split backline and then allow you to get a shot elsewhere. So 3, 2, 1. As soon as the bubble breaks, we're gonna see E. There it is. And now notice that we're not using Q anymore because we know that last row is beat. So another great E, I think it was, or did it catch the bubble? Did it catch the bubble? It's always so hard with Kitsune Rush because the bubbles come off so often. No, it hits. It hits. It's just, I mean, look at the Lucio positioning now. Look at poor Lastro. Lastro's just out of the fight. Ooh, they're gonna commit to this fight. I would... Another phenomenal E. This guy's just... I mean, obviously the E's are being spoon-fed to him. Like, these aren't hard E's. But honestly, I felt like Edison was missing the ones that weren't that hard too. So I wouldn't say his E's are phenomenal, but they're pretty decent. We're consistently hitting the ones that we should be hitting, you know? And that could be a skill in of itself, right? So like, for example, we talk about like zoning backline E's versus splitting E's. You could use E right now on Pelican and force everybody to leave and then probably isolate Lastro and Cart, which would create a potential kill opportunity, right? Would that E get a lot of tickies? Probably not, but it might still lead to a kill. So I would say E now, there's your opportunity right now. Opportunity is not taken. So then now you're focusing on something else. Oh my gosh. That's wild. There's again, do you see the splitting either? Why are we E-ing? So that this guy can't rotate. Ends up being the Kiriko, which is like whatever, but yeah. To be honest, we'd probably just see Q now. 3, 2, 1. As soon as anything green shows up, we're gonna see Q. Oh wow, no, we're not. We got greedy. Proper got greedy. Gave up good positioning. He pursued. They didn't get the kill. And then he got stuck in no man's land, and actually Houston takes the better positions. That's actually crazy. But Shock should have a recontest as long as they die in cart. Get out. Yep, we'll get a recontest. This is why they were talking about taking that early fight. This is exactly why. Look at that. Look at the margin of error. If they'd let that cart move at all, Shock would have had to take a 4v5. 3, 2, 1, now. Surely. There it is. It was after the railgun. Okay. Fair enough. And that's it. So, congratulations to Proper making the grand finals. Proper, mechanically good. But some things that really stood him out from the Sojourns that we've seen so far, specifically Edison, a little bit of the other Sojourns, I guess we saw a little bit of Kevster as well, a little bit of Sparker as well. Something that really stood out for me. Did a better job prioritizing pre-fight charge. Was smarter with the pre-fight charge duel. In other words, okay, when he couldn't get pre-fight charge, he played smarter around that. Obviously the mechanical, like very good mechanically, right? That's not a surprise there. But the other thing as well, which was not a surprise to me, but was cool to see, was so much more consistent with E placement in terms of causing a split and not clunking it on Monkey Bubble. So better cooldown usage, better pre-fight charge, better mechanics than from what we saw from Edison. So I guess in terms of, I mean, you could say playstyle, cooldown usage, mechanics, really just a little bit better in every aspect. And that just leads to so many more plays, so many more 1 neutrals. Obviously, we saw probably could have seen a little bit better use of tracking enemy support ults. I think we saw a couple of whiffed E's, so I wouldn't say his E usage was far from perfect, impossible to be perfect, really, but yeah. Pre-Koi, it would probably base off of a potential swap they were looking to make. Do you guys have any questions about proper before we go? How would yeah, okay. Any last questions? Very interesting match. Definitely a good one to look at, I think. I'm glad we did that map. Or that match, I guess I should say. Who is the best looking Sojourn in the playoffs? I haven't looked a lot at Shy POV. I think Shy definitely had some phenomenal pop-off moments, but from the third person passively checking from overheads and watching a few matches check, I think probably Shy, or I mean Shy proper. Obviously, I think proper was clearly would clearly be the choice for me. I didn't watch a lot of Shy, but Shy felt like he had a huge impact, at least mechanically. We don't know in terms of how he was using cooldown usage or whatever else, or if it was, but yeah. Lip was really good too. Yeah, I believe it. Happy? I don't know. I think Happy is a good Sojourn. But I don't. We were not able to see enough of Happy just to know for sure. What about Edison? So I think Edison was a relatively decent Sojourn who popped off in big moments. Hey!
The competitors playing less than you, Saul.
Thank you so much for the sub, but the voice is killing me. Frozen out. The crowd shaking the competitors. Probably, yeah. It probably shook their mental, yeah. I think it definitely had an impact on things. I mean, it could be a hype moment, but also it's a lot of pressure as well. Yeah, you're good. I think some teams can play less, some teams can play or worse, some teams can play better. It's like it depends on how you approach it. Like it could be very motivating, give you a lot of confidence, or it can be a lot very stressful or distraction even. Yeah. How is Sojourn ult used besides I see enemy I want to kill enemy? I mean, anytime that there's open space, Sojourn ult is a great ult to use. The only hesitancy, as we saw, is like when there's a support ult, like a beat, that it can be basically used to counter the Sojourn ult. So then you really just open space is the big one. You want to be using an open space in a neutral where the enemy team can't kite it out. So it's less about how do you want to use it, more about when or where you want to use it. When they don't have beat or in an open space. If it's not an open space, you need to try and find an open space position and try and find a good sideline for it. We saw a lot of Sojourns not using it just because the positioning didn't feel good for it. They didn't have a good sideline with it. Okay. Hockey, watch games like this in replay. You have to be working with a Contenders team or an Overwatch League team. It sucks. It really sucks. Is trading beat for Sojourn ult a good trade? Yes, because you were able to force a Sojourn to kite, cancel her ultimate, and the beat also gives it. The beat isn't just to counter the Sojourn ultimate like a trance. It allows you to also push onto the enemy team and gives you an advantage cooldown wise. So beat isn't just 1-for-1, it's a 1.5-for-1. It counters the Sojourn ult and gives you a slight advantage, which is why you see a lot of teams very cautious about using Sojourn ult into beat, at least at that distance. Do you think Proper tends to hold Railgun ult long? I don't think so. I think he's smart with his ult into the beats. Sometimes his shifts weren't so smart, but his ults were a little bit smarter into the beats. And then obviously there's always, like we see this with every single Sojourn, where sometimes there's moments where the Sojourn hesitates and like wants to line up the shot perfectly. But that's more of a mechanical thing where like they just need that full confidence, and every Sojourn does it. So, will Sojourn always be meta over hit skins without mobility? It's because it depends. I mean, as long as Kiriko is strong and Kiriko dive comps are strong,